Not, who knows. But I want to get into this really quick because this is truly disgusting, okay? This is actually some of the most disgusting stuff you can possibly do as a person. As like a human being. These are disgusting people. Truly the dirt of society. Let me get this going real quick. Sound. 1 second. I can't use a computer. Okay. I think I'm good. There you go. My big thing right now, I'm going to title this video. My title is going to be Stop Saying I think I was thinking this earlier. I think my title's going to be Stop Saying the Word Racist because this is worse. Okay, this is way worse. Okay. Way worse, way worse, way worse. So this asshole, okay, I'll call him an asshole because he is an asshole. He's the dirt of society. People like him. He says that many of the instances of measles are from illegal immigrants. Now, there's no proof of this at all.
In the case of the measles vaccine, that's something that's been long established. And I think we have a fairly good track record of evidence to prove that that is safe and effective. So I would encourage others, if that is their choice, to actually go out and do that. But we do have a couple other things that we need to address. First of all, many of these instances that are coming into our country are from illegal immigrants.
There is zero evidence of this. He made this up. The goal here, and this is why you shouldn't say racism, just explain why it's bad. He's putting something negative on a group he thinks you're going to be okay with demonizing. So say something bad about illegal immigrants, blame every problem on illegal immigrants because he thinks you are racist. He thinks you're racist. He thinks you have no ability to critically think or have independent thought. Same with Fox News over here, okay? So Fox News. Look at the titles down here.
I'm doing great. I don't understand the Supreme Court. We deported an illegal alien gangbanger back to the country where he...
Now, the big point is the person's not an illegal alien. He's not a gangbanger. Nothing about that is true at all. But they keep on repeating it. They keep on repeating it. Democrats fight to keep migrant criminals here. This never happened. It never happened. We're talking about innocent people. We're talking about the Constitution. We're talking about due process. Democrats have not fought to keep violent migrants here. To keep migrant criminals here. Obama deported more people than Trump did. Those are the facts of it. But Obama didn't parade people around like animals. Nor did Biden. Even with all the border crossings, Biden did a lot of deportations, even if too many people came over, and he should have been better on that. People in America right now are being convinced to see other human beings as animals. And it's not sustainable. The lying here. Imagine getting your news from Fox News. Imagine getting your news from Fox News. And again, they can demonize these people because in their minds, the people they're demonizing are brown or black. You know, English is probably their second language. They have a different accent and they weren't born in America. Although they followed the legal steps, they are still going to say he's an illegal migrant gangbanger when that is disproved. That's why the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against Donald Trump, saying Trump violated the law explicitly, violated the Constitution explicitly. 9-0 in this Supreme Court. 9-0. 9-0 that Trump violated the law. His administration violated the law. Still lying, saying this person's a gangbanger who's here illegally.
He was born and raised, and they're saying we didn't do it the right way and we have to do it all over again. Why don't we just leave him there and say, okay, case closed?
Because this was part of the plan, right? So I can't speak politically. I'm going to speak solely on criminal. Here's how it goes.
Yeah,
come into
don't
this
speak
country,
politically.
I believe his year was 2000.
At least they're showing a picture of him because usually they show someone else that's not the actual person with a bunch of tattoos on their face and they say, oh, this is the gangbanger when it's not actually the person. So at least they show the actual picture here.
2011, we know that was an illegal migration into this country. He didn't come through the front door. He went through the back door. And now they're saying, oh, but you said he was a gang. He wasn't a gang. We're not sure about that. Come back. Let us do due process. So let me explain something that Americans are a little bit confused about.
He was legally protected from being sent to El Salvador. He has an American citizen wife and a child who is 5 years old who has autism. Did not break the law. Trump broke the law, according to the Supreme Court and multiple federal courts. Supreme Court 9-0. Anyone who thinks this is okay right here and is okay with this lie, migrant gangbanger ordered back to the U.S., or if they're acting like Democrats are protecting violent criminals or illegal immigrants, you are lying. You are dishonest. If you're okay with it, you know you're lying. And that's where the word racist, it doesn't matter because racist is a buzzword that offends people, but just say what it is. The people on Fox News, the Trump administration, all these assholes are relying on the idea that you are going to dehumanize people that look different. You are going to dehumanize people and not care when they violate their rights, not realizing when they violate their rights, they can violate your rights in the same way. You are not protected from being a citizen against the infringements they're making here. They are saying essentially Trump and his administration's argument. I know Trump said tonight he's going to bring him back. We'll see if that actually happens. He said it randomly on the plane, but he's gone mentally. But yeah. The argument from the administration is they can't bring him back. They made a mistake. They admit they made a mistake, and they can't bring him back now. They cannot bring him back from El Salvador. But the El Salvador president can come to the White House, and we have a contract with them to pay them to take people to their prison. And it's not even a prison. It's a forced labor concentration camp by every measure, by every metric.
I believe. And now I've been sitting in New Jersey in the U.S. Attorney's Office, and I'm fully briefed on this with ICE. We get administrative warrants from the courts, from the administrative courts, saying these people are in fact illegals, they should be deported. We then have to execute these warrants. We get them deported.
Not an illegal. They are deporting people who are legal residents or asylum seekers. They are deporting people who are legal residents and asylum seekers. There's the professional soccer player who came here under legal asylum seeking criteria. He got tortured in Venezuela and escaped to America. We sent him to this prison with no due process, ripped him from his family, sent him to a concentration camp. When they say these are gangbangers or MS-13 members, they are walking back so many of these cases because they're using these innocent people for propaganda, and you are eating it up.
Then you have judges saying, no, we don't like the way that was done. Put them back on a plane, bring them back to only establish what? That they were deported, or maybe they were or were not part of a gang. I don't care. You are, by definition, illegal. Okay, per the executive order, per the federal law, which is what my job is to follow. It's not political. It's law. You do not come into this country.
Remember, the Supreme Court ruled 9-0. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against the fake opinion she's giving right now.
Legally. If you do, you will be deported. Period. The end. Full stop. That's it. It's pretty simple. And I really want to ask people, when you go through this, when you're fighting laws, when you're fighting federal laws, in my state, in our state, Jesse, and obviously you're my neighbor, but in our state, we have issues where we have politicians standing up and trying to make a point, directing state and local officials not to listen to federal law. How does that benefit the people you represent? I would love to see the state of New Jersey. I would love to see America, everybody come together and say one thing: keep America safe. Have law.
Is it keeping America safe? By the way, her disgusting plastic surgery lips are atrocious. I'm just going to say that. And his plastic surgery is terrible, too. Look at that fake forehead and the wrinkles that he has smoothed out with his skin ripped back to the size of his skull to try to make himself look younger because he talks like how old is he? He better not be older than 35 because he looks, he might be if he's in his 40s, that'll be, let's see. Oh my goodness, he's 46? He's trying to look like a frat boy still. Oh my God.
Law and order. You come in illegal.
How is it going to keep America safe to spend all of our tax dollars on surveilling peaceful protesters on college campuses to revoke their visa? Is that keeping America safe, or going after innocent people who have not committed any crime? That's not keeping America safe. No one would argue at all with violent criminals or illegal immigrants being deported, and no one argues that ever. But the thing is, whenever there's a case where the Trump administration even admits they're wrong, and they claim there's a violent gangbanger, and they're proved wrong, no one holds them accountable.
Legally, you got to go out, you got to come in legally. You commit a crime, you're out. And by the way, state police and federal police, we're going to work together to get to that. That's what America asked for. That's what they want. That's what I want personally in the state of New Jersey. I want everybody to work together to fight violent crime, to get criminals out of here, and to have peace in our country.
All right. Alina Habba, thank you so much. Enjoy the week.
I'm not going to be political. She is one of the, they're all such liars. It's so hard seeing people lie so openly about this stuff, bro. No relationship between illegal immigrant population share and measles incidents. The only correlation is with vaccines and not having vaccines, not being vaccinated.
Releasing the president's fitness. Releasing the president's fitness plan. He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree.
This is how they talk to Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin and every dictator, by the way. They give all these pleasantries. They say their body's amazing, even if they're old and fat like Trump is. This is scary to see in America. The fact this is someone allowed in the press pool or in the room for, asking questions of the press secretary. But AP News is banned because they don't agree with, the entire globe uses Gulf of Mexico. But, America uses Gulf of America for dumb reasons. AP News is banned, but this is allowed.
And he actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will...
Dumbass. They're revoking visas across the entire country. The entire country at state universities, private, public, whatever it is. Every university in the country right now is having people lose their visas because of their mass surveillance on social media. They're doing mass surveillance to find speech they don't like so they could deport people who are here illegally. But you don't care about people who are here legally or illegally. You just don't like the people here. You don't like anyone being in America. You're anti-immigration in general. They took so Maya Angelou is like a famous poet. I think there was like a memoir about her, big civil rights icon. I believe her work and her name and her memoir was removed from the Naval Academy Library, but Mein Kampf was able to stay. That's awesome. That's really good news, right? That's awesome. That's called DEI. It's called DEI. Also, this right here, bro. This photo was taken today after President Trump's physical at Walter Reed. Simply amazing. Simply amazing. This is how you react if your kid shits in the toilet bowl for the right, the first time, the right way. They don't shit on the floor. You're like, wow, this is simply amazing. Taking a picture of your boy as he's about to go check in the soccer game for the first time in the final quarter with a minute left. He is so amazing. Doing nothing. Doing nothing. It really is the fawning you see people do for dictators. They're wearing Trump Mao pins. Like, it's insane. This is amazing, bro. Trump is killing it. They'll post a video of Trump like driving a golf cart and be like, wow, our dear leader is dominating right now. He is driving a golf cart. Actually, can he even drive a golf cart? I know he can't drive a car. Biden could, but Trump is too old to drive a car. And look at this guy. He's like, why doesn't umbrella fit through door? Yeah, America. Imagine if Biden did this, bro. He looks confused. He's like, what does the umbrella do? Wow. That umbrella's gonna be sent to El Salvador, bro. What an idiot. What an idiot, bro. How dumb do you gotta be? It's too big for the door, Dumbo. What are you doing? Bro, he needs someone else to assist him. He needs someone else to help him with his umbrella because he cannot handle an umbrella. How is he going to handle Putin or the economy if he can't handle a freaking umbrella, bro? You can't handle an umbrella by yourself, but you're going to handle the economy and Putin and China? You can't handle an umbrella. You cannot handle a simple umbrella, but you think you can handle China. Like, come on, bro. Give me a break.
We need to make our voices heard. We're not red, we're not blue. We're the building trades, the backbone of America. We built a $5 billion, you want to build a $5 billion data center? Want more six-figure careers with health care retirement and no college debt? You don't call Elon Musk, you call us. North America's building trades unions. And yeah, that means all of us, including our brother, smart apprentice, Kilmar Arbrega Garcia, who we demand to be returned to us and his family now. Bring him home. We need to make our voices heard.
I'm gonna try a new stream for the, or a new stream title for YouTube Shorts. I'm getting no traffic on the algorithm at all. Not getting shared anywhere whatsoever. I'm not sure what else I need to change. My engagements are just 0 right now. I was at like 20 viewers the whole YouTube Shorts stream. Let's see. President Trump is great and powerful. Make America great again. Make America great again. Beat. Make America great again. China stands no chance. President Trump is great and powerful. Make America great again. China stands no chance. Here you go. Let's try this. Let's try this. See if that works. We'll see. Someone called me at 5 p.m. today. The measles outbreak came from a Mennonite community who refuses to get vaccinated.
Really good track record of evidence to.
Oh, what a bad guy.
Good evening. Why are the Democrats opposed to the deportation of illegal immigrants? Thank you very much.
Man, it's really insane. The propaganda around this is crazy. Because when Democrats say, I'm against this person being deported or, being sent to El Salvador or gulag to live their entire life in a concentration camp and be killed eventually, it's because there's innocent people being sent there. There's legal residents being sent there. There's people being attacked and losing their visas over their First Amendment, over their speech. And we're talking about people that are being harmed by the government, overwhelming government power, people being harmed by authoritarian government power. And they just say, well, you wanted to protect the gangbangers. And it's like, no, bro. Just because you think every brown person is a gangbanger doesn't mean we're trying to protect gangbangers or violent criminals. Just because you think every black or brown person is a violent criminal. I'm not going to say you're racist. I'm just going to say you think black and brown people are more likely to be violent criminals. And you're just going to accept it if someone lies about people. It's like, oh, you're defending them. No, I'm not defending violent criminals. I'm defending the actual case we're trying to talk about. But of course, the big issue is you have to talk about the actual facts of the case. No one cares about the facts of it at all. Well, don't worry, Kyle. I'm going to be getting off here because my algorithm's not working tonight. There's no reason to spam it if there's not going to be anyone joining,
I mean, they say it's going to cost the American household $4,800. What do you say to those households?
Well, first of all, I would say with respect to those projections, a lot of those are Wall Street analysts who have a lot to lose themselves. In the first term, we put a lot of tariffs on China, and we saw similar predictions.
It's so crazy because the tariffs in the first term also raised prices, but these are tariffs on every good from every country. And on China, for every good from China at 145%. This is not even 1/100th or 1% of what those tariffs were. Or that was not even 1% of what these tariffs are, I mean. Like right now it's a completely different scenario. He knows that, but he's lying as well because they lie. You can do an analysis like this easily. You can look up total consumer spending, for example, on goods that have input costs or that are sourced from a foreign country, and you could see the cost that'll be applied to Americans. Then we could probably do it. It's easy enough. You don't need a Yale to do it. But being like, oh, these are just people that are losing money because of this. Everyone's gonna lose money from this, bro. Everyone knows this is a tax on Americans, and I hope people wake up to it once they actually start getting charged for it.
Those ended up being wrong. Inflation went down. I think the economic fundamentals of our country are still very, very good.
And why does he sound like this?
While there may be an adjustment, I think we're going to be on a good path, and I
don't know how they go through every stream calling liberal soy boys, and then you have someone like this who's like 50 years old. How old is this guy? And he sounds like this. Like, how do you even make this happen? Have you heard what's his face? Who's that? Josh Hawley, the way he sounds too. Like, are you kidding me? The way Trump sounds like a whiny baby. What is his name? Jameson
Greer. We're going to see that level of increase in household expenses.
Yeah, I know a lot of countries are still at 10%. So many of those products maybe we can buy from other.
He's 45. Of course he's a lawyer. Of course he's a lawyer. Of course.
Countries.
Companies.
But in the meantime.
Of course he's a lawyer. What else would he be? That's fantastic.
Explicitly clear through votes like it's been explicitly clear through votes like the Lake and Riley Act, where a broad bipartisan group of individuals voted for that legislation. Now, you mentioned that you regret your vote on that, and that's your choice, but it was only Democrats that voted against that bill. All Republicans voted for it. And so you do see that difference and distinction between the two parties nowadays. Republicans want strong border security. They also want...
The Lake and Riley Act allowed them to violate due process for anyone accused of a crime or accused of being an illegal immigrant. So they could violate due process and deport you no matter what, with no proof of you actually doing something wrong. So that's why you would regret voting for that bill. They name it Lake and Riley because they want to use the poor girl's death for political reasons. And they want to use her death as much as possible to make money and get political power. Same thing as the Patriot Act. They name it something that sounds popular, so if you vote against it, they could politicize it. Oh, you're against the Patriot Act? You're against Patriots? Oh, you're against the Lake and Riley Act? You're against Lake and Riley? Like, no, of course, a simple politicking that people fall for every single time.
Want to enforce the laws on the books here in our country. And so, again, I think it is only reasonable to make sure that we are deporting these individuals that have committed crimes in our country.
But due process is a law on the books in this country. And that's why Democrats, the people who voted against it, they had serious concerns about the lack of due process, which is on the books in this country.
Did Lake and Riley get due process? The answer is no. I think
in this...
Oh my God. This makes me want to run for something. It really makes me want to run for something. Because you need to respond very strong to that, because he is using the death of a girl for political reasons. Like, this slimy asshole, the most disgusting bottom feeder this society has to offer, blaming immigrants for measles and like lying this extensively. Like, it's insane. It's insane how much someone can lie so aggressively and use a girl's death to push a political agenda. And Democrats are weak and flimsy. They're weak and flimsy and cannot respond to it.
This country.
Did Lake and Riley
get due process? So if Lake and Riley didn't get due process, she got killed by someone. I don't want us to become like her killer. You know, her killer is terrible. I don't want America to be like her killer. I don't want us to throw away our Constitution because someone killed Lake and Riley. No one should throw away our Constitution or throw away due process because anything happens. The same people saying this right now would be the same people violating our rights after 9/11, doing the Patriot Act. Same exact concept. Like, oh, you don't care about 9/11? Oh, you don't want to violate all of our freedoms and rights? Same exact political area. Yeah. I'll be honest. Did Lake and Riley get due process? The answer is no.
Goods. Well, I think his first goal always was to advantage American workers. Remember, when China entered the WTO, then for the next 15 years, real wages in the United States went down by about $1,200 cumulatively. So all those cheap products didn't make welfare better off for American citizens because wages went down by more than prices because of the low demand for American workers. Right. And so what President Trump's been doing is he's been trying to drive up demand for workers, drive up wages so that real welfare improves, and he's highly confident that this policy will accomplish it. Right. There's going to be a lot of disruption for China right now because they've been dumping cheap goods into the U.S. And doing so, I think, as a strategy that it has national defense implications. And so what's going on right now with China is that the ships that are filled with Chinese products don't know where to go. They're stuck in port.
Yeah, that's a great thing for commerce and the economy. Yeah. Nice. Democrats are stupid. Well, I'll be honest, I will take calls, but if the YouTube short algorithm doesn't work, it's really not worth it for me, to be honest, because I'm not going to take a bunch of phone calls from a bunch of mouth breathers for zero stream. I don't really know what to do about that, you know. We regret voting for the Lake and Riley Act.
For people who were
this is the whole answer, I guess.
That law. So I'm glad that you want to weigh in, because the question was about due process, and since it's for people who are accused and charged with crimes but not necessarily convicted of them, what do you make of the concerns about due process?
So I understand your concerns, and I understand how immigrants across this country who are here legally and have followed the law are being terrorized right now because they are unsure of what happens next. I voted for that piece of legislation because of a very specific provision, and it was if it caused injury or death to a police officer, which was one small piece of it. There were other things about, to your point, Caitlin, someone who was was charged but hadn't been convicted. As I've thought about it over the last couple months, I probably would have voted differently.
You're
It's a
anti-Trump
vote that
and
I regret,
anti-left.
but coming into this
Wow, 1
Congress,
second.
I trusted that this administration
1 second. Let's try
we would
this.
have some,
I'll try this
if
for
they
the final
wanted to
thing.
have border security, they wanted to
Let's
work
try
with
this real
Democrats, that we
quick.
could actually move forward. I'm not really sure of that because I've seen the rhetoric that has come out and
The numbers
attacks
on the
that have been
shorts
targeted
stream when I
towards
start that
immigrants.
again.
So I'm very cautious and careful when I'm negotiating my votes moving forward.
It's notable, Congresswoman, to hear you say you regret that vote. Congressman McKenzie, what's your response and thoughts on all of this?
I would say this, actions that we have seen from illegal immigrants coming into our country, committing these heinous crimes, are a serious challenge that are long overdue to be addressed. And so I was happy that this was the first piece of legislation that the new Congress addressed. And it was passed in a bipartisan fashion through the House and Senate and became law. And there are more things that we need to do in a bipartisan way to actually get these solutions that
Source
80%
Kevin
of
O'Leary.
Americans agree with. And so in instances like this,
So you're going to trust Kevin O'Leary's opinion, someone who has not done anything except scam people his entire career. You realize he's a con artist. They're all con artists. Like Trump never built a business. Like most of these guys just screwed people over to make their money. And it does not change anything about our IP. Trump's policies are helping China. Trump's policies are benefiting China. They are helping China become dominant globally. But I don't know. Maybe China's in control right now. I mean, China's probably helping Trump get more power, so he ruins America. China and Russia are feasting right now. China and Russia are feasting. They're getting anything they want. Easy money. Easy money, bro. Okay, there's a number on I'll just take the one because it's 717. Where's that guy at? You're an Ayn Rand fan? That makes me want to die. Makes me want to die. You're like a communist, basically. Here you go. Here's a number. You see they trotted out Jordan Belfort to say that Trump wasn't insider trading. Yeah, we can trust that. Just like, yeah, let's not do any investigation. Let's just say it's true. Just saying things are true means they're true. I gave you the number, by the way. It's in the chat. I pinned it. But yeah, if the YouTube Shorts doesn't get going, then I might just go to bed, to be honest, because we're not gonna get any callers. That kind of kills the show then. If I can't get callers, I'll have to go to TikTok, bro. I'll have to stream to TikTok. I'll have to stream right to TikTok, brother. Might as well. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Call.
Hello.
Hi. This is Dan.
How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you good. What's up?
I was just interested in having a discussion/debate. Also, I have a YouTube channel of my own, and I often like to debate people. And I was wondering if it's okay with you if I post this call on my own YouTube channel as well.
Yep, good with me.
Okay. So as I mentioned in the chat, I'm both anti-Trump and anti-left. I'm a Ayn Rand fan. And I guess that gives us a lot to disagree about and some things to agree about as well. And there's many directions we could go, I guess. But I don't know if you have a preference on how we get into this, but I could say a bit more about my position, and then we could go from there. Or if there's a certain angle you want to come at it from, feel free to let me know.
Yeah,
you already said
whatever you want to talk
Ayn
about
Rand
is
that
good.
were pretty whatever I want to talk about.
Oh, well, I think Ayn
okay.
Rand and just like objective, like anything that's along the lines of libertarianism. I think libertarianism is just as idealistic as communism, and communists and libertarians agree on a lot, especially on anarcho-communists and anarcho-libertarians. So I do view it as a pretty untenable ideology that is not very practical in like current politics, and I see that libertarians and communists or socialists often do not engage in like the two-party system. They don't vote in pragmatic ways, which means they don't really influence political power very often. So that's my overall position, like as far as like modern day political implications for like Ayn Rand and libertarian thought.
Okay, one thing I'm curious about is, have you read Ayn Rand? And if so, what have you read?
I have not read Ayn Rand for a while. I know a supporter of the channel in the Discord named Raislin, and our Discord talks about Ayn Rand a lot, about natural law and that kind of thing. So we've had discussions about it, but I've not actually read Ayn Rand for a while. But I just go off of my conversations with individuals that typically would support Ayn Rand.
Okay, so it's been a while. How long ago was it, roughly? And what did you read a long time ago?
I mean, probably I was reading, it was like a philosophy of consciousness course, probably like probably like three years ago in college, probably.
And Ayn Rand was writing about philosophy of consciousness.
It was about like free will. It was about like free will and objective reality and determinism, and it was like sprinkled in, but not too much.
I wonder what that was. All right. Well, anyways, so one aspect of, I think Ayn Rand is often misunderstood and misrepresented. She's strawmanned a lot. And one position that she was very adamant in opposing was libertarianism. So a lot of people will associate Rand with libertarianism, but she actually tried to distance herself from them. She thought that they had hijacked or plagiarized her philosophy, basically, and took out one aspect of it and then tried to build a political system around that. But I wouldn't call myself a libertarian, because libertarians, for one thing, they're often anarchists and they're opposed to the state or the government. And I'm not anti-states, nor was Ayn Rand. She thought there should be a state and a government, but it should be very limited in its role, basically to three functions: the police, the military, and the courts. But it shouldn't be doing, for instance, public education or Social Security or Medicare. There's lots of government programs which she thought were inappropriate, but she wasn't opposed to the government altogether. She just thought it should be voluntarily funded, for one thing. There shouldn't be coercive taxation. There shouldn't be regulations. And its role should be restricted to just those three that I mentioned. So that's one reason I would differentiate myself from libertarians, because they often are in favor of like competing governments or opposed to government altogether. So that would be one way I would distinguish my view from theirs.
Well, if you're going to go off like Ayn Rand or like Adam Smith or others that would argue for a base level of like government and institutions, my big thing is whenever there's a lack of institutions from a public perspective, the private or shadow government gains too much power, and it ends in some type of monarchy or a feudal system where there's no way to actually balance power or authoritarianism in the society. So my big issue with libertarianism and communism is that there's no mechanisms for balancing power, checks and balances, and I feel like there's a reason it's never worked anywhere, because it always falls to some kind of dictatorship, because it doesn't provide the necessary checks and balances or power structures to maintain freedom. There's not enough positive freedom. Ayn Rand and objectivist, or libertarians agree with a lot of it, but they care more about negative freedoms from government rather than freedoms government can provide, which is probably what I'm more concerned with, balancing those negative and positive freedoms, which I think Ayn Rand is definitely way too far to the libertarian side for what's tenable.
So she's opposed to coercion, and that's the reason. So when you say something like positive freedom, I think that means like, that would involve giving people stuff that's been taken from other people and coercively taken from other people without their voluntary consent. And that's what she opposes. And she would say that's genuine freedom means you are not subject to being forced by other people. You're free to act on your own judgment as long as you're not forcing somebody else. So
yeah, but that's not possible. That's just not possible. When I say the application is not possible, in the same way that communism sounds nice, that sounds nice. It sounds nice to be equal or to not be, coerced into doing anything at all ever. But that's just not reality. We just cannot exist in that world because someone's always going to try to gain power, and someone's always going to try to maintain authoritarian power if possible. So that's why I would say we need a stronger government to protect freedoms, and also protect people from having their freedoms taken by corporate entities. Because you could say people are being coerced into doing something. I would say, well, if you don't have a strong government to coerce private entities into acting a certain way, those private entities will grow to be too big and coerce people eventually. And we see that with like Russia, especially, I mean, after post-Soviet Union, with the capital influences overtaking the economy and instituting fascism and I guess you could say communism as people would understand today. Mussolini, the market class, helped that reign authoritarianism. Adolf Hitler, they all played a role in taking apart the administrative state, the bureaucratic state. Hitler and Mussolini hated the bureaucratic state. Mao sent people from the bureaucratic state to work in the mines, and people yearn for the mines. They don't really want to be academics and all this fancy stuff that is in the managerial class. So like every time someone wants to have like a dictatorship, they always tear away at the government in terms of numbers, how many people have control over what the government is, but they never actually take away from overall power because it's not possible to restrict overall power and the authoritarian aspects of society if you don't have a strong mechanism to protect freedoms. And that's my biggest gripe is I just don't think it's really possible to survive.
Well, I would say those systems like Nazism and communism, there's a very large role for the state. It's very contrary to the sort of system that Ayn Rand upholds with these very limited role for the government. Like in communist Russia, you have the government controlling the food supply, and then you have famines, and you have these bread lines, and you have people, millions of people starving to death, as opposed to like a free market in food supply.
I'm not saying she agrees with them. I'm saying that she leads to them. I'm saying in the same way that communism always falls apart. I'm saying that her ideology always falls to dictatorship because she has an unrealistic view of what you need to like deal with in society to maintain freedom.
Okay, so I guess then a question is, how exactly does a system which, as one of its founding principles, says that the government cannot coerce anyone, can't initiate force against people, how is that going to lead to a total government takeover? I guess I'm not clear on what the mechanism is there.
Because you need a way to implement and enforce the laws that you have, or there's a power vacuum, and that power vacuum is going to be taken up by some force, whether it's private entities, whether it's a monarch, whether it's an army, whatever it is. There's going to be a power vacuum, and if we do not fill the power vacuum with some type of liberal democracy that has a strong protection for freedom, the power vacuum will inherently be seized by a bad actor, which is why I favor a liberal system like we have today, more so, with a lot of refinements, because we still need to be in the business of orchestrating power on a huge level. The idea we can be completely free from, a coercion and still have a free society, it's just like, it's really idealistic for sure. That's why I said it's similar to communism, because, again, in concept, it sounds great, but we just have never seen these things actually like survive in practice.
Well, I think we have seen something close to it back in the 19th century in America. That might have been there's never been like purely the sort of system that Ayn Rand advocates, but maybe the closest there's ever been was late 19th century America, where there was a very limited role from the government. This is before the age of the New Deal or the Great Society, so you didn't have a massive welfare state, and you didn't have massive income taxes. Yet it was a time of a huge amount of progress for the United States, and you had millions of immigrants coming from around the world. This is not a society that descended into anarchy or dictatorship. It was a very prospering society with lots of growth, which was attracting people from around the world. And the Statue of Liberty is the symbol of the freedom that was attracting people here. So I think there is some historical evidence that supports that a society that at least leans in this sort of direction can flourish and do very well, and it's not going to descend into dictatorship.
Well, the issue is if you're gonna have like extreme individualism and say that anyone who's successful, deserves it and they got it from merit, you're leaving out the reason many are successful and very rich is because they are ruthless. There's a reason that C-suite positions and corporate CEOs align more with narcissism, and many of them are sociopaths, because it does take a very extreme human being to reach levels of extremely high wealth. And if you're just going to say that, if someone's successful and has more money, it's because they worked hard for it, you're ignoring many factors in a system that where that would not be the case. And typically, in like an Ayn Rand system, there's no check on if a small handful of people gets tons of power and money and wants to dominate society and control all aspects of society. There is really no mechanism for truly preventing monopolization or truly preventing oligarchy or truly preventing some type of plutocracy that spits in the face of freedom. And I would say a more active participant would make sense. And I think collectivism is necessary. Collectivism is necessary in protecting freedom, because if you don't have a collective whole reinforcing a structure that can maintain freedom, you really don't have that. You don't have any freedom. And I'm pretty sure that Ayn Rand was against like collective systems or any type of collective mentality, because it really was based on individualism and like whatever should happen. It's kind of like the free market is going to dictate what the best ideas are, who the best performers are, and what the best system of government is. But I would just say there's probably a reason why the only examples of communism and libertarianism, again, the only examples working are going to be in the 19th and 18th century, most likely, as far as like what is the most near example to where we are today in the year 2025. There's a reason the only examples you could think of are going to be that long ago, because neither systems, libertarianism or communism, neither of them can meet the complexities of the modern world.
Well, I have to look to the 19th century to find examples that lean in that direction. Like I think Hong Kong is an example of a case, while again not purely free, it has a very largely is a free society, and it's done phenomenally well. So there are examples from later in history, to the extent that nations have freed their economies, they have flourished. And I think with the freeing up of China over the last several decades, it has also done very well. So that would be another more recent example of how when you adopt principles of freedom, it does lead to more economic success. I would also be interested in discussing the issue of individualism versus collectivism, because you mentioned collectivism, and it is true that Ayn Rand was opposed to collectivism and was pro-individualism. So I'm curious, what would be the justification for you or any group of people imposing your view of what is good or what is right on me? Like if I want to spend my wealth in a certain way, what right do you have to tell me? Or like we could take a historical example, Socrates, right? He was sentenced to death in ancient Athens because he was allegedly corrupting the youth. So this was a system where you had democracy. And I think democracy, if it means limited rule by majority, could be okay if you vote on trivial things like what are the color of the policemen's uniforms. But I don't think a democracy should have unlimited power where it can vote on things like, should someone have freedom of speech? Should someone have a right to his own property? Should someone have a right to live? But you had something more like an unlimited mob rule sort of democracy, where you had a majority of people who just decided, we as a collective, we're going to vote Socrates to death because we don't like what he's doing. I would say that's a bad system. That's a violation of his rights. Like, do you think it's appropriate for individuals to lack those kinds of rights in the name of collectivism?
Well, that's not the point. It's really what is the best tool for achieving the highest amount of freedom, because there's no such thing as a utopia, which I feel that Ayn Rand or libertarians or objectivists or communists would seek. And Hong Kong is a good example of how this is not true, because I mean China's surveillance crackdown on Hong Kong is extremely terrible. Like they're not free in Hong Kong. I'm pretty sure the opposition party in Hong Kong is actually being forced to disband because of the Chinese secret police and surveillance state. So that's an example of how a free society or an attempted free society, if they don't have a military to back it, if they don't have an actual system in place where they can protect themselves or reinforce the laws they want, they're going to be overtaken by bigger authoritarian power. So I think Hong Kong is actually a pretty self-defeating point. But I would also say just like that's why we have the Constitution. It's a balance of positive and negative freedoms. That's why we have due process. And a big thing right now, if you say you don't like the left or Donald Trump, if you cannot, and this is an issue I have with.
I lost you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry. You hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say for like Donald Trump, the issue right now, if someone cannot see the very stark contrasts when it comes to freedoms between Trump right now and the Democratic Party, when Trump is advocating that he can violate the due process of pretty much anyone using the Alien Enemies Act and the Insurrection Act and ship them off to an El Salvador supermax concentration camp essentially, and have zero regard to bring them back, or zero plan, or they're purposely violating rights and court orders right now, and they're purposely violating due process, making the argument that these illegal migrants, these gang members, don't deserve due process. And it's like, well, how do you know they're gang members? And it's like, well, they're sending innocent people there because they're violating due process. And it's probably going to happen eventually where they detain a U.S. citizen and deport them to not even deport, but kidnap them and send them to an El Salvador supermax prison. So when it comes to like mob rule and that kind of stuff, that's why we have due process in our systems of courts. And I think the U.S. nails it pretty good with the Constitution, with the balance of positive and negative freedoms. But I also think that this ideological thinking, when I said at the beginning of the conversation, it kind of paralyzes individuals that believe in it because they don't vote for which I feel is the obvious more pro-freedom party, which is the Democrats now, in the current politics, because they're going to be so dissatisfied with the current system being so far from what they want. So they're kind of just like useless political actors in 2025. I know that was a lot, but
yeah. Well, just to respond to some of that, I'm very anti-Trump, as I mentioned in the chat. So
yeah.
I think what Trump has done is horrible, and there's the rule of law is definitely under threat now with Trump in power, and I think it may well be the case that the Democrats are the lesser of two evils, I would say, but I would still say they're evil because I don't think either party respects rights nearly to the extent. Like, I don't think either party wants to totally abolish something like Social Security or Medicare, and these are programs that are coercively taking away people's income and funneling it to whatever their preferred.
I have one question then.
Group is. Yeah.
One of my main questions would then be: is there a political party anywhere in any society that existed after the 1900s began that you would say is a political party that got power, was able to wage power, and that would satisfy the level of freedoms that you would want? And that's my big question for everyone, or even like right now in the U.S., if there's any third parties winning anywhere, or able to at least influence policies in a good direction. But like, it seems that you could say they're both evil, but I would probably say that, and you might agree, by the way, you might agree that every politician ever has been some form of evil. Like not everyone's gonna, everyone's gonna have their own drawbacks. But do you have an example of a party you are satisfied with, or are you just kind of like dissatisfied with the state of politics in general?
I am dissatisfied in general. I don't think there is any party out there that, at least not any major party, that represents my views. There is a party called the American Capitalist Party, which might just be a name. I don't know if it's actually like run for any offices, but these are people who have used objectivism as a framework for putting forth a platform. But most people have never even heard of this. So if we're just talking about parties that are actually having a large influence and have a large recognition, no, there's none out there that I support. What I support is it's a very long run sort of vision, which I don't expect to take hold in the near future. But I think if this country is going to move in a better direction, we should adopt Ayn Rand's sort of principles. But how you best get to that end goal is another discussion, whether it's through electoral politics, or is it better to focus on cultural issues and try to, for instance, like change the state of education in the country? There's a debate to be had as to what is the best means to get there, and it could be a multi-front battle, right? You fight it on in electoral politics as well as in other areas, in the arts, in the culture. But it's a very long run sort of goal. So I'm under no illusion that this philosophy is going to take hold next year. It's a much longer game that I'm playing, but I think it is the right game, and I think it's the proper system, the one that actually does respect people's rights. So, and if we look at history, to the extent that these have been tried, I do think the evidence shows that it works well. As for Hong Kong, yeah, I do think it should have a military. and I think to defend itself from aggressors like China. And if we had a better foreign policy, or if many countries around the world had better foreign policies, that could help prevent takeovers from authoritarian regimes like China. But when I mentioned Hong Kong, it was because decades ago, before China took them over in the last few years, it had flourished a lot once it had adopted more free market principles. That was the point of bringing up Hong Kong as example. But it does also need to have a military.
Yeah, on the point of coercion, and it is. Do you think it's coercion that? Do you think like the Civil War or like the Civil Rights Act were coercion to force them to free the slaves and also to force them to go to school with black people?
Well, forcing to free someone, I think is not the right way to look at it. Rather, it's retaliatory force. So so Ayn Rand's principle, her most fundamental principle in politics, is that you should not initiate the use of force or start the use of force. But what is appropriate is to use force in retaliation. So force was initiated against the slaves, the black slaves, and then force was used to stop that initiation of force. So it was retaliatory force, and that's justified. That was good. Or just like a murderer who goes around killing people. He's initiating force, but if the police shoots the murderer, he's using retaliatory force, and that's justified.
Well, here's
so
the hard
Civil
question,
War,
too.
I would say, yeah.
This is where it gets even harder, because when you say retaliation, so another thing, for example, would be like, after the 2008 financial crisis, the government did the Dodd-Frank Wall Street reforms, and one big one was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And you can argue that was retaliation for companies that might screw over people or that might steal money from those who they're serving. If a bank screws someone over on like an interest rate or whatever it might be on a savings account, or if they close someone's account or debanks them, you could argue the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would be like a big government entity that was made to be a retaliatory effort to combat the corruption of like big banks. And then if they enact policies on the American people that could be seen as aggression, such as monopolizing an industry or purposely harming individuals and cutting them off with natural monopolies and all this other all these other kind of actions, this is where it becomes an issue, because then I would say that it's justified to have government expand to protect people from big companies screwing them over, polluting their water. If a big company dumps cancerous chemicals next to me, which is an issue with the black community today as well, one big issue for the crime rates is because black people grow up in poison, essentially, and a lot of chemicals, a lot of black people in urban areas that have been neglected, especially, and those issues have not been fixed. How do we fix those issues? Because I would consider that to be a form of like, I don't like the word violence, because people will use that in like a social justice warrior term. But yeah, I guess what mechanisms are too far then to combat these things, or how do we combat those?
Well, I think property rights needs to be clearly defined. That's at least part of the answer. So you can't have just people dumping. If you have a river and then it's not privately owned by anyone, then no one has the right to sue in court. Like if you violate the rights of whoever owns the river. So if you have riverside property, maybe the way it would work in a free society of the sort that I envision is that river would be privatized. And so maybe you own part of the river, and it's if someone does something to pollute your part of the river, then you can sue them, take them to court. But if you just have lands in common where they're not privately owned, then you might have people dirtying the water, and there's really nothing that can be done about it because no one in particular's rights are being violated because no one owns it. So I think private property is one of the solutions to things like polluting rivers that you mentioned.
But the issue is like right now they already pollute public land knowing they can be sued or have a fine or whatever. But they just have enough money to withstand legal suits. They'll pay a small fine and move on with their business. So it seems that having another mechanism to enforce that would be worthwhile. And we have examples of private property and private ecosystems being completely decimated and completely destroyed. And I probably would say, if someone's private property includes the only water supply in town, then it's like, sometimes we can't wait until someone acts upon us to, go back after them, because we know we have limited water, we have limited resources. So it's just like, and when they can use their money to buy the political system, it just seems we're playing a lot of catch up here. And it seems that, after a while, we're going to end up building the same liberal democracy that we have now, or like that our founders framed in the Constitution. So I guess like, do you have issues with the Constitution? How the Constitution is done? Is there any like do you think it goes too far on I don't know, big government, or too far on collectivism, or are there aspects you disagree with that you would change?
Yeah, there are. I think the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, is a great document in human history. I mean, I think it's a vast improvement over what existed before. And I would also say that about I think the Declaration of Independence is also a great document. Before that, you had monarchies and you just had kings and aristocrats lording it over other people. But for the first time in human history, you had a society that was founded on the rights of all men, right? All men are created equal. And then tragically, that wasn't applied to blacks, but then a civil war was fought that eliminated that inconsistency with the founding principle of this country. But that founding principle, I think, was excellent. And it was not perfectly implemented, I would say, in the Constitution, but very well. So one of the areas of the Constitution which I would disagree with is the ability of Congress to tax, or maybe I'll mention now the ability of the president to pass executive orders under alleged emergencies, to pass tariffs. Now, maybe that was added later. I think in the 70s, there was some, I forget the name of the act, the Emergency Powers Act. But over time, and even from the beginning, I think there have been problems with the Constitution. So one thing I would change about it is the ability of the government to tax, because I think it's wrong to coerce people. So if taxes are coercively taking people's money, I would say that's a violation of their rights. And I don't think if you get a bunch of people together, going back to the idea of mob rule, I don't think that justifies and makes right the taking of people's money, just as it doesn't justify taking Socrates' life, even though a majority of people happen not to like what he was doing.
Yeah,
so
but, I mean, I'd rather people vote on that rather than just like a dictator kill political opponents. Like right now globally, my main point is we either have dictatorships or liberal democracies, or some combination, maybe some underdeveloped countries or underdeveloped democracies. There's a whole range. Today we have some form of democratic institution, or some form of government that's authoritarian to maintain order and to maintain structure. So one can argue that some level of coercion is necessary for a liberal democracy, or any democracy at all, any free society to survive, where we at least strive to have the government serve the people, represent the people, for the for the people, by the people, and have the government represent people enough so they're happy, they can vote, and have their tax dollars reflected in a way, and have the budgets reflected in a way that they would suit. Because right now in America, for example, if we went to a system where everyone just like gave what they wanted to give and it was not coerced or whatever, we'd be in a system very quick where China dominates the U.S. We fragment because no one wants to fund military or whatever. Then we'd have to find ways to fund these different programs to keep us stable. So that's the big issue. Like globally right now, and globally for a while, we've had democracies or dictatorships. And it seems that a liberal democracy that has some coercion is necessary to maintain freedom, because once we take that apart, we become very nationalist or very individualistic, and then we lead to world wars, or we lead to conflict, or our countries and economies become pretty destabilized. And when I'm voting, I'm usually looking at what is the government, what is the global government, what is the range of possibilities, and how can I vote in a way that's going to suit the best possible outcomes in the current system, because I'm not happy with it, obviously, but I'm still going to vote for. I'm definitely a lesser of two evils voter for that reason.
Okay, so I mean, as for funding the government, like you said, you don't think people are going to voluntarily do things like give enough money to support the military. I actually have a video on my channel, which, by the way, is just my name. If anyone wants to check it out, Dan Norton 1 on YouTube. Norton is my last name. The video is called How to Fund the Government Without Taxes. And one of the things I say is that the societies can be radically different if it's along the lines of what Ayn Rand supposes. So you can't just imagine we have these trillion-dollar programs like Social Security and these multi-hundred billions of dollar programs like Medicaid and Medicare, and we have to somehow come up with the money to fund those. I actually don't think you can, right? If that's the kind of society we're talking about funding, yeah, I do think you're not going to be able to fund it by voluntary means. You only can fund that by coercing people. But if you have a free society where you're not collectivizing people's retirements or their health care, then you don't have these trillion or hundreds of billions of dollars programs to fund. Also, you don't have wars like wars in Afghanistan that go on for decades and don't even end up with a victory. I think our foreign policy would be radically different under the sort of system I envision. We would only engage in wars of self-defense. We wouldn't engage in projects of nation building as happened in Afghanistan. We would get in and we would get out. We would destroy the enemy. It would be a very swift war, and then the war would be over. And there might not even have to be a war in the first place if we had a better foreign policy. Like, we've had terrorism going on for decades. I think one could argue that we should have gone to war with Iran back in 1979 when they took hostages, but we didn't. And then their theocratic regime was allowed to fester for decades, and then they've been they've been getting lots of money from oil and other sources to fund terrorism through proxy groups around the world, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. And it's just been a terrible disaster.
Yeah, but that's more of a leadership issue. It's another one of those things where every country does this kind of thing. And like America right now, you can argue the reason we are losing to China globally, or at least they're about to surpass us, is because they have an authoritarian government. They can control resources and move them around as much as they want. At least we have to have a democracy. I think that's a pretty good bar to be at, or we have a democracy for now, at least. I know Trump is probably going to Trump's not leaving office if he's alive. He's definitely not leaving office. I'm 100% sure about that. But for now, we have still a democracy. That might change in 4 to 8 years, but we'll see. It's just the thing where if we are, what you're suggesting would just have us ran over by the nearest country. I think Canada would probably take us over if we did that. It sucks that's I think like what you're saying is good to strive for. It'd be great to have a world like that. But yeah, I'm just looking at the factors around the globe, the power players, and that model would be so inefficient, it would not even be able to protect freedoms. At that point, we would have no model to protect freedoms. America would never be able to even be self-sufficient. Like I said before, there's a reason these societies have never existed at any scale anywhere. Same thing with communism. Like, they get overtaken by bigger countries that do like some type of coercive policies, and yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with a lot of that. I think that the failures in the backsliding of the U.S. has been because we have gotten away from those free market principles for over 100 years now. So we had, the New Deal was a massive intervention by government in people's lives. So was the Great Society, the Federal Reserve with the printing of fiat currency. And I think if we hadn't had all these things, America would be far stronger.
But America is more prosperous, and there's less poverty, and it's more free today than it was when those things started. Like, the globe right now is more free and more stable than when those things started that you just mentioned.
I would question that. I mean, the 19th century, I think, was largely a period of peace. You didn't have any world wars between the end of the Napoleonic Wars and the start of World War I. That was almost a century. 1815 to 1914, I don't think there were any major world wars as there were in the 20th century when you had the rise of dictatorships.
There were wars inside countries. Like, we were taking land in America. We were fighting wars over land and civil wars. Like, countries were fighting each other at that point. Like the Russia versus like the Ottoman Empire and Great Britain and France and there were wars all throughout. In China, there were wars in 1850s. 1850s everywhere there were wars nonstop. So. We did not have free societies or happy societies. People lived until like 30 around then. There was no world war because there was no world order to have a world war. Once we had more of a world order going into the 1900s, then we had world wars. But we just the 1800s was a very violent time, extremely violent.
Well, that's when there was a skyrocketing in the standard of living. Like, if you look at things like life expectancy. In standard of living, it's like a hockey stick kind of graph because of all the progress in the 19th century, building on the foundation of freedom that was laid in the late 18th century in the Enlightenment. So now I think we've still progressed some. I mean, since the 19th century, obviously things like the internet didn't exist that long ago, but I think the internet might have existed much sooner, and other technologies. Maybe we would have flying cars by now. if we had stayed on that trajectory
No, but
of
that's the thing,
enormous
though.
progress.
But the thing you're saying right now is very ahistorical because, like, back in the 1800s, life expectancy went up probably from maybe 20, 25 to like 30, 35, 40, maybe. In the 1900s, it went from 40 to like 77 by the end. Like we saw much bigger increases under liberalism and the changes that you just said in the 1900s. Like the 1900s saw huge, drastic changes that we did not see anywhere before in human history, like the human inventions, the medical field, pretty much everything. By 2000, people were living until 77 and 80. That was completely new. And they were not expecting to make that much of a strive. And you can say that the 1800s led to what we got in the 1900s, but I would say that 1900s was definitely an improvement on what happened in the 1800s. And the 2000s is probably when we began to backslide, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't know all the numbers, like exactly when the life expectancy, what it was, like what age people lived to in the 19th century on average. But I think that the large increase was in the 19th century, and it continued into the 20th century. Maybe not at the same rate, but I couldn't give you the exact numbers. But I am skeptical that there's been more improvement on that front in the 20th century. I would want to verify that for myself by looking up. I don't know if you had a source in mind that you get that from, but that didn't exactly ring true to my ears when I hear that. But I think that the general underlying principle would support my sort of view that the correlation is more between freedom and prosperity rather than coercion and prosperity. Societies where you have the most coercion, like North Korea or Soviet Russia, where you've got a totalitarian state, these are the societies that have famines where millions of people die, where there's a lack of progress, their technology is way behind. And it makes sense. Like if you're coercion is anti-mind. This is one of the fundamental principles of Ayn Rand's philosophy. Freedom and force are opposites. Force stops people from being able to think, or at least from being able to act on their thinking. If you can't act on your own judgments, if you're not free to act on your mind's own judgment, then you're not going to make progress. Galileo is a famous example. Right? He was confronted by the Catholic Church. He has this heliocentric view of the universe, but the Catholic Church has the geocentric view, and they put him into house arrest. Well, what's going to happen to science, the progress that comes from scientific discovery, if you treat figures like Galileo the way the Catholic Church did?
Well, science progressed a lot quicker once the government facilitated it. Once the government got involved in science, it started progressing a lot quicker. And I think I can answer your question about coercion and like the Soviet Union being not free. There is no free society without coercion either, because if there's no coercion in that society, it cannot survive. It literally cannot survive. There needs to be some level of buy-in where everyone's forced to buy into a certain system. If you're not forced to be in the system, the society deteriorates and falls apart. Like you cannot name one free society anywhere that has zero coercion. That's not a random crypto country that was built in the middle of a random remote location. But there's a reason there's no country ever that maintained freedoms other than liberal democracies with a balance of coercion and freedom, positive and negative freedoms. It just you probably cannot have freedom without having some coercive forces. I don't think we have any examples of even in the 1800s there was still coercion at a mass scale in mercantilism and all the economic forms we saw back then.
Yeah, I don't think freedom is incompatible with coercion. So to the extent there is coercion, I would say it's not a free society. But I don't think retaliatory force counts as coercion in the sense I'm using. At least it's not relevant. Like I do think you can have a society where you've just got a police and a military and a court system, and those institutions, they might use force, but only in retaliation, like to stop. The police will stop rapists and muggers and burglars and murderers from going around society. They'll get them off the streets, throw them in jail. That would be retaliatory force. And then the military would protect the country from foreign aggressors. So,
but if you have optional buy-in, how could they do that? Like if other countries have like coercion for their buy-in, and we have optional buy-in, we would get run over like instantly. So we would just be very unprepared for that kind of situation.
Well, there might have to be a transitional state. I don't know.
That's what Karl Marx said about communism. You're like Karl Marx, but for libertarians or for objectivism. Yeah.
I'm not sure what are you talking. I don't know if you're talking about like his point that there's a progression from feudalism to capitalism to socialism.
The transitionary state. It's like your version of his transitionary state from true socialism, from the bourgeois democracy or whatever, or bourgeois whatever you called it. But yeah, it's very similar in a way because it's like, yeah, I don't know. It just seems.
Well, I do think there's like you can't get to the sort of system I advocate for overnight. That may just be a superficial similarity with Marx. I mean, Marx probably also ate food and drank water. That doesn't mean I have anything fundamentally.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's the same levels of idealism. It's the same levels of like it's not really possible. And you're also saying like you're kind of being able to escape it by saying, well, retaliatory measures are not coercion, or like if a boss hires you and you need that job for, I don't know, healthcare, and that boss gets really big and becomes a monopoly, and now you're forced to work in the meatpacking plants like in the jungle from the 1900s, early 1900s, late 1800s, and it's like, well, that's also coercion in a sense. If you have any economic system, inherently is going to have coercion. So like we would rather pick the coercion that we have and pick the levels and pick how the government's going to use our resources and the fruits of our labor rather than have someone else tell us to do it. Because like my main argument is we need a stable, a strong government by the people that listens to the people, that has representatives that can lead the government in a way that's conducive for the people they represent. And we need to make sure there's not too much power in the hands of few. So we should have a bigger Congress than we have right now. I don't think 435 seats is nearly enough. Bigger Congress. I hate the Senate. The Senate's a terrible institution, in my opinion. Very outdated. So I just have a bigger representative branch, like a parliament, almost. I would actually prefer a parliamentary system where the House would elect like the, prime minister. But yeah, we would have a system like that to protect freedoms. A strong government backed by a system for trade, the economy, military, all the industries, whatever it might be. And we need that system to be beholden to the interests of the people as much as possible. And also, we need that to be in place to hold corporate influences back so that corporate influences cannot become so powerful that they end up restricting our freedoms, whether it's property or speech. Or like Amazon right now is basically a big surveillance state, but it's not technically the government. Amazon's not the government or Google, but they are a surveillance state. So yeah, we need a good balance of all these different powers because, that's the only way we can have a free society is filling the power vacuum. Well, that's my whole point. There's a power vacuum. We got to fill the power vacuum with something. I would say that, Ayn Rand and objectivism or libertarianism, because some libertarians use Ayn Rand as a framework, it does not fill that power vacuum that will be filled by some sort of dictatorship or military power or some type of monopoly of violence. But yeah, that's pretty much my point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there I could argue with, but I won't try to take it all on. I do think there is a very, to just mention one point, I do think there is a clear distinction between retaliatory force and initiated force. And I don't think a society has to have any initiation of force. I think it could be just solely retaliatory force in response to initiated force. But the government, I don't think there's any need for the government to initiate force. It could just have the role of protecting people's rights, which I think means protecting people from physical force. One thing I'm kind of curious about is Ayn Rand makes a big deal about altruism versus egoism, which is kind of getting to a more fundamental ethical issue which underlies politics. And she thinks that a lot of the her political view is founded on an ethical view, an ethics of egoism. And the only way to really argue for her sort of political system is via an ethics of egoism. So if you think, for instance, it's good to be sacrificial, self-sacrificing, like a lot of religions will say, it's good to sacrifice yourself for the sake of others, and they hold up someone like Jesus or Mother Teresa as an example of an altruistic, self-sacrificing person. Well, if you think self-sacrifice is good, then maybe you shouldn't oppose a system that violates your rights and that tramples all over you, that treats you like just a cog in the machine, maybe like the Soviet Union. If you don't fit into the state's 5-year plan, then you can just be dispensed with, versus a system based on an egoistic kind of morality where the proper ethical role of the proper for ethics for a person to follow is one that enhances his own life, his own well-being, his own happiness. So, like, what is the point of living? Is it to serve something beyond yourself, something larger than yourself, the nation or the state or the society? Or is the purpose of life to benefit yourself, to make the most out of your own life, to achieve your own happiness? And I think your answer to that question is going to have big implications for the kind of society, the kind of politics that you support. So I don't know if you want to go down that road at all, but I am kind of curious about, do you think it's bad for people to live for their own sake and pursue their own happiness as their highest ideal? Should that be subordinated to some allegedly higher purpose, such as the so-called common good or the welfare of the race or the state or the nation?
Yeah, so I would always go back to if everyone's working in a very selfish way, and I know egoism can also be altruistic if you deem that to be in your self-interest. I get it's hard to say, because if you say you support egoism, and it doesn't need to mean selfishness, because I'm trying to frame this like I would always say that it benefits everyone to think collectively, because if we don't maintain standards in society where we treat other people well, the world is not going to be on a foundation that could support your own happiness if you can't support other people's happinesses and freedoms as well. So I think it's good to work to serve others, and if you serve others, you live in a safer society. I hate the rugged individualism of America. Everyone goes outside afraid of each other, angry at each other, thinking it's a zero-sum game. I think the competitive attitude has torn apart countries. It becomes nationalism. It becomes very dangerous. Becomes very tribal, because everyone's thinking, I'm going to defend my own self-interest. I'm not going to support the immigrants or the Muslims or the Jewish or the Christians, because I'm not a part of that group, and I have to stay in my in-groups. I don't care about the out-groups. We can't really come together then. So yeah, I would always say it's a good mentality to want to benefit others, but I also think it can be a very selfish endeavor to benefit others as well, because it does create a world that I would prefer to live in. For example, I don't want to be around people who are suffering, so I would be okay with us coming together and helping the homeless, even if it's coerced. I would say, all right, guys, we have to help the homeless, and we're going to vote on this. If it wins the vote, we're going to do a policy that can help them, and then everyone in society can engage. And I also think those measures are necessary for like an actual free market. If you want to have the idealistic free market, you need to act outside yourself and maintain a system, that'll be balanced, and try to remove like systemic barriers for anyone to engage in a free society. Because then removing barriers to freedom for anyone removes barriers to freedom for everyone. That's usually what people say.
Okay, so you said you were opposed to rugged individualism, and you think people helping out others can also be beneficial for yourself. I guess I'm curious to dig into that a bit more. Like I think there's a compatibility. There can be, at least, between helping others and helping yourself. Like any job you might work, you're a clerk at a grocery store. Well, you help people get their food, but at the same time you're earning a paycheck. So you're helping yourself simultaneously to when you're helping others. So it's a win-win kind of transaction. It's not a win-lose where you have to benefit at the cost of someone else. Rather, both of you benefit. Both of you are engaging in a trade. But what is the ultimate purpose? I guess that's what I would ask about. Like, is the purpose of helping others an end in itself? Is it something you do for its own sake, or is it because it benefits you to benefit others? I would say that the reason to help others is because, if there is a reason, it's because it somehow comes back to benefit you. Otherwise, what is the point of it? Why would you do it as an end in itself? It's clear why you would want to benefit yourself.
Well, that would be my political aim. My political aim would be to convince people to see helping others as their own self-interest, because I think it is in my self-interest as well if everyone cares about each other, because then my neighbors are going to be more likely to care about me. We're not going to be fighting each other over resources. We could come to more collective and more proper solutions to problems, rather than just trying to take what's ours and maybe screwing people over when we could easily share resources and prosper. I would definitely look up, I forget how to say it. It's North Korea's ideology. It's called JUCHE. JUCHE. Sorry, JUCHE. I forget the actual pronunciation of it. But like these authoritarian dictatorships, like Russia, North Korea, they preach self-reliance. So they actually believe in like rugged individualism. They believe in extreme protectionism. Do it on our own as a culture, and they perverted that into saying we can allow no outside influences. So sort of like Trump right now with America, saying like we're going to build everything in America, we're going to have everything internal to us. We cannot interact with these globalists or whatever. Usually when leaders start talking like that, they're moving towards a more authoritarian system, and the North Korean ideology that I'm bringing up, it's really interesting because I would say that Republicans, or at least the Republican Party in America, shares a lot of the same rhetoric. And there's like a book that one of the Kim Jong or Kims, one of the Kims, I forget how the names work for the whole family line there. But one of them wrote the book. I think they might have an updated version for Kim Jong Un. I'm not really sure, and his perspective on it. But yeah, it's very, very similar. It's very militaristic, very it's like collectivist, but also individualistic. It's a weird mix. Like usually communism or fascism or authoritarianism has that like third position element. But the rhetoric they use is very similar to like the Republican rugged individualistic language in America. And I think that shows like I don't know, it just seems that when you care too much about the selfish nature of it, or what my group is, whether I'm white or in a religion, I just think it forms too many separate factions in society.
Well, to mention individualism in connection with a place like North Korea, or I don't know if you would include Soviet Russia, it just sounds like a total distortion of what the view actually is. I mean, individualism means individuals are sovereign. They are the most important
thing.
I
agree with you. That's a key point, though. I'm not saying that again, I'm saying that the libertarian, Ayn Rand, objectivism, all those ideologies can be distorted very easily to become the authoritarian. Because look at Trump right now with the Republican Party. He was able to use that rhetoric, and he's probably one of the most authoritarian. He definitely is the most authoritarian president in the past since FDR. Definitely, 100%. And in much worse ways than FDR. He's also going to be, he's using the Alien Insurrection Act or whatever, just like FDR did for the insurrection camps. But yeah, Trump is a huge authoritarian, but he still uses that like individualistic messaging, but he's able to distort it. So I'm saying that these ideas have a higher propensity for being distorted to become systems like over there, or to be perverted into those systems. That's my whole claim about this.
I'm wondering what individualistic messaging you're referring to when you mentioned Trump using it, because I'm not, off the top of my head, I don't know what you might be referring to. I'm kind of curious. Did you have something in mind in particular?
Because just the entire concept of like it justifies these natural hierarchies. Ayn Rand does, where it's like if you're in power, you deserve to be in power because you are better than others by some mechanism. It's not really a monarchy. It's not a theocracy. It's like I don't know what the Ayn Rand version is. I'm sure someone can help me out with this. But it justifies the systemic imbalances in society by just saying like, oh, this person's up there because they deserve it. Or like Trump says, I have good genes. I'm just a genius, when he was just like a trust fund baby that was given free money, and he was never even a billionaire. Like he just lied about that. In America, in much of the same way, many of the billionaires are just straight scam artists. All these people in Trump's administration, in his cabinet, they are all financial fraudsters. They did not make their money through decent means. They have not invented anything. You can argue Musk, maybe. He mostly just moved around financial assets, but Musk is probably the only one that's even somewhat involved in real business managing. Most of them are legitimate like fraudsters who worked with China and Russia on a bunch of like actual slimy business dealing. So it's like they use the language of it's hard to. I have to think about this more thoroughly, but they use the language of individualism and like personal freedom, and they use it to become collective. That transition is very difficult to match onto how they go from individualism to the collective. Yeah, I have to think about that a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I certainly can't think off the top of my head of individualist language of this language I would say is individualistic that Trump uses.
What would you say are some like slogans that you consider to be individualistic then?
Well, like the Declaration of Independence has some kind of important language, like all men are created equal and have rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I think that's a pretty individualistic viewpoint. Not putting some people above others, saying everyone has the same kind of rights. And as I mentioned, that unfortunately they didn't apply that consistently at the beginning because they had slavery, but eventually, fortunately, that abomination was removed, and then that individualistic principle was eventually implemented in practice, at least much more consistently when the rights of blacks were respected. But I think that's a good statement of individualism, not giving some people like innate power over others, like in the Middle Ages where you just had some king that's, because of his bloodline, he has all this power over other people. You don't have that sort of inherited right in America. So I think America is more individualist than that, the prior system of monarchy or feudalism, or collectivism in a place like Soviet Russia, where you have this duty to live for the state and be part of the state's 5-year plan or whatever it is, instead of being able to pursue the kind of career you want, pursue the kind of goals that you want to pursue. You have to be subordinated to the state's goals. It's not your life to live. Rather, you're subordinated to the state's. So I don't know what, maybe there's that Marxist slogan, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. I would say that's kind of an anti-individualist sort of statement, right? You're not able to benefit yourself based on your own abilities. Rather, whatever you're able to produce is siphoned off and given to others. So I guess I've given you two contrasting sorts of examples.
I think it might connect to North Korea would say they need national self-reliance and to disconnect from any other country. They hate any collaboration with outside cultures, and that's like a Trump ideology as well. They're very pro-protectionism. They support their like ethnic nationalism. Right now it's Christian nationalism and also American exceptionalism. When someone would say like you need to be self-sufficient and work hard on your own and have personal responsibility, that would then become like a national thing where it's national self-reliance instead of just like personal self-reliance, but where it's distorted and it ignores the other concept of what matters for freedom. If someone is a wealthy business owner right now and they pollute all of your water and take all of your jobs and put you all into factories that don't pay at all, that person can then come and say, and maybe that person was born into a rich family and they got government contracts to be successful. That person might come in and say, wow, you poor people must not work hard. You just don't have enough personal responsibility like I do. When in reality, those people work much harder than the wealthy owner, but it justifies that wealthy owner's position in society because it's like, okay, we have a natural order. He worked harder than us. He's more successful than us. He's more skilled. And like the natural hierarchies, bestowed upon him this position, he just deserves to be in control of us. So I guess that, these are hard things to connect. I have to think more directly about it because there is a reason that like Donald Trump is probably the most Maoist, collectivist, central planning president we have ever had. Especially with the tariff policy, the crackdown on freedom of speech and even the word diversity being banned, banning books all over the country and keeping books like Mein Kampf. How did the Republican Party, which prized themselves on this like rugged individualism and personal responsibility, so quickly become cult members that were going to, be so pro-authoritarian and want to have a dictator and say we need a king, we hate the Constitution, we hate due process, the king, whatever the king says should go. And now we have people begging for his support. So how does the Republican Party, which prides itself on rugged individualism, then become the party of the blatant authoritarian is probably my biggest thing to think about. But yeah, we've been going on for a while. I want to give you a chance to respond to that, then we can end on something then.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on, by the way. I appreciate it, and as well as the time. I have been on for a while. I would say, it is a good question. Like, how did the Republicans at least gave lip service to things like individualism, yet they're now kind of mindless drones, I would say, in many cases, the MAGA crowd. And Trump will say something like, they would vote for me even if I shot someone on Fifth Avenue. I do think there is a lot of mindless following of whatever Trump's latest whim is. So whatever they might have used to be in the past, they certainly aren't individualists anymore, I would say. And I also don't think things like nationalism or protectionism are individualist sorts of ideologies. I would say they're anti-individualist. People should be free to trade, for instance, with other individuals wherever they happen to be, without any coercion stopping them from doing so, and to set up these arbitrary metrics that have to be met, or quotas or tariffs, where if you're going to do business with someone else, then you have to pay certain tariff tax, just because they happen to be in a certain country. I think that's a total violation of the rights of the individuals who are actually doing the trade. So I wouldn't say these are examples of individualism. I would say these are examples of collectivism, and I do think they fail to work. And maybe I'll just end on this point about, you mentioned like billionaires inheriting wealth. That does happen sometimes, but I do think there are also cases where people become very rich as a result of just having good ideas and having good managerial skills. And they've produced some great product which lots of people want. Like Steve Jobs, he wasn't born rich, but he headed up a company and produced amazing products like the iPhone, and became very wealthy as a result. I think the mind, as opposed to just brute muscle, is the basic source of value of wealth. This is a major theme in Ayn Rand's writings, contrary to the Marxist idea that it's like brute muscular. It's the material conditions that are the fundamental force that shapes society. I think the ideas that people hold are a very important force, and there's a vast difference in productivity based on the power of mind. Like if you have some genius like Isaac Newton, who was able to come up with these universal laws of physics, and then those are embodied, or they're developed in the scientific revolution, and eventually lead to technology in the industrial revolution, and then you get this explosion of wealth. When you combine the scientific revolution with the political revolution of the Enlightenment, the embracing of freedom, particularly in the United States of America, then you had the most prosperous society ever, I would say. So I think if you respect the role of the mind and recognize that the mind needs freedom to function, and you respect that freedom, then you will get progress. And I think history helps to bear that out. I've tried to give some examples in this call, but I'll leave it there for now.
All right, yeah, I guess, the collectivism I'm talking about is more, if you want to compare democratic socialism versus socialism, it's definitely not socialism or authoritarianism. It's always going to be a system where the power is distributed in society. I'd probably favor any system where power is distributed. Anyone who's anti-authoritarian, anti-dictator, I think that's generally a good thing, but I would probably disagree on what the measures are that we need for that. Definitely disagree on the standards of living in the 1800s versus 1900s and how much it grew. I would say it's pretty stark in the contrast of how much better things got in the 1900s. And yeah, the overall, the individualism part is just like, you tell people to work hard, and they think, okay, if I work hard, I'll be successful. They see someone who has tons of money and who can speak well, and they can be easily convinced, like, oh, that person must be, worthy to trust. And I guess I would just say there's some myths involved with these different ideologies, and I would say that I myself care more about personal responsibility than Republicans do. But I'm just more upfront about like what the systemic factors are that I see affecting different people, and I can more realistically see it, and they would view it in a more emotional way, and they're just like mad at other people. They don't really care about the power systems in society or whatever. But yeah, thanks for the call. I hope to see you on the channel. Have a great night, man.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You guys are terrible. I hate everyone in chat except people that like me. The algorithm's not working tonight, and it's really hurting my feelings. It's really hurting my feelings. Hurting my feelings, dude. What the heck? Why is the algorithm not working tonight? Let me see how Tom Fullery's doing. Now, you look at Pisco's channel. Pisco's gonna do good because he has a very reliable viewer base, okay? Very reliable viewer base for Pisco. He has Twitch and YouTube. He was on Tim Pool, obviously, and he was friends with Destiny. He has people who watch streams all the time. Now, YouTube Shorts is a little bit harder. So if I look at Tomfoolery, where you're looking for engagements, yeah, Tomfoolery only has 40 total viewers on only the YouTube Shorts. Oh no, he has a regular stream up, regular stream, but he only has 39 viewers. Every channel I've seen that streams, other than the big ones, have lost their ability to grow and reach outside of their current audience. So like right now, my impressions right now would be, 500 people on YouTube Shorts would be shown my video. Right now I have 500. Usually it would be like 5,000. An hour into a stream, I would be shown to at least like 5,000 to 10,000 people to see if they want to watch the video. But right now I have 500 that saw the video. So 60 are watching on YouTube Shorts, 60. Whereas if we had 3,000 people who are shown the video, we probably have like 200 or 300 watching. So not much I could do there. Nice. True. Okay. I might try this a little bit later on tonight. It's pretty dead. I'm not gonna get any callers doing this. Fist fight Asmongold in a Bucky's bathroom. People are exhausted. That is true. A lot of viewers from the channels. Hi Caveman, by the way. Again, hi Sliver. Caveman hasn't been around for a while. But yeah, there was that a few weeks after the election, I was growing probably 200 subscribers per day. But it is true that everyone's burnt out. The Discord is a lot less active as well, so there's tons of stuff going on and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you still want to give me a pick me up, Jolah Politics on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, or through the coffee link, really appreciate kind words and donations to help me do bullshit like I do on here, all the bullshit I do. Maybe I'll try streaming tomorrow morning or later on tonight. I'll just take a little break and hop on. I'll take a little break off here and hop on in a little bit, see if the stream works. But yeah, nothing I can really do, man. We're not going to get callers. I can't really have a show with no callers. We cannot have a show. We cannot have a show with 0 callers. So, you know what I'm saying? No show with 0 callers.
You're a fucking fag and you know it. Hey, it's me again. I'm just wondering, why do y'all hate Donald J. Trump so much?
Bro, the way they talk about Donald Trump is so pathetic. I would never call into a stream talking about, why do you hate Barack Obama so much? Why do you hate Joe Biden so much? Why do you hate Bernie Sanders so much? Because I care about actual issues and policies that affect people. I'm not just here to be a fanboy. I'm not just a fanboy. Why do you hate Donald J. Trump so much? Bro, go kiss him. Go date him. I know you want that. You think he's attractive in a weird homoerotic way. But I care about policies that can help people. I don't care about your little celebrity battles. You're watching reality TV shows. I'm watching people's reality. And we're talking about vets losing healthcare. We're talking about poor people. We're talking about old people losing healthcare, Social Security. We're talking about attacks on unions. We're talking about real shit. We're talking about people dying. We're talking about constant strikes in Yemen that we're paying for, and strikes in Palestine that we're paying for. We're talking about real world issues. And people call in here saying, why do you talk about Donald J. Trump?
Hey, it's me again. I'm just wondering, why do y'all hate Donald J. Trump so much when he is doing so much for his country?
Bro, you're a fanboy. You're a fan. You're a fan. You're a fan. Just like Kendrick said, you're a fan. You're just a fan. You're a fan. You're a fan. He's doing so much. He is Mr. Superhero. He is powerful. He's the all-powerful. Dude, he's not God. Stop treating Trump like he's the almighty or above the almighty. He's not God.
Only in the 4 years that he's been in office, again, way more than the Democratic Party.
New donation
ever
from Kelly R.
The Democratic Party
$10
wanted
Keyshawn is
to
afraid
take
to call
funds
and
from
debate.
us American citizens,
Keyshawn D won't stand up for his crazy
Donald
ideas.
J. Trump wants
Thank
to put
you.
that money back in our pocket.
Donald J. Trump wants to put the money back in our pockets as he's increasing our taxes through tariffs, and he probably thinks tariffs are paid by the other country. And as, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever.
So, why do y'all hate Trump so much. He's trying to help us, and he's doing a great job at it. Would y'all rather Biden or Kamala Harris fucking screw over the United States and the American citizens and allow all this illegal immigrants to flood our country and destroy it?
And destroy it. Bro, the country is destroyed, bro. The country is destroyed. Entire cities are burned down. Portland, Oregon is not even there anymore, bro. Portland, Oregon is not there. Portland's gone because of Antifa. It's been gone for years. It just disappeared. It just disappeared. The whole city burned down. Kenosha, gone. Minneapolis, gone. New York City, gone. Gone. America's gone. America, dude, you can't walk outside without being killed by an illegal gang member. That's happening, bro. That's a thing that's happening.
Y'all are stupid.
Thank you.
And
see, if I call him stupid, they're gonna call me condescending because I actually know the shit I'm talking about. But he can call us stupid, and nothing happens. No one calls him any mean words. He can just call us stupid, but everyone knows that he's stupid, so he's allowed to call us stupid. You know how it works?
Y'all have no sense at all.
No sense. No pennies.
Go fuck yourself and have a great day.
Hell yeah, brother. By the way, that's called being a diva. If you talk like that, you're being a diva. Divas talk like that. That's how divas talk. Divas. Divas. Emotional rants. Divas. You are ranting. Girl, if you don't, like, seriously, you are literally talking like a 12-year-old. Like a girl having like a preteen feud in middle school about your first boyfriend. Like you literally sound like that. How dare you talk about Donald J. Trump so much? You hate him so much. You know what he's doing for this country? He's doing so much for this country. And only in the 4 years he's been in office, way more than the Democratic Party. Way more than the Democratic Party. Everyone wanted to take funds from us. Why do you hate Trump so much? He's trying to help us. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. Why do you hate Donald J. Trump so much? John Trump, JT, DJT. How dare you? Yeah, girly pop. Thank you so much for the $10, by the way. And you're right. They are afraid to debate. They are afraid. They're just fully authoritarian guys. Exactly. Thank you. Or commit to calling for the next stream. Kashan. If there's a live stream tomorrow, I will call in. There might be. I'm kind of busy tomorrow, but I can possibly stream tomorrow. He's crashing the market and doing insider trading. That is very true. Envy, cite your sources. Who's Envy? Is that a person here? He's going full libtard on us. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. I hope it becomes cool to not be a dumbass again. You know, it should be cool to be a good guy. I'm not even going to talk about trans issues anymore. I'm just going to say be a good guy. Just be a good guy. Be a cool dude. Why are you so uptight? Why are you so uptight right now? You know, we could talk about anyone. Veterans, homeless. We could talk about jobs, unions, healthcare. We could talk about, anything. But you want to talk about pronouns, not policy. Pronouns. Just be a cool guy. Just respect people. Just respect people. Be a cool guy. Be chill. We can talk about trade. We can talk about manufacturing. We could talk about solar panels. We could talk about gas, oil. We could talk about anything. Coal mining. We could have a conversation. But you want to talk about pronouns, not policy. Never policy. You want to talk about pronouns. With all the problems in the world, we have this beautiful country to make better. You wake up, grit your teeth. The first thing you do is think about pronouns. You think about pronouns. The first thing you do when you wake up, first thing, your fist is like the Hey Arnold fist or whatever, where it's like at your side, you're ready to, your fist is all ready to go. And it's like, where's that meme at? Like you wake up and think about pronouns, bro. This is you every day. You wake up in the morning, you're like, wow, bro. The pronouns. The pronouns really got me mad. I think about pronouns every day. You guys should stop talking about these trans issues and It's like, bro, you talk about the trans people. You talk about the pronouns. You're making yourself mad. It's like Pokemon. You're hurting yourself in your own confusion. You're confusing yourself and hurting yourself. Stop complaining. You talk about trans issues, you know, people that make up 1% of the population more than anything else. Talk about something else. I'm sure you have other things going on. I'm sure you have other issues. Talk about them. Prove you're not just a sheep, a sheeple. Prove you have independent thought. Talk about your life, brother. Talk about problems affecting you. And if you bring up trans people or immigrants, you got to find some problems, bro. You must have a good old life. If you're talking about trans people and immigrants all the damn time, you must have a good old life. Nothing to talk about. Apparently nothing to talk about. Or nothing that you think you can actually control, so you gave up on it. Maybe focus on cleaning up your own room instead of punching down on people. Let's come together and fix some issues together. Go at the powerful that are controlling us and manipulating our society to work for them and not work for us. But no, you want to talk about pronouns and trans people and immigrants and talk about the pronouns. Talk about pronouns. Go follow the trap that the ultra wealthy set for you every single time. You are following it. Your little wind-up toy. You'll follow the toy when they throw it for you. You're like a puppy playing fetch. You'll bring back that bone every single time, and you'll say, "Thank you, Mr. Trump. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for taxing us more through tariffs and cutting taxes for the ultra wealthy. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for doing so much for me by helping you feel less offended." All Trump has done for you is make you feel less offended because you're offended by liberals and pronouns and trans people and immigrants. You just feel less offended because of Donald Trump. Can we please get to the actual issues? All right. I had to go full liberal on him. Chad is so triggered. It's policy to let trans people in sports. Hey, buddy. You have an easy life if that's your biggest concern. Very easy life. And we probably all agree you could put rules in place for trans people in competitive sports in high school and college. But your obsession with this issue makes me think you are trans and you're scared to admit it. Scared of less than 0.5% of the population. True. Mr. Baker told a Senate committee in December there were less than 10 transgender less than 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. Let's talk about it for another 250 days. Another 5 years. Let's talk about that, bro. Oh no, there's trans people in a freaking pool tournament, bro. In pool. Did you guys see that on Fox News when they were having a breakdown over a pool tournament with trans people in it? Like pool. Like the sport pool with a pool table. Like, I'm sorry, but I did not know there was an extreme cause for safety concern with a pool table. You're talking about pool. You're talking about a pool table and trans people. What the hell? You're thinking about the wrong sticks and balls, brother. Daddy Trump. You're obviously not very smart if you think that all Trump is doing is bad. He is getting real shit done, actual shit, not all the Biden-Harris administration. Listen, buddy. Listen. I'm not smart. But I do use Google. And that puts me above you. I'm praying for you. Good MAGA soldier. Another commie crap brain dead dickhead. Wow. Enticing. Just showing how leftists are dumb for believing that crap. I just respect people, you know? You just believe you know everything. That's the issue. Like, American conservatives believe they're experts on every single topic. I have heard such bullshit from people I grew up with, bro, that they knew nothing about. I heard, like, American conservatives will talk about anything as if they're some type of authority. Confidently. I know so many people growing up who talked about all these conspiracy theories. And they were like, yeah, bro, I understand everything about the space shuttle to the moon. It's like, so confident. They're going to crash the dollar, and then there won't be any more American dream, just a handful of oligarchs. Well, we're already going there. That's one reason I was thinking about running for something low-key, high-key, whatever the key is. Because, like, if we don't successfully push back against this next few years, like, they're going to install the full China-style surveillance state. They already talked about it. The AI watching us, and like Elon Musk talked about replacing our teachers with AI to teach our kids. It's like, bro, just like pay the teachers. Medium key. Google on political topics like on their behalf. You know what? DuckDuckGo. Don't use Google. Use DuckDuckGo, because I know you probably think Google is propaganda. I'm not a conservative. I'm an ANCAP. Well, you should have told me that. I don't want to make fun of your disability. Jesus. You're an ANCAP. You're no ANCAP, bro. You're an ANCAP crying about trans people in sports. ANCAP. Okay. Like, come on, bro. The tax cut is going to cost a lot more now that Treasury bond rate has gone up. On whatever Gotham needs me to be. Jeez, I got my money on robots. Well, once they have robots, they're killing us, bro. I don't know why anyone thinks that they're going to keep us around when the robots can do all the jobs. We're talking about a universal basic income, bro. Americans still don't know that they pay for the tariffs. Americans still don't know that importers pay for the tariffs. And you think we're going to have a society where robots are going to come and we're going to get a paycheck from it? Are you kidding me? We're going to be in the mines. We're going to be down in the mines, bro. You were wrong about the Trump deportations. I'm 100% right. Everything I've ever said about Trump's deportations is 100% factual based. And I have the Supreme Court on my side now, dumbass. Dumbass. You dumb butt. Yeah, people watch. Drop a like on the stream. Drop a like on the stream. Someone can call in. Someone could. Someone can. I don't like Kamala because she went back on a lot of things. Bro, Trump went back on himself 50 times this week alone. He went back on the tariffs and back on the tariffs and back off the tariffs and back on the dollar being weak and being strong and back off, bonds mattering and not mattering. Like, Trump has changed his entire position on everything this week like 50,000 times alone. There's no world in which Donald Trump is not more corrupt. He's not more conniving than any other politician. He's the most corrupt politician that we've seen in our lifetimes, by far. Thoughts on Trump's war on penguins? I think he's going to lose. He's not going to penguin that one. Funny. The Trump admin is trying to say the ruling backed up the district court couldn't tell Trump to bring the guy back. Yeah, they used the one word, shifting. Well, they directly violated the other court order about giving updates or whatever, right? Or they're going to violate that one. There's another one, another court order they did violate that I have to look up. But, wait, you got what do you mean you got Panama Canal back? Who got the damn Panama Canal back? Who do you think got the Panama Canal? What do you think's happening down there? BlackRock got it? Actually, the sale of BlackRock is actually shutting down. Deporting someone to a foreign prison. 34 convictions, but leader is never corrupt as everyone else. That is a really interesting thing about Trump. He convinced everyone he never did a crime. It's like he did crimes in his private life and like corruption and all that kind of shit. And it's like no one ever looks at the information of the case and says, yeah, this guy's not guilty. And they just go off of Donald Trump's recollection, his retelling of it. Trump just talks to them and they're like, yeah, this guy can't be guilty because he's my daddy. It's like that one meme where it's like, what's that meme that says, the meme text message where it says, the meme where it's like, don't worry, kitten. Meme text message, don't worry, kitten. This one. Oh, it's the actual it's the actual meme. Like, this meme is literally Trump to a T. What's going on with your criminal case? Don't worry, kitten. Okay, yay. What's going on with your felonies? They rigged it against me. Okay, yay. What's going on with the economy? Don't worry, they pay for the tariffs. Okay, yay. You guys are in an abusive relationship with an old man. Trump University. Thanks for hanging out, Chad. Women can't compete with men. Yeah, they can. We do tons of co-ed sports. High key. High key. Tell the truth. Hi, Devin. James Stern. No, SCOTUS upheld Trump deporting the college kids that every liberal move. Okay. That's bad, even if it was legal. It's still terrible that they're using facial recognition and social media scanning to determine who is anti-Semitic, aka anti-Israel, and they're spending our tax dollars to take away visas from people who are here legally to deport them for no reason other than their speech. If you're pro that, you're anti-American. You're anti-American if you're pro them doing that. And you really don't care about, like, what are they using my tax dollars for? You don't give a shit. Women destroy men in ultramarathons. See, women have a biological advantage to men. United States of Israel. No, I love Israel. I would never say anything anti-Israel. I'm way too scared to say anything anti-Israel. I do think it's really bad that they are suppressing the voice of Jewish students. Yeah. He literally struck down the bipartisan border security bill because it was going to give Democrats a win. So he decides to fake it or to take it and make the southern states less safe. Well, yeah, it's all about politics. Most people that complain about immigration have never even interacted with an immigrant. And you can tell this by all the stats. Those who live in cities around immigrants in sanctuary cities are very pro-immigrant. The people in sanctuary cities are pro-immigrant, but people who never visit cities are anti-immigrant. People from all white communities in the middle of a suburb or rural area are anti-immigrant, but people that are actually in a multicultural area love immigration. They love it because they know immigrants and they know immigrants are great people. And you'll be like, no, they aren't great people because they do crimes. No, you can bring up one story of one immigrant doing a crime, but if you think one immigrant doing a crime means all immigrants do crime, then you just don't like immigrants, brother. There are no good or bad immigrants to you. It's just how it is, and that's okay. We're all allowed to be stupid in our own ways, and I support you being stupid. I support you! Oh, lame, you still unemployed. I am unemployed. That's why I need people to donate to Jolah Politics on Cash App or PayPal or Venmo. Dumbass. I'm broke.
Hello.
Hi, this is Jolah Politics on YouTube. What's up?
Hey, I'm trying to get a hold of you to talk to you.
Hell yeah, let's talk. You're on the stream now.
Hey, how's it going, buddy? So I'm not super familiar with your channel, but just broadly, it says Trump is bad across the banner. So just wanted to first get your thoughts and give me a brief synopsis of why you think that, and I'll see if I can rebut maybe a couple things.
So the tariffs are the biggest tax increase in America since the 1950s. Definitely the biggest tax increase ever done by one person in American history. But yeah, that's really bad for the economy. I mean, that's the policy. We'll see that if they keep these policies in place, yeah.
Okay.
With the tariffs. I mean, that's what they are. It's an import tax.
I don't think that they're meant to be sweeping and permanent, right? I think we both agree that they're not meant to be sweeping and permanent.
If they're not sweeping or permanent, they wouldn't have any effect on anything then, though. Or what do you think they're for?
Right. I think the purpose largely is the uncertainty. I think the uncertainty is kind of necessary. Otherwise, it's not really a negotiation tool, is it? If you know that they're not going to be permanent, or they are going to be permanent, then you don't really have that as a tool, which is largely what it's being used for. And okay, so I'll say it's like nuanced, right? So for the case of like the EU and probably even Canada and Mexico, it's mostly a negotiation tool. When it comes to like the China tariffs, for example, though, that is certainly being used to restructure the global trade order. So I think it's multi-purpose.
Okay. I would say that there's zero proof any of that is happening. There's zero reason to negotiate with Canada or Mexico. It's a bad negotiation tactic. It's having the American dollar is being weakened right now. We are losing investors. People are losing faith in America as a concept because of our shaky leadership. The uncertainty is terrible for negotiations as well. It's putting us in a...
That was already
No,
happening.
it was not happening nearly as much as it is now. Uncertainty is terrible. The investors are going to flee from America to other countries now because America is so unstable with our economic policy. It's terrible at all to have these kinds of disruptions in the market. And you can have negotiations for trade deals without doing what Trump's doing right now. And Trump did that his first term with the USMCA. There's no reason, like nothing happening right now means...
What were the repercussions? Because we saw these tariffs in the first term, and if they were so bad, why weren't they?
No, we did not see these
pulled back
tariffs.
by the-
We did not see these tariffs.
We didn't see these. We saw a sample. We saw a sample of it. Why weren't they repealed?
Okay, so those were targeted tariffs, which
By
is the
the
one way
next
people say they
administration.
can be used because they're targeted tariffs. These tariffs are on probably, I'm guessing those tariffs are on like a couple $1 billion in goods. These are probably on 500 or like a multi-trillion dollars in goods, I assume. So
Right.
this is like 1 million. It's probably actually 1,000 times larger than the scope of the last tariffs. These are across the board. Every single country exactly the same, which is insane. Why are we taxing coffee at the same price as we're coughing? Coffee. We're taxing coffee at the same price we're tariffing everything else. It makes zero sense at all. Like nothing right now makes any sense.
Well, let's also not just think about tariffs from a purely economic point of view, because I don't think that's the whole story here. You know what I mean? So I'm sure you've definitely heard people say that, like, so it's not just an economic issue, it's also a national security issue, this trade and manufacturing problem that we're experiencing in the United States. The fact that we don't have our own domestic production that can sustain itself in terms of like steel and, building ships, critical infrastructure, definitely rare earth minerals. Like these things are vital for national security as well. So it's important to understand it from all the lenses, right?
Oh, I know. I am pretty well versed in policy. I do policy work. I know a lot about this stuff. And yeah, if we want to bring back manufacturing, we should do what Biden did with the CHIPS Act, where we subsidize that manufacturing in America and target different industries that could be good for national security. The tariffs that Trump's doing right now is going to make us have less manufacturing, less investment. Companies are going to pause their projects if he keeps these in place. And
Why
again,
do you think that we're going to have less manufacturing?
Because it's going to be more expensive to do manufacturing. It'll be more expensive to build factories. It takes 3 to 5 years to build a factory. It takes around 10 years to move entire supply chains. So throughout that process,
part of that is also regulations. So it's multi. This isn't
okay. So even if
only
we
policy
cut
taking place, right? So this is like tariffs in a vacuum.
if we even cut regulations in 1/10,
lower regulation, right?
The issue, no. Even with lower regulation, buying property for this, having workers to build the property, having the blueprints for what you want to actually make at these factories, building that also takes a long time. Then you have to staff that. Then you have to talk about the entire supply chain in America, and you have to be able to resource the materials you need. So like, there's a lot of things that we build that we need to have some type of global trade relationship with, especially Canada and Mexico. Fighting with them makes zero sense in any realm for any reason at all. Fighting with the EU makes no sense at all. Fighting with places like Vietnam or Taiwan makes zero sense at all. Just none of this makes any sense. And if you're going to have policies where you change it every single day, no one's going to invest in America because they don't know if Trump's going to wake up with a temper tantrum tomorrow and turn them on or off or decrease them or increase them. Investors want long-term stability. They want to know what's the plan for the next 5 years so I can make a 5 to 10 year investment. It's not going to, like, whatever Trump's doing right now is going to break for anyone. Like, why would someone spend money in America if the president's going to change the taxes
Do you think we've had that
every single day?
in America? You think we've been very stable?
I'm saying we're becoming. If you think we were not stable, I'm talking about the tariffs. The tariffs are destabilizing America right now. Objectively,
No.
you can look at
Okay,
a currency.
I hear
you
you,
can look at the
but I'm
bonds.
saying prior. Let's talk about prior to tariffs, though, right?
Okay, the tariffs are making things worse.
Because-
That's the big conversation here. If Trump was doing something to make it better, we could talk about that. But the tariffs are making this situation
But we don't
far
know
worse.
that they're making it worse. You're
I
speculating.
know for a fact they're making it worse. Yes, because they are taxing the
You're
American people,
speculating.
and they result in no positive
Well,
outcomes.
where's the increase? If you're saying it's a tax, but where have we seen the increase right now?
they're not in full effect for every single good, and companies have bought in bulk to avoid the tariffs. Hopefully Trump will reverse them. But if you have a 10% tariff on every import plus 145% from China, then we're going to see prices skyrocketing for pretty much every single thing people buy: shoes, any type of
what
clothing,
about,
cars.
okay, so what do you say about everyone else doing tariffs on us?
Well, the tariffs that any other
what
countries
about the
do on
tariffs
us
on
is
our
probably
goods?
1/10 of what we're doing to them. And it's for very targeted goods. They could pick industries and protect them. So like American beef, for example, American beef is terrible, chemical polluted, weird hormones in it. They might say, hey, we don't want your beef. They might tariff that. Targeted tariffs are different. And if you have a problem with those, you could talk to those countries and make a new trade deal. There's no reason to tank our economy and tax the American people. And you could say, I don't see the cost increases yet. You will, and we'll be paying the tax, and we'll have a huge tax increase from it. And businesses will pass at least a majority of those costs down to us. It's just like it just makes no sense.
Okay, I would like to ask you, what would your answer be to the trade deficits that we see between the United States and everyone else?
Trade deficits
Because we're
don't
a
really
consumer
matter.
culture. That's not good. Trade. Okay. So
that's
I
a different
understand that
question.
they don't matter. They matter. They matter to an extent for the U.S. dollar specifically. And everyone pretty much that knows anything would agree that it's actually necessary for us to some extent have a trade deficit, right? We have to.
Well, if
Because
you
that's
are
the
a rich
nature of the
country
dollar
buying from a
being the
poor
reserve
country,
currency.
well, we're rich. We're a rich country. If we'd be a poorer country,
Yeah.
it'd be easier. But we're a rich country buying from poor countries, so we'll have a trade deficit. Countries with trade deficits make more money typically. We're better off because we have a trade deficit. It's usually a good thing. We have a trade
Well, we
surplus
need
with
them
like
to have our
Australia.
dollars. We need them to have our dollars. So how do we give them our dollars? We buy stuff from them.
Okay,
like
global
us being
finances
the
is a lot more
reserve
complicated
currency.
than this policy being bad, and we're actually losing strength in the dollar as well from from the tariffs, and people are fleeing from American investments. Our bond market's going
that
crazy right now.
started-
People are losing confidence in America.
A lot of that started actually with the sanctions on Russia. That was pretty bad. That you see the growth of like BRICS after that. Once people realize, oh, like if the U.S. is upset about something we're doing, they'll just stop letting us use their currency.
Well, that's been the case
that
for a long
already
time.
created a level of uncertainty.
That's different from the tariffs, though. Like, okay, so the tariffs are bad because we're fighting our allies for no
They're
reason.
different, yeah. But
Canada and Mexico at 25% is insane. There's zero reason at all to fight Canada and Mexico. We need them for national security, too. We cannot have Canada and Mexico hating us for national security purposes. They have a lot of resources, a lot of workers.
well, what are
that
they
can help
doing
us a
for our
lot.
national security prior to the tariffs? What are they doing? Mexico
fact we
specifically
have-
allowed everyone to run through into the United States, which I don't think is a good thing.
Well, Mexico has done a lot of investment to help stem the flow of illegal migration, but also like Mexico with the supply chains and our production through Mexico and Canada provide a solid foundation if all of our economies can connect through trade deals like the USMCA to benefit each other. It's good to have those because we're connected by land to have that production here. It's really good to have that, but there's no reason to be fighting them or to be fighting Australia or to be fighting, like I said before, the EU. The fact we're fighting them, none of this makes any sense. Even with China, like the tariffs at 145% really do not make any sense for American purposes either. If you want to say like some industries are good for national security,
I think we should
you would
be
pick those industries.
contesting China with everything that we have, to be honest.
That is not
economically.
attacking China, though. Attacking China would be encouraging our own production. Attacking China would be restructuring trade agreements with other countries, like the TPP that
I think
Obama did that
discouraging
Trump
people
left.
from importing from China is a great thing.
But we're not. They're just going to route it through
How else do
other
we do that?
countries. We need trade deals with other countries that are not China to isolate China. We are not isolating China right now. If anything, we're pissing off every country in the world. The EU, Canada, and Mexico are making historical deals with China now because America's pushing all of our allies away because we're talking about invading them. So they're going to China. We're helping China right now.
We're talking about invading who?
We're talking about invading Greenland and Canada and Panama constantly. And owning Palestine as a resort, or owning the Gaza Strip as a 5-star resort.
Did we say own or did we say develop?
Both. Trump has said both multiple times. They're both the same thing. He said it's a piece of real estate. He said it's a good piece of real estate, and they have to clean it up.
That's
like
hard.
it's insane, dude.
That's hard. Yeah, that's hard. Yeah, this is really it's a hard situation that we're in right now, bud, with the political candidates that were given. So I'm not going to say that Trump is the best thing. Like, you'll hear a lot of people say that he's like the savior of America. And I truly don't think he's the worst thing for America, but I just think the alternative is just like, who did we have? Like, we had Kamala Harris, right? But the problem with Kamala Harris is we didn't really know what that meant, you know? Like, nobody really knows what that means for Kamala Harris to be president, because truthfully, Kamala Harris was never on the ballot. It was the giant political machine that stood behind Kamala Harris. And I think that that's worse in a way, right?
Well, Trump is a political machine too, and if anything, he has a lot less reputable people, a lot of fraudsters, a lot of con artists and billionaires that are just in his staff because they donated to him. Like Elon Musk gave him $300 million and became like one of the co-presidents. So that is pretty bad. But like Kamala Harris's policies on paper were a million times better than Trump.
Buddy. Come on.
Kamala Harris's policies were way better than Trump's policies on paper for the campaign. Like 100% better.
Yeah, but you have no reason to trust anything Kamala Harris says.
I have the Chips and Science Act. I have the Inflation Reduction Act. I have the infrastructure plan that was passed under Biden. I have the fact that they would not be saying we need to take Gaza as real estate, or they would not start a massive trade war with zero plan with the entire world and crash our markets, and make everyone lose confidence in America as a project and turn to China. I know they would not have done that, and they would have helped to encourage, like Biden increased American manufacturing more than any president since Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but no one really cared because he didn't campaign well and he was about to die on the campaign trail. So,
well, it's also because Joe Biden was never president, and I think everyone knows that. That's also
Donald Trump is making zero plans right now. Donald Trump, they asked him about like the Alien Enemies Act. He said, "Oh, I don't even know if I signed that or not." And they were deporting people unlawfully. Like Trump has no idea what's going on right now. He was walking into a plane today and he couldn't even fit his umbrella through the door. He looked like he saw an alien when he saw the umbrella not fit through the plane door.
Are we pretending like those are the same thing, Joe Biden?
I'm saying that if you think Joe Biden is a puppet and Trump's not,
coherence?
you're biased. If you think one is a puppet and the other one's not, you're biased. And anyways, when you vote for a president, you're voting for the entire administration. You're voting for the whole administration anyway. It doesn't matter who the president is. It matters who the administration is, who is working in the cabinet.
Correct.
Biden's cabinet is an
Correct.
all-star team compared to Trump's. That's the issue.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're not single issue then. So other than tariffs, what are your other grievances?
Well, when they asked Trump if he had a healthcare plan, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." He still only has concepts, which is, I think, really bad if we're going to accept a president with zero healthcare plan.
Do you expect every president to have a plan on every policy?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, he's not in he's not there for Make-A-Wish. He's there to be president. He should have an idea of what healthcare means, though.
Yeah. Yeah, but you want him to have a whole sweeping healthcare plan? Has every president historically had a sweeping healthcare plan?
They usually have a plan in general. He doesn't even have a plan, let alone a sweeping plan.
Well, come on. He has a concept of a plan. Let's cut him some slack.
He does have a concept. He does have a concept. That is true. It is a concept.
Come on.
For sure.
Let him have it. Let him have it. He's got a concept.
But yeah, I mean.
Well, can we talk about the other big elephant in the room, which would be Doge? I would like to hear your grievances about Doge.
Doge has literally done nothing except cut people from the government who are like working in the VA and stuff like that.
They've done nothing but cut.
Yeah, just
VA
firing
workers?
federal workers. They just fired federal workers. That's all they really did. They did not detect any waste, fraud, or abuse. They did not do any of that.
So, okay. So I'm interested on why you think that they haven't done what they said and have shown that they've done.
They haven't shown that they've done anything. Musk has lied about Social Security numbers. He's lied about like people getting paid on Social Security who are like 200 years old, or kids getting or unborn kids getting paid or whatever. Like he's lied his ass off about pretty much. Actually, he lied his ass off about literally everything. They never found waste, fraud, or abuse.
Exist. We don't think that Social Security fraud exists.
No, the head of the Social Security agency appointed by Trump literally confirmed no payments are going out to anyone above the age of like 110 or whatever.
Okay, that's not what he said. He never said there were Social Security payments going out to people who. He said there were active Social Security numbers. That's different.
They were not
Because
getting
people with active
payments.
Social
There was no
Security
fraud.
number can still pull social benefits.
They knew
outside
about
of
those
Social
numbers.
Security.
Okay, they were not pulling benefits out of it. That's the thing. Musk lied about that. There's no waste, fraud, or
Well, he
abuse
never
found
even
there.
said they were pulling benefits out of it. He just
Yeah,
said that
he
there
never
were
said
active
anything.
Social Security numbers.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't. That means nothing. He found no waste, fraud, or abuse. Yeah. He found things
Well,
he doesn't
what can you do
like.
with an active Social Security number? There's
Did
a
he prove
plethora of
that
things
there
you
was
can do with
anything
active
being
Social
done?
Security numbers.
Did he prove that there was
Well-
anything being done? I thought he found waste, fraud, or abuse, not just like random numbers that no one was using.
Well, there's also the USAID.
USAID
as a whole.
killing the entire USAID is insane. USAID is very
I
beneficial
think
for
we
the US
should.
globally.
There's a certain point where something just becomes so, like a limb, for example, right? If you get a scratch or if you get like a giant gash on your arm, you go and you make a repair
This is
to
so
that.
cringe.
Right?
Oh, it's so cringe. No, this is so stupid. There's a reason
Hey,
you need to use
dude.
other examples like an arm being cut versus actually talking about the policy. USAID helped us immensely in Africa with global international development. Helped stem
In what way?
the
In what way
stem
is
the
that our
beginning
responsibility? Also,
stem the beginning of pandemics globally. It helped us with trade deals. It helped us avoid wars in different regions. It helps us have influence throughout the world without having to fire a shot. It helps American soft power. It helps independent journalism in
Just
authoritarian
because we have
countries.
influence doesn't mean that influence is good. I think you're operating
Yeah,
on a
you
lot
can
of
disagree
presumptions
with
here.
some parts of it, but you should not kill the entire agency like China wants. China celebrated when we got rid of USAID. That was a huge thing on China's wish list. Is for us to kill
I know
that
because they have their
program.
whole Belt and Road initiative that
Yeah,
is
and we helped
basically their
them.
USAID.
We help them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're replicating our programs and stealing our influence globally. China is taking over because of Trump and because of Musk. You would never kill
agree you shouldn't
USAID
create a
in
vacuum like that.
America. Like, there's no reason to kill USAID. They just brought up like a trans parade because they know conservatives get really offended and start peeing themselves when they talk about like gay people. So like that's all they brought up to kill USAID. They brought up no waste, fraud, or abuse or whatever.
I think those are bad things. I don't think I think if a single dollar is spent on something like that, I think that's not the role of the U.S. government. It's certainly not the job of the U.S. taxpayer to fund that.
Okay, you could change the law or do it differently. You shouldn't kill all of USAID. And like, if you're a freedom, like the issue with that is, so we support like media,
And I
independent
also
journalism,
just don't think
in
we
like
need to be
authoritarian
spreading our
countries.
influence and promoting infrastructure
Okay,
globally.
then learn
when
how
we
to
have
speak
such
Chinese.
poor
Learn how to
infrastructure
speak
here.
Chinese. Learn how to speak Chinese. We should be fixing our infrastructure, but we can't tax the rich to do it. But Biden actually passed an infrastructure bill. Biden never passed an infrastructure bill. But if you want to stop influencing the globe, learn how to speak Chinese. Have fun.
Oh no. Well, look, it's difficult because like, are we
We'll speak
in a
American.
place
They'll speak
ourselves
Chinese.
where we can be
English and Mandarin are gone. We're speaking English and Chinese, or American and Chinese.
American and Chinese?
Yep.
I could see a benefit in learning Mandarin for that purpose.
Yeah, because they're gonna overtake us with Trump in charge. So
You think so?
globally, if Trump continues these policies for another 4 years without Congress stepping in,
You think China would
100%,
sweep Europe?
100%, China's gonna take over as a global power because of Trump. Yeah, because Trump is so bad as a president. Yeah.
I think they currently are a global power.
Yeah, but they're gonna
I
win
think
now.
largely, if you look at the influence that they have within the United States, it already shows they already have the silent upper hand. You know what I mean? I think in promoting a lot of these like ideologies that we promote in America, a lot of that is probably stemming from outside of America, to be honest.
Well, China and
And
Russia
it's
helped
pouring
Trump
in.
win for a reason. They supported propaganda to help Trump win because they wanted Trump in charge because they knew Trump was a terrible leader from the first term too. And he's like a dumbass reality TV star that pretended to be a businessman on TV. So it's whatever.
I think it's better to have a candidate in which you at least know what he's going to do because he said the things that he's going to do versus to vote for the political machine.
Yeah, he did say he was going to do really dumb things. You won. You beat the political machine by having Donald Trump, who was a donor to Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, who was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy. You really beat the establishment. Good job.
He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein when he kicked him out of his hotel
Best
for
friends. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for many, many years. He only kicked Epstein out of his hotel when Epstein went after one of his clients' kids. That's the only reason Trump kicked him out, because he had to. He was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for a long time. And P. Diddy. They were all best friends. And a huge Clinton donor. But no, he's not establishment.
I agree that he was a Democrat prior to.
We beat the establishment. He gave the ultra rich huge tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts of all time for the ultra wealthy. The ultra wealthy, the establishment, they're very upset about this. They're going to be really happy or really mad when they go when they're in Punta Cana or whatever island, just like partying, or Cayman Islands, stashing their cash away. Yeah, they're really upset that the IRS is dead now and Trump's going to give them a huge tax cut. I'm sure the ruling class is railing right now. I mean,
why are all those same people the people that are against Trump then, other than just the very?
Because they know he's going to kill America. They know he's gonna kill America as a power. Yes, they know he's a bad leader.
Killing America. They have no ties to America. Are you joking?
Yeah, they do have ties to America.
Most of the elite in
have.
this country care about care about America in that way?
Yeah, they do care because America is what dictates global freedom.
What have they done to show you that they care about America? Are you serious?
Because America is the only thing preventing our globe from being dominated by China and authoritarian countries. America is the beacon of freedom for a reason.
We were going to be dominated already. That was already going to happen. Are you joking?
You Trump supporters are just giving up. You're just giving up. You're giving up.
Okay, listen. The fact that we're promoting ideologies that kill children, and we promote like anything that is not a nuclear family.
The fact that you're offended,
that
that is not a nuclear family, you're offended by anything that's not a nuclear family, shows your weakness. If you're offended by other people's lifestyles,
I'm not offended
if you are,
by that.
Okay, do you realize right now? You realize right now that Trump is crashing our economy with tariffs, and you're talking about gay people and pronouns as the biggest thing that's making us be defeated. You are the reason we're being defeated. You are the weak man. You are the weak person that comes from good times because you're obsessing over this baby shit. You don't have any real solutions for the future. You're just mad. You're offended about pronouns. You're offended about pronouns right now. You're offended about pronouns. You're offended about pronouns, bro. You're offended about pronouns and gay people. Then do Handmaid's Tale. Force women to get pregnant to reproduce. Then, if you want to force women to reproduce, that'd be great. Well, if you want a straw man or a steel man or whatever, we need immigration. We need legal immigration. All the legal immigrants Trump's kicking out right now, we need them to help America be bolstered. All the scientists and doctors. Okay, then have your Handmaid's Tale somewhere else. Your ideology is literally super smart. You're a genius.
It's not an ideology. It is just how
we already lost to China. So we lost to China. Let's ruin our relationship with Mexico and Canada and the EU. Let's give China everything. Good job. We did it.
Why do you think I want to give China everything? Because I want people to have children.
Because you want to do stupid policies. You know I'm not responding to the children. You know I'm not responding to the children.
Look,
I'm responding to. Are you in favor? Do you think America's the only country that does not do paid family medical leave? Should we do paid family medical leave?
They don't do paid family medical leave.
We have 0 weeks guaranteed in America.
Medical leave, and
you are not everyone. We have in other countries, in Europe and in other countries, it's guaranteed paid family medical leave. So even if you're not a government employee, even if you don't have a good job, you're guaranteed to have paid family medical leave, no matter what your job is. Should we do that in America to encourage people to have families to make it easier?
Who's paying for the paid family medical leave?
Oh, so you don't really give a shit. You don't really care. You don't care. Okay. Who's paying for it?
Hard. These are hard
we could just tax the people who own billions and billions of dollars. We could tax them a little bit more.
You can't compare us to the other countries. We're the third most populous country in the world. If you want to compare us to
the women got to get pregnant. We can't help the women.
People with comparable populations.
We can't help the women. Oh, we have more money than them. It's easier for us. We have more money. We have more resources. If Europe can do it, why can't we? If Europe can do it, why can't America do it?
How is Europe doing? Is
good,
our population
fine.
doing well against China? Are they doing well?
Well, they're leaving America now.
How's their immigration policy treating them?
Oh, see, you're one of those guys. You're one of those guys. They're fine. Yeah, they're completely fine.
Are you joking?
Historically, yeah, they're fine. Everyone's really upset right now and offended by stuff.
Sweden became the rape capital of the world.
Sweden. Oh, you follow those lines as well. See, you don't care about making society better. You live in a bubble. You're in like this little fantastical version of reality that doesn't exist. You're gonna let the entire globe burn before you'll admit that we can do things that build things. So you're against paid family medical leave because of Europe's immigration policies. How does that tie to being against paid family medical leave in America? I'm not. We should do it here. We should do it in America. Then we should guarantee it in America. We should guarantee it for everybody in America.
We should figure out how to make it work, and let's do it. We could do that, but how is that going to save us?
And we should have child tax credits
too. That seems to be your.
Because you said we need kids. You said we need kids. We should do policies that support mothers if they have kids.
Well, I think what we could do is stop discouraging people from having kids. That's step one. Before you can even encourage, you have to stop discouraging, which is what we currently do. Our current policy.
Oh, right now, do not have kids. Do not have kids right now. Do not have kids, guys. Do not have kids in this current climate where people can't even admit that the 2020 election was not stolen. Honestly, do not have kids if they're going to be like this. Honestly, do not put a kid into this world.
I don't think the 2020 election was stolen.
Okay, well, I'm just saying the president does. The president is a lunatic. I would not trust having a kid in this environment. Maybe we should pick actual leaders there. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if the president's going to be this dumb and this insane, yeah.
You have 4 years, dude. You have 4 years versus 18 plus years.
Yeah, it is going to be a long time. Have a kid after Trump is president. Make sure America's still going to be a country. and still a democracy.
You should have kids now and not be so scared of a politician that
No,
you're
do
willing
not
to
have kids.
put your family
Do
on
not
hold
have
for
kids.
that.
Do not have kids. Just to
It's
spite this
the
person, do
best
not
thing
have
you
kids.
can do
Adopt.
for your life, to be
Do you
honest.
do you
It's the
think
most
gay couples
fulfillment you
should
will
be able to
find
adopt?
is in making a family.
Do you think gay couples
What?
should be able to adopt?
I don't think they should be discouraged from adopting. It's not my preference, but I think I'm actually probably in a minority opinion in saying that, yeah, I think they probably should be able to.
Well,
But it's
minority
certainly not
opinion
my
for
preference.
conservatives for sure.
Minority opinions are for conservatives.
Yeah, because most people would be okay with gay people adopting, or not even be okay with it, just like yeah, that's normal. But conservatives, a lot of them will say no to.
Well, it's certainly not normal. We can agree that it's not the norm in terms of like what nature would have, right? Because what nature would have is
Oh,
the two,
we can. You want to talk about the gay
the
animals?
two
Let's
creatures
find the
that
gay
create
animals.
the kid would have the kid.
Well, some
No, I'm saying
nature
the
reproduces
two
on its
things that
own.
create the kid. You don't see gay animals like raising animals. What do you mean?
So
I'm saying
penguins.
what nature would
Actually,
have.
penguins. No. Okay, penguins have sex with each other.
Hold on. I'll be super impressed actually. I will actually be impressed if you find me an example of this.
Roy
Off
and
your head
Silo.
right now, I would be impressed.
I just googled it. Roy and Silo, two male chinstrap penguins in the Central Park Zoo, are dating and raised a chick together. Same-sex penguin pairs are very common in captivity and in the wild.
Oh, so we did that.
They form bonds,
in the
build
zoo?
nests, and even adopt eggs or chickens. Yeah, penguins have same-sex relationships, build a house together, and they adopt babies and they raise babies. Gay penguins.
Wait, so in the zoo, this happens in a zoo?
No. Captivity and in the wild. It's been observed.
We have an
Dolphins,
example of it in the
dolphins
wild?
do it with men. Dolphins do it with men. Well, they don't have names in the wild, but it is documented. Let's see. Rams, 8%. Dude, 8%. 8% of rams. 8% of
Whoa.
rams mate with other males even when females are available. 8% of rams are gay. That's crazy. Lions are gay.
So is having the
Lions.
company of males the same as being gay? Or are they
Lions are
actually
gay.
engaging
Hey,
in
buddy,
homosexual
if you have the company of
relationships?
a male, I will not call you gay. You should have fun in your own privacy. I support you.
Okay. I'm not.
Oh,
but
that's why Trump
I really
tariffed
do
the
appreciate your
penguins.
respect.
That's why Trump tariffed the penguins, because they're gay
Because they're
penguins.
gay?
That's why he tariffed them. Oh, I just put it together. Jeez.
Dude, I'm tired of those freeloading penguins personally.
All the gay penguins are being tariffed. Yeah.
Are you sure it's the gay penguins?
Ooh, that's hard to say. I think he just said all penguins are bad. You know, some he assumes are decent penguins, but yeah.
I don't know why we're stopping with the penguins. We have polar bears down south.
Polar bears are vicious, man.
We need to be tariffing them as well.
We got to
Maybe if we send some USAID money down there, we can encourage the polar bears to live in polite society.
No, actually, I heard that China actually made deals with all the polar bears because we pulled out, so it's really upsetting. The polar bears are on China's side now, so watch out.
Oh, so now we don't just have to worry about polar bears, but commie polar bears.
Yeah. Well, Trump's a communist, to be honest.
Oh my gosh, I would like to hear that argument.
Trump right now is doing the most centrally planned economic policy in American history. Unilaterally by the president, we've never seen
I'm not
one
aware
man
of
dictate this kind of stuff.
I'm not aware of communists or any like authoritarian party like that trying to make the government smaller.
Oh, they actually all do that, by the way, because they want to make it smaller because it's easier to control it with like less people or like one person if they make the government smaller. So like Hitler was against bureaucracy, Mussolini was against bureaucracy, Mao was. Mao told everyone that was in colleges to go work in the mines. Yeah, they all make government smaller because if they make it smaller but maintain the power, they still have the military, they still have all the power, they still have the feds and the police. Less people in government means less power.
Control with a small government.
Delegated. No, it's not. He's not making the government smaller. He is making sure the government stays the same side, but he's firing people from the government, so there's more power in the hands of a few people.
Also, okay, wait. So also, in regards to the USAID, it's my understanding that the budget hasn't actually been cut. The budget for USAID is still fully intact.
They said
It's
they
just
cut
the
80%
spending that's
of
been cut,
programs,
correct?
though. No, so the
but
official
no,
post
but
market
that's,
review
we
said
cut
was
spending.
no, but he said 82% of programs are shut down and 18% of programs are going to be rolled into the State Department. That's what Marco Rubio said, and Doge said.
But the budget still exists, so we could reallocate that spending still right now to this day? Because it's been congressionally allocated, correct?
Well, maybe. I mean, Ivanka Trump, Trump's daughter, got like $100 million in USAID funding for her women's initiative globally his first term, so maybe she'll get another paycheck.
I can only hope.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's okay if Trump's kids are
personally.
corrupt. It's only. I mean, yeah, we never talk
Yes.
about Trump's corruption, but it's okay. It's okay if he does it.
Yes.
He's not a politician, so.
I actually don't know a lot about his kids' corruption. Would you care to tell me about it?
Yeah, Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia from private equity after Trump dined with them. Trump is such a good guy. He's really a
That's
good
very
guy.
generous of him.
Yeah, I'm proud of him. I hope when I grow up someday I could be like him. But yeah, do you want to end on a topic at all? You want to talk about I don't know.
Well, you picked the next one. I picked Doge. I picked well, actually, you picked tariffs, then I picked Doge. So I guess it's your go again.
If someone's watching this, if you guys are watching this stream, I'm gonna restart the YouTube Shorts stream one more time if you're watching. So go to the other stream for a second. I'll put up another YouTube Shorts if anyone's watching. Whoever's watching, about to restart this one again. So yeah, I'll be right back on here.
Is the YouTube Shorts stream different from the mainstream?
Yeah, there's two of them because the YouTube Shorts can potentially get more people watching it. But I usually have like 100 or 200 or 300 on YouTube Shorts, and I have like 40 on the regular stream. It's like TikTok.
When did you get started?
I started in 2021. I took a 4-year break, and then I started doing videos again recently. I only do videos when Trump is president.
So, okay, so you were actually so upset and discouraged by the first Trump presidency that it encouraged you to make content, and then again during the second term?
Yeah.
Why didn't you
there's
cover like
definitely-
the campaign and stuff and that? Because like during the Biden administration, there's plenty of Trump news to cover even then, and especially with all the, the legal battles that ensued.
Well, right now, well,
You didn't
I do
bring up
stuff
the
in real
34
life
felonies.
too. I don't really care because no one cares about them. But like right now, it's all politics and influence. So like
That's
the
weird,
felonies.
right? That nobody cares about the felonies.
Well, yeah, because the American people decided they don't, or Trump supporters at least decided they don't care, because Trump was able to
Well,
talk
it's
himself out
interesting
of it.
because people on the left don't really care about the felonies. Also, like nobody actually cares about the felonies because I think deep down a lot of people know that was actually lawfare.
No, if you look at the facts, okay.
You
What
don't
about
think so?
what about the felonies were lawfare?
The what?
What about the felonies were lawfare?
don't-
What makes them lawfare?
Okay, I'm gonna miss so many facts. Please just cut me some slack on this one. But so it's my understanding that there was somebody that worked for the Biden DOJ that actually stepped down from a more prestigious position to go basically be a prosecutor in the state of New York to preside over this case. That's one thing, right? So that's pretty big.
Well, I'm talking about the facts of the case and what Trump actually did and what was proven that Trump did. Like he did do the felonies,
Right, but
even if you don't like that one
there's
guy.
also there's just inconsistency with that because I'm saying that
That's not inconsistent. I
standards
mean,
just
people in
aren't there.
power
Well,
go
the
to different
standards just aren't
places.
there.
I mean, people in powerful positions will go, and that person has a history in that jurisdiction. And they can have prosecutors that are well known to handle cases of high profile clients like P. Diddy or Jeffrey Epstein or Donald Trump. Like that, the court that in New York is very, very famous. But the actual facts of the case of the crimes Trump did, he did the felonies. He is guilty of those felonies. That's the issue here, is he did the crimes. But he'll bring up, like, I don't know, this guy worked for Biden because he knows that you don't like Biden. So he attacks the person rather than the facts. Because if Trump argues the facts, he's going to lose. So he can't really do that.
Yeah. So what about the crimes that he's been committed are so egregious that you think he couldn't hold public office?
Well, I don't. It's just the fact that he right now is attacking the concept of law in America. So with the felony count, he did 100% use campaign funds to pay off a porn star, and he tried to hide those campaign funds by paying people off and obscuring financial transactions. These are all base level felonies. Like this is very open shut felonies. Like it's very well documented. They have the transaction notes. They know everything he actually did. So he definitely did that. When he's found liable of rape, I don't know too much about that case, but he talks about it in a really weird way that I don't like. But I don't know that much about that one, so I can't really comment on that. But the 2020 election as well.
I'm just generally
100%.
skeptical of people that come out decades later for things like that.
Well, I mean, regardless, I already said I don't know enough to really talk about that one. But also,
I agree.
He was found liable, but you know, it is civil, so it's not criminal. But the 2020 election, he 100% lied about it. He 100% took people to the Capitol, hoping they would do something. I don't think he knew exactly what they would do. But that was his final protest.
Well, what about when he tweeted? He tried to tweet to tell him to stay peaceful, and he was actually banned off Twitter right then.
He was already.
So
they already
didn't get that.
Well, he wasn't banned. No, he wasn't banned. He was banned after January 6th. He was not banned during it because he made an actual statement. I mean, I think the tweets are still up. But he said that after the Capitol grounds were already breached.
This depends on how much credibility you give Elon Musk in general as a person. But he said that there was evidence of shadow banning taking place on the tweets where he was saying to stay peaceful.
I was watching it that same day. I mean, those are huge. No, it was not being. What you're saying right now is just not proven, and Musk lies a lot. But in general, okay, Trump, even now, he pardoned all those people, even the ones that beat the crap out of cops. The cops that some of them died. He called the cops the enemy that day, and the people that went to the Capitol, the Patriots. Multiple cops died, more than one. I think it's 5 or 6. But regardless, okay. So he said that the people who stormed the Capitol were patriots and heroes. He says Ashley Babbitt's a martyr, and meanwhile the cops are the enemy. The cops are they. So even now, Trump is admitting that he wanted January 6th to happen. He lied about the elections. He's still lying about it, which I think is disqualifying for being president. If you deny elections with zero proof, at all, still lying about Pennsylvania and Georgia. Oh God, I haven't.
Maybe that's why Hillary never ran again, because she denied the 2016 election.
So Hillary Clinton conceded the very next day of the election. Donald Trump still has not conceded, right?
Did he not turn over power? Did he not?
No, he was forced to give up power.
After?
He did not participate in the transition. Okay, just because he was not taken out in handcuffs does not mean he did not try overturning the election illegally, and then he sent a mob to the Capitol to try and overturn it. What did Hillary Clinton do? What did she say? And Trump still says it was a stolen election and fake, and he's going after people right now. As president, he's going after people right now who certified the 2020 election with his actual lawfare. But what did Hillary Clinton do?
I'm fairly certain I am certain there's a lot of Democrats that still think the 2016 election was stolen.
I guarantee you cannot find one Democrat who says 2016 was stolen. They could say that Russia influenced it, which is proven. But
man, I gotta open my computer now.
Even making this comparison is just so sad, because I thought people graduated from this. But Hillary Clinton 2016 or Trump in 2020, or
I never graduated.
No, I mean graduated from a dumbass argument. But
no, I just mean I never graduated.
Proud of you. But there's no comparison between Trump in 2020 and Hillary in 2016. It's not even. I just don't want you to look silly on Maine. You look silly on Maine when you make points like that.
I definitely don't want to shitpost on Maine.
For real.
I did not.
I mean, Trump's conduct now.
I'm just saying.
I think that
denying that
too.
Saying that there was not agreeing that the 2020 election was valid, I don't think that that's disqualifying in and of itself, and I don't think there's a lot of evidence to suggest that he orchestrated the Capitol riots, as you call them.
Well, we know that he pressured Georgia to find him more votes. He was trying to use the DOJ to seize voting boxes that he did not like, that he thought were fraudulent. He lied about Pennsylvania. They relitigated and recounted Pennsylvania, Georgia, and the swing states 50,000 times. His team had no evidence in court. He still insisted that the election was stolen. He tried the fake elector scheme to replace electors to go to the Electoral College. That's why they were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." Even after Mike Pence said he wouldn't do it, Trump still sent them to the Capitol. And now, of course, Trump still denies the election, says the Capitol police officers are the enemy, and the January 6th people are the heroes, even after they beat up cops with riot shields and lead pipes. So yeah, I mean, Trump doing all that, I'd say, is 100% disqualifying in any country except America. That's a democracy. I mean, it's very straightforward why you would not want someone who denies an election to be president, because it's like a dictator type thing to do.
To deny the results of an election, but I just don't understand how that's very different from them denying it in 2016, other than the fact that there wasn't riots at the Capitol, but there was
Okay,
riots
so-
just about everywhere else.
Okay, so
Just
Hillary
about everywhere else
Clinton
there were
never
riots.
denied the 2016 elections. That never
Interesting.
happened.
We didn't
They
call
never
terrorists,
denied the
like
elections.
CHOP, like the people at CHOP weren't called terrorists. You know what I mean? None of the BLM rioters, none of them were called terrorists. But
Okay,
it's just
okay.
so unique
Stick on
that
the
the one
stick on the
time,
elections. Okay, buddy. But I know you
the
watch
one
Fox
time
News.
that-
I want you to be an independent thinker because I don't want you to be like a dummy following just
I'm
like whatever
trying,
the internet tells
you
you.
know,
But like when we
trying.
talk about the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton never denied the 2016 election. She never. You could look it up. She never denied it ever. Now she did comment on like Russia, which we know Russia for 100% fact did spend money and use like social media to try and get people to vote for Trump. The whole Russia hoax, as they say. The idea was, did Trump collude with Russia, like work with them directly? There
Let's
was not
talk
enough
about
proof for
Russia.
that. There was not proof for that, but there
Let's
was
jump to
proof.
Russia.
But there was proof that Russia wanted Trump to win. But I just want you to know, like, this is one big thing where you're listening to people talk. When they tell you, when they say to you, Hillary Clinton denied the 2016 election, and they repeat that, just remember that is completely false. And if someone does politics for a living, they are lying their asses off to you because they're pushing propaganda. She never denied the election. Trump tried overturning the election through like 50 different illegal means. Tried doing January 6th, now pardoned January 6th people, said the cops are the enemy, still denies the election. And he calls into question
Yeah,
any
I think
future
the
election that he
people on
doesn't win.
January 6th were treated unfairly. There was not a consistency in the lawfare conducted against the January 6th rioters. It's crazy. They can identify someone's grandmother by 3 pixels of their big toe, but we can't find missing children in America. It's actually insane. It's
I'm
pretty
sorry,
wild.
but if we go through any case on January 6th, we can read through cases if you find any. But I this is another instance. I don't want you to look silly. I want you to watch this
But
channel,
we
by the
know,
way, because
okay,
we're
but
gonna
look,
fix
we
you.
know, okay,
We're gonna
look,
save you.
You can't deny that there are people that existed in January 6th who were idiots, who didn't know what they were getting a part of, who stumbled in to a
I
broken glass
guarantee
window, which
you
was
those
stupid.
people were not in
But-
prison for multiple years. Those are all the people that were in prison multiple years and who he had to pardon were terrible people that were involved in the actual action. There were people who
Like
just
the
got like
podium
minor
mover?
infractions. They just got minor infractions. But the people who are actually in there, you could bring up names if you want to, but I guarantee you, I don't want you to look silly. And I know Republicans are okay with not having facts, and I don't mean you. I just mean like your peers or who you watch on TV. They are lying to you. I just want you as a person to care about what the objective truth is, about this stuff. And we could look up court cases. We have these court cases available, including Trump. Like, look at the actual felony charges. You can say they don't matter, but he did commit the felonies. You could say that Trump, like, I don't know, he didn't like go that far with like trying to overturn the election, but he still did illegal stuff. Like this,
Why did
there
the
is truth out
intelligence
there.
agencies, why were they not able to say definitively that they did not have agents there? Why were they not able to just say no?
They did.
Why
The
couldn't they
report
do
that came
that?
out from the FBI did say there were no agents there. The report that came out like a few months ago confirmed there were no agents, but there were informants, and informants can mean just like criminals that inform the FBI at any point. But there were no agents. They did confirm that. That was confirmed. But the right-wing media will never cover that. Right-wing media probably told you it was confirmed there were agents, in fact, because they lie their asses off. But if you read the report, because there is fact out there, there's objective fact. And if conservatives in America would look up these primary sources,
That's actually
these
really
court cases
damning.
and everything, and everything, it would be really awesome.
That's really actually damning if you say that within the last few months. So this is during the Trump administration, actually. So his administration that admits there are no FBI agents on the ground at January 6th.
When did the report come out? FBI report January 6th. I forgot when the report came out.
But I'm saying
it came
if
out
that
in
is
December.
the case, that
It
it
came out in
under
December.
his administration. Okay, so just before his administration.
Yeah, but I mean, Kash Patel would have at least lied
I do want
about
to
it
talk
or
about
something.
Russia in general, just in general, Russia, right, as this great enemy of the world and the United States.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we have this why we need to have this terrible animosity and relationship with Russia. I just don't understand how it's sensible for us. I don't see how it's in our best interest.
So like Russia, for example, has offered bounties to kill American troops in the past 4 years. We have many instances of this. They tried paying the Taliban to kill Americans. And they're constantly trying to have proxy wars. They're trying to
We are
invade
constantly trying
democratic
to have
countries.
proxy wars. I just don't think they're doing a lot of things that we ourselves are not also doing. I think we should both stop doing those things.
Russia kidnaps Ukrainian children and puts them in re-education camps and sells them to slavery and traffics them. That's really bad. Russia shoots their own soldiers if they don't go into the meat grinder and die.
Ukraine banned a whole sect of a church in their country.
Nope, they actually
And
just banned
persecuted
Russian-connected
their religious
sources.
leader.
They no, because the Orthodox Church in Ukraine is still standing, but the Russian branch was not. But the Orthodox Church and the religion of Christianity or whatever branch that was, it was not banned. It was the Russian connected.
What they established state Ukrainian churches, like state churches. So there's
They have
speculation that there are
multiple
Russian state churches. And
they don't just have state
right?
churches. That's a lie. They closed down churches that were associated with the Russian Orthodox, I'm pretty sure. They have Ukrainian Orthodox, but the Russian connected ones with Russian connections.
I really think you should.
Those
look
were the ones that
into
they
this one.
looked at. I know you don't. You need to look into this one. They closed down the Russian.
You think it's not just, but they're not just like persecuting the leaders within these churches. They're also just persecuting parishioners in these churches.
If someone is connected to Russia, then if you're being invaded by Russia, that is completely justifiable, 100% justifiable. I don't know why you'd even bring that up. Okay, so I brought up. You realize I brought up kids getting trafficked and re-educated and sold into slavery essentially, and you bring up that
I'm talking
Ukraine,
about Orthodox priests being taken and tortured. What are you talking about? This is not apples and oranges per se.
There's no. Where did you get that information about them torturing priests? It says they detained some from the Ukrainian Orthodox Church from the Moscow branch that were in suspicion of collaboration with Russia. Collaborated with Russia, but there's no evidence at all of them torture. Like whoever told you that is lying again. These are all lies, bro.
So who can we trust? Who are the sources we can trust and who are the sources we cannot trust?
Not the ones you read.
How are you getting information? How are you getting information that you're vetting? You know what I mean? Because I feel like either way we push this, we're taking somebody's word for it, right? So this is
okay. Well, the issue here
simple
is
to sort out.
Okay. The issue here with your claim is you said they're torturing the priests. There's no outlet reporting on that at all. You cannot find a source that says that. You'd have to find that for me.
You can't
and then we
find
can
an
talk about
outlet
that
that
source.
says anything anti-Ukrainian.
Yeah, I can.
Hardly.
I can find tons of anti-Ukraine. I literally go on Twitter and see Tucker Carlson post all day about this shit, and I try to verify it. And they say that they sold weapons to Mexico, which is another lie that they say. But yeah, the thing you just said about them torturing priests is not true. They people that were they thought may have been working with Russia. They investigated and they detained a couple people that were working with Russia. But that's completely reasonable for a country that's being. You realize Russia is bombing civilian centers constantly right now, as they're claiming they're advocating for peace. Like they are the worst geopolitical actor we could find. They violate treaties. They violate every deal possible.
Why don't you just look up Ukraine tortures priests? Just Google it. Actually, there's actually plenty. There's actually a good amount of sources here. So it's not exactly that there's zero sources. You just may not be as familiar with this. I mean, it is
Okay.
horrendous.
So did you bring up the 50 Ukrainian priests that were killed by Russia?
Yeah, I think that's also despicable. I think it's both.
Okay, so if
despicable.
they detained someone that may have been working with Russia, again, that's justified. Yeah. There's no
It's
reports
speculation.
of.
Like they can just say that though. Like you understand that there's just this sweeping. There's just a sweeping thing where they can just say, "This is Russian connected," and then they can now persecute. But I'm like, what does Russian connected mean? Are you talking about they are Russian, or are we talking about they have Russian origin, or are we talking about these are Russian agents?
I'm saying
like, what are
that
you
when
saying,
your
Russian
country
connected?
is
That
being
so broad.
invaded, when your country is being invaded by Russia, North Korea, and China, essentially, then you take drastic measures to make sure there's not people trying to destroy you from the inside as well. And I think it's justified when you're being invaded and your kids are being raped by Russia. Then you take some ordinaries that could be extraordinary. Yeah, of course. If America was being invaded right now, America would be doing even worse right now. 100%. The fact you're judging it based on that basis, and you're like, why is Russia so bad? When Russia is invading them, killing their priests, and literally killing their civilians, Russia is invading them, and you want to complain about Ukraine? It shows how many brain worms worms you have. Like, it's pathetic, bro. Like, you're like, talk about Russia and what they do. Why bring up Ukraine and what they have to do in defense of Russia?
I agree that
Defense from
Russia has
Russia.
done egregious things to the same extent that I would agree that America, as a governmental organization, has done egregious things.
Okay, then it doesn't matter. Nothing's real. Nothing's real. Russia and America's
No, I'm not
bad,
saying
and
it's not
China's
real.
bad. You
I'm
hate
saying-
America too. You hate America.
I think
you
what we
you
should
think America's
avoid-
as bad as Russia. America, you know Russia's a
No,
dictatorship,
I'm
right?
not
Russia's a
saying that either.
dictatorship. You know, in Russia, Putin wins every election with 99% of the vote, and you get tortured. You have a gun to your head when you vote. You think America's that bad?
That's
that you have a gun to your head
impressive.
when you vote?
He's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
popular
it's not
man,
it's not
clearly.
comparable. Two countries can have, okay. Every country in world history has done bad things. There are levels to this. You have to be able to dissect it. So now you're saying like Russia and
I
America
agree.
are the same. It's insane. Like I don't know why you're doing cover for Russia. It's insane.
I'm not trying to give cover for Russia. I think the things that they do are despicable. I've said that. You've heard me say that. I'm saying we certainly shouldn't be engaging in a borderline hot war with Russia. We should be doing anything we can to avoid that. Given the fact that they have nuclear weapons, and as do we should be avoiding any conflict to whatever extent possible with countries that have nuclear weapons.
So I would say
that is in the best interest. Whenever
I would say
okay,
that
listen,
appeasing them
whenever
is
they,
increasing
before
the
they did the
likelihood of
attack,
nuclear war.
before we sold Ukraine weapons that we knew were going to be used to attack land within inside of the Russian borders, the CIA admitted that they believed there to be a 50% risk of nuclear war, and they went ahead anyways.
When did the CIA say 50% nuclear war? And how is that released to the public? Okay, 50%. Russia might use tactical. Oh wait, no. Okay, they said
You're faster
in
typer
the,
than I am.
They said no. They said in there's a probability when Russia was invading Ukraine. It has nothing to say about the United States, and that's why the U.S. Decided to help to deter Russia from doing that. Yeah, like Russia. That's the thing about history too. Look up World War II. Look up Czechoslovakia. Look up Poland with Germany, because we tried to appease Germany, and by we I mean the freer countries. Whenever you try to appease countries like this, you make ultimate and larger conflict much more likely. There's no appeasing countries like this. If Russia wanted to just drop nukes somewhere or invade all of Europe or invade America or whatever, they're gonna do it. They have to stop somewhere, but they're gonna be crazy. They're gonna be going throughout the world and trying to do nuclear warfare. They're not gonna do nuclear warfare because they don't want to die either. Their oligarchs don't want to die. Russian billionaires don't want to die. Putin doesn't want to be the person that's remembered to kill the entire Earth or to get Russian nuked. They're not going to do that. They always talk about it. They're like North Korea. Their weapon systems are extremely outdated. They're all just they use propaganda to justify invading these countries and to get countries like Europe and America to be afraid of them. But they're a weak country. Russia's a very weak
If their
country.
weapon systems are so outdated, then why have? Okay. Let me just back up. Let me back up. What does it mean, in your view, to win in this war? That's very simple, and I actually am curious about that. I'm not trying. That's not a gotcha.
Provide basic aid to one of our allies and allow them to continue fighting. And Russia would not be able to
that's
sustain
not a
it.
win. That's a continuation. I mean, what does it mean to win?
That is,
Meaning
yeah,
to
sometimes a
conclude
continuation
in a
is
favorable
necessary.
way.
Yeah, sometimes you need to continue. So, like, if Hitler is invading you, I mean, you're not just going to let Hitler invade you and kill your children and women, right? You're going to, like, fight back, I assume.
Are you advocating for? I'm saying, in your summation, let's say you could have, like, a favorable outcome that you would say, this conclusion means that we have won.
Well,
What
see,
does that look
the
like?
issue
I'm
here
saying
is
in terms of a conclusion
a
specifically,
forever
a win
war
involves conclusion.
But you're talking like a child. That's the issue. A forever war is when Russia keeps on doing it because no one stops them. Because they learn if they just keep talking about nukes like Kim Jong-un waving their dick around, they can just invade countries, whenever they want to. They can take land, and countries like America are going to be like, we can't even give funding. So like with Russia right now, yeah, sometimes you need to provide basic aid to countries, or sometimes you need to make them stop, or at least give aid to like Europe when it comes to Ukraine. I wouldn't be surprised if they took Ukraine if they go after Poland eventually and be like, oh, they'll test NATO now. Like there's no force field around these countries. Like there's a reason why us waiting to get into these conflicts, we're not even giving basic support. And like right now, we're not giving any boots on the ground. It was just basic weapons. It was our old outdated weapons and basic aid. And that's all Ukraine was requesting.
Why did they invade Ukraine?
Because they wanted to. Because they want more land and money.
Is that what they said?
And for nationalism as well, for their wartime economy. And
Is that what they said?
war can be a really popular way to withstand economic issues. So after COVID, with high inflation, Putin invading Ukraine with the high inflation after COVID provided political cover for Putin.
Okay, so you think that in no way that the West could have contributed in provocation to the Ukrainian war?
Nope, not at all. Given the history of Russia
So you
and
think it's
NATO
coincidence
and Ukraine,
that directly before Russia invaded Ukraine, that at the Munich Security Conference, our vice president at the time, Kamala Harris, spoke about Russia as this terrible adversary and ensured that Ukraine was going to be a part of NATO. You think
That
it's
never
coincidence
happened.
that
That's
directly
another
after
lie
that?
because someone else brought that up
Are
to
you
me too.
joking?
Kamala
There's
never
a transcript,
guaranteed.
buddy. Buddy, there's a transcript. I'm not, look it up. It takes 2 seconds. There's a transcript. You don't even have to watch some AI. Like, there's an official transcript of these things. Because I myself didn't believe it. I looked it up at the time, found the transcript. Let me know when you find it.
Kamala Harris reaffirmed America's support for Ukraine and NATO. She did not guarantee or announce Ukraine's accession to NATO. We'll work to secure the resources and weapons you need. We'll be with you for as long as it takes. What does she say exactly then? But regardless, either way, that still would not have provoked Russia either way.
You think it's coincidence that directly after that?
Why is Ukraine so special with NATO? Why is Ukraine so special?
It was the same month.
Why is Ukraine so
What do
special
you mean?
with
Why
NATO?
is it so? Because it sits on the
Do you think they
border.
just plan? Wait, when did Russia officially invade?
They invaded the same month as the Munich Security Conference.
Do you think you just like plan a war like you plan a vacation at the park? Do you think they just planned it for 2 weeks and went in? Do you really think that's how it worked? You don't think they're planning it for a longer time?
No, I don't think that. I think that they probably have the preparations of this forever because forever we have talked about bringing Ukraine into NATO. So they probably had contingency plans for that ahead of time.
Why is Ukraine
and then
so
whenever
important?
the
Why is
provocative
Ukraine such a
remarks
big
were
deal?
made by our current vice president, I think they
No,
went in directly
it's
after
not her
that.
statements. No, okay, geopolitics is a lot more complicated than just like her statements, and she did not say that exactly. But still,
She
okay,
wasn't the first person to say that.
Why is Ukraine so important for NATO? Or why is Ukraine joining NATO so important to Russia? Why would that make them invade?
Why is it so important to Russia? Because NATO was founded by means to contest the Warsaw Pact. It is literally an anti-Russian organization, which they have tried to join in the past and were denied entry. By the way,
why is Ukraine such a big deal here? And
Because
Ukraine
it is
was not
on
accepted
their
for corruption
border.
reasons, I'm pretty sure.
Because it is on their border.
Wait, why does that matter?
If Mexico tried to join the Warsaw Pact,
Okay,
we
you're
would
doing that
invade
one.
Mexico.
Okay, I heard this argument before.
You
but
know
still,
that's true.
Why does it matter?
You know that's true.
Why does it matter if they're
You
on
literally
Russia's
know
border?
that that's
Okay,
true.
but answer the question. Why does it matter if
You
Ukraine's on
can
Russia's
say,
border?
we use that argument, but
Hey,
you're not
answer
fighting the argument.
answer
You're
the
just-
argument. No, answer the question. Why
Go
does it
ahead,
matter
go
if
ahead.
Ukraine's on Russia's border? They have to join NATO.
Because NATO countries can host our nuclear weapons. What do you mean? Why would you want a foreign country's nuclear weapons
See, now this is where I have to
on your border?
This is where I have to be mean because the commentators you watch don't lie. Well, they do lie effectively, but have you ever looked at a map of a map of like NATO countries?
Yes.
You know, there's already 6 countries bordering Russia, right? that are in NATO.
Correct. Right.
So why does Ukraine matter?
How many bordering countries do they have that are not in NATO?
What do you mean?
So that's a great point. So you're saying that we already have we've already done this. And what have they said? What have they said every single time we've brought another
we had
country
a
bordering
deal.
them into NATO?
So
What have they
the
said
deal
every
from
single time?
1997? The deal from 1997 was that NATO can
Which
expand.
resulted in the
Russia
collapse of
agreed
the
to
Soviet
this.
Union.
Russia can agree to that was Russia. Russia could agree to this in 1997. They said NATO can move towards Russia, but the new countries cannot have nukes in it. And NATO was 100% following that rule. Russia is the one that defied that rule. So Russia, before Putin took full power, actually reaffirmed NATO's ability to expand east. But they said in the new countries that border us, do not put nukes there. Putin's the one that broke everything apart.
So when you say that they agreed, what you mean to say is they signed the agreement. But from my understanding, there was some misleading rhetoric in that did lead them to believe that they weren't going to be expanding towards Russia's border.
That was the point of that treaty, because NATO was expanding, because Eastern European countries were finally fully separating from the Soviet Union, or the end of the Soviet Union, so they wanted to move towards West and join NATO, so that's why they revisited everything to make terms on what would happen if countries did join NATO, and Russia had to obey, because Russia's a weak country compared to the US and Europe, so they had to obey.
I think it's provocative. I think it is
I mean,
provocative.
you said the issue is nukes in NATO, but they already have like 6 NATO countries
I don't think
bordering it.
nukes is the only issue.
Okay,
I
well, that's
think
what you said is the main
I
issue
think-
that was making Russia invade, and that was your former argument. So at least you could retreat
No, I
from
said
that.
NATO was the main issue. I didn't say nukes alone were the
Well,
main
that
issue.
was
I
your
think
main thing you
joining
brought up
NATO,
is nukes. Well, when has NATO ever attacked
that
Russia?
was a thing I brought up.
Can
Say
you
again?
bring up examples of NATO attacking Russia?
Can you bring an example up of Russia attacking NATO? No, it's
Yeah,
a
but
Cold War.
but that's the point. NATO is defensive. NATO's defensive because countries like Russia just want to bomb other countries, and we did not want that globally. So we have NATO to prevent that. Because stopping Russia was there's a reason we did that. The reason we do it now. There's reasons. Russia's not good, for anything. So yeah, we NATO's good. Never attacked Russia. Russia has no reason to fear NATO. It's defensive. Unless if they want to invade countries and take land, which is their ultimate goal. Because Russia, Putin himself has said they want to restore part of the former Soviet
Who's
Union,
gotten
which
bigger,
includes
NATO or
Ukraine and
Russia?
Georgia. Well, NATO is just a treaty alliance. It's not about getting bigger. But Russia as a country wants to invade Ukraine and Georgia to expand their territory. Putin has said as much. They want territory. They want resources. Putin wants to kill.
They don't need to invade Georgia. Georgia's allied with Russia.
Okay. So Putin needs to invade like Russia and Ukraine, or Georgia and Ukraine, because he wants to expand resources and everything, and more land. And it's good for, like I said, after COVID, there were huge economic issues in every country. America was the #1 economic country in the world under Biden after COVID, but no one cares about that. But still, Putin largely invaded Ukraine
For who? For
go
who
through
was
that crisis. Like globally compared to other countries, we did good.
But by what metric?
By our economy.
But by what metric in our economy?
By our total production, our real wages, we came back quicker than other countries did. Our inflation was actually lower than other countries too, but it's whatever. But okay, just to end the Russian one.
Around our dollar. So naturally, as the holder of the dollar,
the
deal with
inflation at that
inflation
time
less.
was passive inflation that was from shipping and supply chains mostly. That's a whole another conversation. But the dollar increasing could have been from Trump's tax cuts. It could have been from the COVID spending. It's a whole, tons of factors go into that. But I want to end real quick on the Russian-Ukraine topic. I would just say that Russia is bad. There's reason for them to be cast away from our democratic society. Russia and China work together. They hate America. They hate each other too, but they work together to dethrone America. They want to fragment the world. And they want America out of the picture, which they're getting from Trump. So I'm saying that the U.S. pulling influence from Ukraine and USAID and all these areas is just to benefit Russia and China, mostly China probably in terms of who has enough power to capitalize, and also Russia saying all the justifications for Russia invading Ukraine are completely propaganda. Like every point you brought up is a complete lie and just not based in reality. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault because people lie to you and it's not. I mean, whatever. They're the ones lying. And Finland, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, Finland joined NATO recently too. They were a recent addition because they were afraid of Russia. So Russia actually made NATO expand more because they realized, oh shit, we got to join NATO. Finland's Russia threatened us, but we got to join NATO now because we can't have Russia even attempting to come at us.
Do you think that China is able to contest us as a military power? Or are you just speaking about economically?
Both are a huge point. Their military is catching up for sure, though. But they have how many people do they have now? 1.6
Their size
billion,
has already surpassed us, but I don't know that that's relevant necessarily.
Well, it is relevant if we don't have any allies anymore. Let me see.
Well, our allies weren't really doing a lot militarily for us.
Yeah, they are. We do data sharing, we do intel sharing, we get tons of money.
I'm aware
Trump's
that they have a role.
Framing of this is so stupid.
Because we
Trump's
do
framing is so
many
dumb.
joint naval exercises with
We
them all the
lead
time.
NATO. We literally
always
make NATO
do.
do things. We make NATO do things.
I know.
We benefit from
we
all these
largely
things.
are NATO.
Yeah, we benefit from all these things globally. The fact we're getting screwed over, or the idea we're getting screwed over by these countries, but for any reason possible. I mean, we created the global system. We benefit from it. We're the richest country in the world for a reason. China has 1.4 billion people. I would say as a manufacturing powerhouse and being stable as a dictatorship, they can move a lot of resources around. Their military is growing. China being so powerful economically helps them. They can manipulate their own currency. They've done that to screw us over, and also other countries. Their birth.
What are we going to do to bring manufacturing back? Historically, tariffs were used for that. So if we can't use tariffs, what do we do? To protect domestic industry.
Biden's Chips and Science Act is a good idea. So you could tariff targeted areas like Biden
subsidies?
did. Well, no, it's not just subsidies. You could do tariffs and subsidies at the same time. So you like isolate your market from those outside import goods from foreign countries, and then you also subsidize the businesses on the inside so they have a chance to grow. And then you could get private investment to spur those creations. But it's like a 5 to 10 year plan, like I said. But yeah, the Chips and Science Act is probably a good basis for like for how you do that.
Okay, so when it comes to the countries right now that are investing in America, are those the minority and are those like outliers compared to the overall feel in the market? Or what do you think about the countries like TSMC, for example, that are investing in building in America?
Well, we need them for
TSMC
certain
specifically is
resources.
important.
Yeah, we need them for certain resources we cannot make here. Until we build up the capacity to, import those goods, it's really bad to like piss on everyone globally, obviously. So yeah, it's really important to keep them in the loop.
We have to do it.
Yeah, but you would isolate
I
like
think
China, for example. Like the TPP was isolating China in trade deals, but Trump got out of it because Obama did it. But that's like what Trump is talking about now. But I don't know.
I think it's just difficult. We're in this position where it's like global tensions are higher. Well, they're certainly higher than they ever have been in my very short lifetime. But they're higher than, like, if you talk to much people than anyone else has ever seen them. Like, this is a weird place for the world, right? And it's likely, given the trajectory, and it seems like inevitable at this point. Like, there's not really anything that we can do about it, but it seems, I don't even want to say this because it's just terrible to just say out loud, but like heading towards World War III, we have to bolster domestic manufacturing in some way. And I think if it comes at the expense of the economy and the result is increased domestic manufacturing at the expense of the economy, I think that at this point it becomes a national security concern.
Before we get off here, if you want to say we need to spend money on something that'll work, that would be fine. But like the tariffs have zero chance of working in any way, and also you should pass it through Congress so there's actually a long-lasting law. So we know, for example, the tariffs will be this much for this long. Changing it every day means investors are not going to invest in America. So we either need to do it through subsidies or through government planning, which we don't do really. We don't do that in America really. So it needs to be through subsidies or contracts or whatever it might be. We could do things to increase like manufacturing, but we're not doing that. Tariffs are going to hurt American industry, hurt American manufacturing. We should probably be using global trade, strengthening our alliances with Vietnam, Taiwan, Canada, Mexico, EU, not pissing them off. If we were doing that, being friends with them, uniting the world against China, uniting the EU, that would make sense. Unite them together, subsidize our own industries, get our supply chains shored up with the countries we trust, move more industries from China to India and from China to Vietnam. We could weaken China, isolate them, and increase our current manufacturing, and actually do it in a way that works. But right now, what Trump is doing is pissing on everyone. It's going to hurt America in the long run, push countries towards China. But if you're saying we're going towards World War III, Trump is pushing us over the damn edge. That's a concern for me as well, is that like, when we do tariff wars, we're becoming more isolationist. We are like every country's becoming more nationalist, more self-serving.
Right now.
It seems like the beginning to like a World War II situation. It's not good.
Because, okay, so I don't want to oust myself. I haven't said my name or anything, but I'm in the United States Navy. So me specifically as a service member, like I do have concerns about going into World War III. I don't know if you have ever feared being on a sinking ship, but that is scary. It's a scary outlook.
Yeah, for sure. We got some. If you're on Discord, join Discord. We got some people that you can talk to, who are also military or former military. Discuss your plans for when you have to invade Greenland. I appreciate you calling in and having the conversation. Okay, well you got to go back to the special.
One more thing before I go. I do hope that if anyone is going to get Greenland, because China and Russia likely also have interest in Greenland, I hope if anyone gets it that it is us. I'll just say that.
Well, we're not getting. I don't know. We're gonna get lessons on Chinese, how to speak Chinese. But yeah, join the Discord if you want. But thank you for the call, man. Thank you for talking for over an hour.
Oh, is that true? Oh, geez.
Yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah. All right, it was great talking to you. Man.
Yeah, you too, man. Hope to see you around
in a couple years. We'll check back in.
We'll keep coming on the channel. Keep coming on the chat and all that kind of stuff. Go on Discord. We gotta change your mind. All right, see you, man. Have a good one. Kids. Oh, I was a conservative when I was like a kid. I became more liberal as I grew up when I learned facts. I was actually a John McCain fan when I was just growing up. Just hold on, you're going home. Hi, caveman. Hi, caveman. Caveman. Oh, guys, donate to Jolah Politics on Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal if you want to be nice to me, or coffee. Really, really helpful to my channel. Really bad algorithm night tonight, but hi, caveman.
Hey, how's it
Going all right. I really don't want to talk to the cyber prodigy guy.
I don't know. You didn't ask him the big question.
I know that conversation was, my brain was fried anyway. Whoopsies! I just left the chat. There you go. I think the whole point about just like when he's like, yeah, I knew those countries were also bordering NATO.
Major sea access. It wasn't a member of NATO until a few years ago. Why did they never invade Finland?
Can you hear me?
Oh, maybe it's because it's not as strategically viable.
Can you hear me? I can't. I don't know if my mic's working. It's not working.
Hello?
Hi. Is it working now? All right. Yeah, and that's the whole thing too. That's why I like going down the NATO conversation about like, oh, they have nukes. Oh, well, you know, why is it so bad that Ukraine borders Russia? It's like, well, NATO. It's like I hear that so often. It's insane how many people don't look at a map. He definitely did not know those countries were bordering Russia already. All the NATO countries.
Well,
Crazy shit.
No, actually, that's a good thing. You ask them that. You'd be like, okay, so all these countries are bordering Russia, and we can't get into a war with them because Russia has nukes. Can't fight them. Russia has nukes. So why doesn't he just invade those countries if we're not going to get into war with them? Or is NATO working?
We also cannot even give them basic aid in the form of like, I think the cost to Americans was like 2 large pizzas per year that we sent Ukraine, like literally 2 large pizzas per American per year, that the war went on so far. And it's like, we can't even give them basic aid like that. It's insane. It really is the whole thing about people forget why you do things until a crisis happens again. Like, why do we have NATO? What do we even need that thing for, bro? Just kick it out. Like, what is that like stick in the middle of the? What is that thing that's keeping the house up in the little pillar in the middle of the room? It's taking up space. That damn pillar is in the middle of our living room, and it takes up space. I want to put a couch there. You kick down the pillar, the whole house falls down. You're like, oh, that's why we had the foundation like that. It's just one of those things. People don't learn until shit falls apart again. This cyber prodigy guy wants to talk. I'm tired. Do you want to chat with him?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you waiting down here? He was waiting in the chat.
Just bring him down here. Yeah.
Guys who are watching, any of y'all watching still, guys and gals, and thous, thys, I don't ever give credit to the people that use they them as pronouns, because I don't think you're people. I'm just kidding. I validate every person except furries. I do love furries too, though. I validate every person except furry Nazis. That's really the issue. But yeah, we're gonna
give me permission to move people.
We're gonna wind down tonight, guys. But thanks for watching, guys. Bad algorithm night, but that's how it is. Hi, Cyber. Hi, CP.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, you're loud.
Don't call him CP. At least not until we know whether or not he's a cool guy or not.
He's definitely cool.
Yep.
He's a prodigy.
No. I meant like so you spend any time on TikTok, Jolah?
I know. It's a joke.
Okay, gotcha. What's going on, Cyber? How you doing?
Doing good. That was a pretty exhausting call you were just on. It seems like you were circling quite a bit with that guy.
Circle.
Good job, by the way, on your talking points. You're obviously like really well researched on current events. I don't know if you remember what we talked to. A friend?
Are you an agreeer?
Here's the thing. I like to look at both sides, take objectively what data seems right to me, and look at what's going on. And I've looked on the left and right, and I'm one of those guys that, I can be swung by what I think is best for the general populace. And one thing I wanted to bring up is you guys are talking about tariffs a lot. What do you think about the Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930? Are you guys familiar with that?
Ew.
And how that went? Yeah.
Pretty bad.
Wasn't good, right?
Yeah, as I understand it, like they were the tariffs were put in place as a way of trying to move manufacturing back here. So basically, like if so much of the stock market was based on like the relatively, at the time, extensive international trade policy, then, bringing it back here would essentially invigorate the economy and help us recover from the Great Depression, but it just didn't end up working.
No, it made it worse by a large margin. And I think that's important in this conversation. Like, when you're talking about tariffs, like, because I mean, President Herbert Hoover could be considered, one of the worst financial agents that America ever had in power. I think that's a pretty fair statement to say. I think that's a bipartisan agreement. So there's some verticals that are a little different from them. That make this interesting because we're not in 1930 anymore, right? Our global supply chains are deeply integrated. Tariffs can disrupt these networks, of course, affecting a broader range of products and services than 1930, which could make it worse in theory, right? We don't know yet. And then, the geopolitical dimension in the 1930s, the U.S. wasn't just contending with a single large economic rival on scale of modern China. Today, the tariffs often target specific competitors and serve strategic objectives, reducing the reliance on certain countries for critical goods. Wouldn't you agree with that statement as well? More or less.
I probably am going to be much more of like a last resort perspective when it comes to tariffs. This is going to sound terrible, but I really don't even care necessarily if we're like. I think the United States should have some things that it does really well. I think we do services. I think we do technology really well. I think we do, everything like that. So we don't necessarily need to be as big on manufacturing in one or two areas. And I think, it's not always gone well, but relative to most other countries in the world, at least in terms of our economic consistency and strength, we've been better than most. And then when it comes to just, raw wealth, we've been at the top for a long time, and we've moved away from manufacturing. I'm definitely more of like What I'm saying though is that like I probably have less instances than Jolah where I'd be okay with tariffs. I'm generally more with like Friedman and that, or wasn't I think Friedman probably quoted him, but there's a guy that said that like tariffs are basically wartime economic policy in peacetime.
Well, someone called me Milton Friedman the other day. A MAGA guy called me Milton Friedman the other day because he said I was I was too free trade. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on here, bro?
Well, this is what's so funny. When 10 years ago, the Cato Institute would have like never agreed with a Democrat. Now the Cato Institute is consistently standing against all of these fucking immigration policies.
Yeah, fascists are gonna fascist though. The third position came in.
No, the Cato Institute is like very libertarian. They're
I mean, Trump is the third position that came in. He's off the political spectrum. But to add on to your point about the manufacturing too, that's why the USMCA and like our supply chain for automobiles, so like automobiles for cars, so like there's 7 points typically. I think the average is for different supply chain points, and like in America, you'd have maybe like 1 stop in Canada, then 2 stops in Mexico, and then the rest will be in America. So it really works well. If you talk about national security, all of North America needs to be very united. Canada and Mexico. That's why the 25% tariffs on them is it's so insane. Like it's so backwards. It hurts my brain to even think about. I get mad thinking about like, why are we tariffing them at 25? It's just so. It's like if you want to kill America, do this. Oh god, there's so many things. We're giving cover to Xi Jinping too.
I think it wasn't Wyden. Who was the guy? No, it was the guy from Virginia who was talking to him and being like, okay, Australia and the UK. Destiny brought up the UK, but Australia, we have a trade surplus with them, and then he's like, well, they don't buy our pork or our beef. It's like, well, okay, again, you said the reason people have tariffs on them is because we have a trade deficit with them. So you're already backtracking on that point. But then, okay, so every country has to buy everything from us, or they get a tariff.
Yeah, also, it's in our trade deals. The one point I was going to bring up is just the one point of the USMCA really quick is that it's just like it works really well in North America because Mexico does more base level manufacturing. It's a lot cheaper to live in Mexico. There's still decent wages with these jobs, considering what the cost of living is. Canada can take care of what they're good at, but America does all the value added. We do the high paying jobs that kill less people, where people's backs ache the less. We got the best scenario out of this trade deal. All the cars we build are the ones we finish in America. We add more value with high level manufacturing. and they want to take us back without,
And just think, if we had, like, okay, not only would it make border enforcement more easy, I guess, because we'd have a situation where it'd be easier for organizations to move and say, like to work with each other, basically, like across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. But I would want to weigh the cost benefits and really see if anyone's done this, of like a USMCA, or I like NAFTA. I don't like saying USMCA, partly because it reminds me of the Marine Corps, and I don't like using that as disrespect to the Marines. But also, it was Trump's idea. But the idea is like having like a Schengen zone just between our three countries, so that we could have like the best high-paying and low-paying individuals go and work with each other in different countries. Like, I don't know.
I think we can. I think what they're seeing now is we just took the Panama Canal, so we already know we can squeeze the juice.
Thank you for $5. I find MP, thank you so much. I don't know if I said it. I don't know if my microphone's unmuted, but thank you, MP.
Numbers pulled up right
thank
here.
you for $5 in Cash App again.
This is actually on infographic, and kind of like an interesting position the U.S. is in that I think is downplayed a lot by foreign entities. And I mean, this is just statistics, right? Which, like, I know you love Jolah because you're about as well read as anyone I've seen on YouTube. So we have over twice as many nuclear submarines as China, and they have like 3 aircraft carriers that hold less, space for aircraft by a significant margin. And then we have like, I think it's 11 to like 3, so like almost 4x. Not quite 4x, but almost 4x their aircraft carrier supply. And yeah, they're ramping up production. They're catching up, sure. They're doing a lot of things to do that. But I mean, if you look at the U.S. objectively, compared to like the 1930s, I think objectively, like I'm not even saying this is a good idea, because this could definitely, put us into a rough economic state. I mean, if you think anything else, like you're blinded by like history. Like it's known that isolationist policies can very well crash the economy, right?
Yeah,
but the U.S. can kind of take the risk, I think, and kind of swing it with the power projection they have. Wouldn't you? I mean, objectively speaking, like and it's kind of sick, honestly, to look at, because we've really become like just so overspent on our military in this revolving door through, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, the Pentagon, and there's this revolving door that goes right into politics, and you have BlackRock buying the Panama Canal, and then it's just like, our projection is insane.
Yeah, but the problem is that like the Trump administration and like the Trump movement, or more of the right-wing conservatives as a whole, like 20 years ago they would have said, yeah, more military power is good. They probably would have they still celebrated to an extent the soft power that we had through things like USAID and programs like that, but at the very least, Trump could be doubling down on like the militarization. Like, yeah, they want to put more money into the. I don't even know why they still want to raise the budget of the military anymore. Because if all you're talking about is getting the military out and stop being the world's police force, like you would downsize the military and make it more efficient. But that's not popular, so they just keep throwing money at it because they've been spinning that message for so long. But like they don't want to do the soft power, goodwill around the world, walk softly, carry a big stick mentality that Roosevelt arguably should be celebrated for. They don't want to do the neocon military thing. They want isolationism, and yet they also want the world to bow to the United States. Like the view that Trumpers have is so unbelievably incoherent. Like, I can't even speak to it, because there's no single direction. Well, they want it all. They want everything. They want an empire,
Christian nationalism.
They want an empire, and they want to be left alone. Or they just
this
want
is ideological, though. Like, that's the thing. It's not rational. It's completely just the Christian nationalism taking over, and like it's the classic story of the. It's not just the ultra wealthy, because that's not the main point. It's like it is wealthy people who are wealthy from being fraudsters and manipulating finances. And just doing shitty dealings that are with Trump right now in the White House. All those billionaires are connected to fraud, working with China, Russia, any country, or any like fraud dealings in the U.S. These are people who want to break apart the U.S., break apart our bureaucracy, break apart our democracy, break apart everything that makes America America. Our parks, they want to sell it off for cheap. They want to break it apart and see who could buy up more of it. So I don't even think they have a philosophy for China or Russia or the global alliance, at least not in any rational sense. It's all ideological. Like Pete Hegseth and all these guys are literal rabid Christian nationalists. So I think it makes sense why they're just like doing random stuff, because Trump is their battering ram. Trump is their chaos agent that can, distract from everything, break all the government agencies. Elon Musk can also absorb a lot of the pushback as he kills like Social Security and Medicaid and USAID and all that kind of stuff. We don't know where the data from our government's going. Like America might just be being torn apart for profit from whoever wants it right now. And our institutions are bursting apart at the seams, trying to protect it. So I think that's one reason it's so hard to even evaluate this, because we could talk about this in a rational way, but any rational conversation about what's happening right now is not rational. It's not real, because nothing they're doing is a real attempt. It's not a real attempt at literally anything. Like Trump is shutting down chips and science right now. They're shutting down the Chips and Science Act. If they cared about American manufacturing, they would not be doing anything they're doing right now. It's all propaganda meant to destabilize something for someone else to profit. So it's really, I would think about it in that framework most of the time.
Yeah, and I hear some of those points you're saying. I don't think that's like necessarily a good idea. I think a lot of the things aren't a good idea, but I mean, there's 4 major talking points in each view, right? Like, and you're very good at like the several and obvious like sources that are definitely potential risks here. You're going to have a potential higher consumer prices, right? Retaliatory tariffs, job losses in export-dependent industries, and economic inefficiency, right?
Stagflation,
I mean, those are obvious
too.
risks.
Stagflation as well.
And also another risk is the more unstable, the more unpredictable and untrustworthy that the United States looks. If we're talking about countries who have their own interests at heart and want to make sure that they shore up and find someone who is relatively more reliable in providing them with like a wide variety of goods and services, the only other option for them right now is China. And that is like all of this that Trump is doing right now just serves to strengthen China as like the relative good guy in the fucking conversation right now.
That's
so as much
funny,
as
dude.
Trump and his movement decry China as being this big evil, I agree with them, probably not for the same reasons, because they like the things that I dislike about China, like silencing opposition and policing everybody's speech and thought. They are not in favor of free speech. Any Trumper who is in here right now who believes that they're like legitimately in favor of free speech, yeah, they're okay with you saying what you want because you agree with them. That's literally the antithesis of free speech.
Okay. And like the other 4 talking points would be like coming from the other side of the aisle that you're obviously going to disagree with, but like are important to like address, right? Just for everyone watching here, is like there's potential economic strength from tariffs. While we haven't like seen this materialize, just in truth, right? We haven't seen it materialize. Last time we saw something like this in isolationist policies, we haven't seen it work. That's just the facts. Whether you like Trump or hate him, those are just the facts.
Yeah.
The potential strengths here, though, are protecting key industries. Tariffs can, in theory, stabilize vital sectors such as steel, technology components, and defense-related manufacturing. By shielding these areas, they support national security and reduce supply chain vulnerabilities, which is what your last caller was trying to get at, I think, but didn't really do a great job of it, in my opinion. Reshoring and job creation. Which I think is the most questionable benefit you could argue, because that's going to take 10 years, as you already stated. We all know that. That's just a fact, right? And then revenue for public investment. And I think that one is a pretty big one that is being kind of overlooked, because tariff revenue can definitely help fund in infrastructure, military modernization, reduce national debt without raising direct taxes to domestic households, which is what we'd all like to see happen. But are they going to pay them? That's the question.
But that makes
right?
that makes unrealized gains taxes
fourth,
look like the best policy of all time.
Well, and interest rates prices, so it offsets it, right? But there's a fourth, right?
Okay, what's the fourth?
The trade leverage tool that everyone's talking about, and I think this comes into play mainly with the fact that China's been. When you go to a U.S. court as a Chinese like businessman versus when you're a U.S. businessman, and Kevin O'Leary actually talked about this today, like former Shark Tank guy, love him or hate him because of the FTX stuff, whatever. But if you look at it, China's been pretty anti-competitive towards IP theft. I mean, this is a known thing, right? So is a trade leveraging tool it could be a bargaining chip to negotiate more balanced trade terms, especially with nations where significant deficits and unfair practices exist. I think that's the objective here. It's just how is this going to materialize, right? And I don't even know if it's going to be good. And I generally advocated for the guy. And I mean, it's important to realize the state that we're in and prepare for it, I think.
Well,
and
just really quick
all
on the
these
points
are,
about
yeah.
just really quick on the points of the manufacturing. Right now in America, we are pausing the like data centers that were going to be built. We're pausing battery facilities. We're pausing semiconductors. We're pausing like big. I think Dell is pausing all shipments of electronics. So right now, investors are moving their money into other countries. They are moving into other investments, or they're pausing investments right now. And in America right now, you know, China is authoritarian. They can just like say, okay, we're going to build something and build it. But in America, we rely on private industries. We try to craft our market in a way that's going to make private industries do something that's beneficial to us. But we're raising the input costs of building factories. We're raising the cost of building factories. These companies are not investing in these manufacturing plants, and they need to happen today. If there's an issue right now that's so dire, this investment needs to happen today. Needs to be huge tax credits or huge subsidies. There's zero planning at all for any of that. And America is becoming weaker. Our economy's shrinking. As the rest of the world's economy is being dragged down with us now, but like we're in such a bad position because we don't have the factories in place already. It's like we're starting a war, and I don't even know. Like we're starting a war we haven't even prepared for. We have not even prepared for the war at all. And we're just like, yeah, trying to come at us. And China is like happy because like Xi Jinping right now is so happy. We are saving him. We are saving China and Russia. Their economies were both struggling before Trump came along. Now they're having a chance of revitalization. Both China and Russia are eating right now because of these terrible policies. It just makes no logical sense whatsoever. And the revenue part, if we're gonna pay for getting ourselves out of this mess, if you think it's a mess, I don't want to charge working class people a flat tax to do it. Let's tax higher income earners. Let's not pass the Trump tax cuts. Let's decrease loopholes. Let's hire more agents at the freaking IRS. We fired all of them, the people that go after our highest earners of society, to get more revenue to do actions like subsidies that we'll need to do to fund chips and science, where we killed IRS for no reason. If you kill IRS, they just go after regular people. They don't have enough resources to go after the big dogs that have the big dogs that got all the revenue. So all these policies together, Trump is leading to an economic collapse in America that we don't even understand the possibilities of, unless if Congress takes the reins soon. Like, it's insane. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, like I appreciate your passion around this because, like, you know, it is a potential issue. And I noticed there was a New York Times article that said Trump was looking to scrap the horrible chip program, spreads panic. And I also saw a Reuters article where, you know, he wants to kill 52.7 billion in semiconductor chips. But I mean, other than those two sources specifically, like what evidence is there that he's actually like looking to sever the CHIPS Act? Has he like publicly spoken about this? Like,
yeah, the White House has said they're not going to distribute the funds. They're going to let it dry up. And already our manufacturing in America peaked before Biden left. It's already going back down with Trump in office because they stopped funding these projects. You could look up the graph of total manufacturing investment in America. We're going back down. We had a huge surge under Biden. Now we're going back down under Trump. Also because of the economic collapse, because companies are not going to invest in America if we have a dumbass dictator leading. Part of America and what people love to invest in is our democracy, our legislation going slowly, having solid economic policy that can last a long time, that actually has laws. But right now we're putting masks over peaceful students who just wrote op-eds. We're ignoring all laws. We're violating Supreme Court orders. Like we're literally falling apart as a country. No one's going to invest in America if we're shit. If we're going to be shit like this and be authoritarian, why not just go invest in China? If you're going to invest in a dictatorship, at least invest in a competent one. So that's why no one's going to invest in America if this dumbass keeps on tearing the shit down. It's not just a passion thing. I'm passionate because I see my country dying. I see my country losing our due process for no freaking reason. We're losing all this shit because of freaking pronouns, and people are mad about pronouns. And none of this makes any sense. It's not just a minor issue. This is total economic collapse if we actually follow through with these programs. It's America collapsing on the global stage to being under the EU as a global power without our military. We're lucky we have our damn military, because without that we'd be screwed.
So you said that we're like looking to reduce like lithium production too and stuff like that, but like didn't we? I mean, we haven't like stopped Thacker Pass. Like, I mean,
Killing the economy like this is limiting it. You realize that, right? Like killing the economy is stopping development of new plants and new factories. Like manufacturing is decreasing in America right now. There are layoffs all over America right now because of the shitty economy and because of Trump leading an unstable government.
Do you know what the layoffs are right now?
I don't care what the actual number is right now. I just see the factories closed down everywhere. I see the companies withdrawing investments. When the stock market collapses, the reason we see a stock market collapse and then layoffs is because it's predictive. When the oil markets crash, we don't see the layoffs right when the oil markets crash. Those come in the following weeks. So we have to wait to see what the huge layoffs are going to be. But we're already seeing the early effects of the decrease in manufacturing spending. But when you look at the bonds, when you look at the price of the value of our dollar, when you look at every indicator, we are pre-recession. And the conversations in the White House right now are about avoiding a depression. That's what's coming from the White House sources. We want to avoid a depression. It's almost going to be an instant recession. They're almost guaranteeing a recession. But yeah,
I don't necessarily think you're wrong about this at all. I think that it very well could. The good news is though, there's little momentum even among the GOP to reduct the CHIPS Act as crucial for supporting domestic semiconductor
The executive branch executes the laws. If we have an incompetent executive branch that fires our entire bureaucracy, which we need to actually carry out these policies, we are not going to be able to do it effectively. It's not going to work. That's the thing about the bureaucracy as well. We're killing everything that make this country work. Sorry, you can go, caveman. I see DJ's here. Hi, DJ.
Oh no, I was also going to say that, but we. So what were you saying that Congress was going to do? Like the GOP was even going to do what?
They've had little momentum. Like most people in the GOP, I mean, the CHIPS Act was a bipartisan bill, and I honestly think that was probably one of the least intelligent things he said since he's taken office. Which I'm sure you and I can both agree on. That was one of the best bills written in America to bring back manufacturing here in a minute. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot not to think so, right? Like, I mean, I don't know why the hell he would say that, or do that, because it just seems like a bad.
Because he's a freaking idiot.
Yeah, no, because he doesn't care. Like, if it doesn't have his name on it, he doesn't want it done. And
yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
He is basically saying anything Biden is bad. Like he basically that's his entire MO. I mean, this is just like a culmination of what the GOP's done.
That's why he left TPP too. TPP isolated
years.
China. Now he says he wants a new TPP. He killed the Iran deal. Now he's saying we need a new Iran deal. So it's like, yeah, he literally just is a spite-driven toddler. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Trump is. What Congress needs to do is they need to take away his tariff power. They need to basically say, if you're going to tariff anybody, we at the very least need to sign off on it.
Give him a fake controller.
I think. Yeah,
is that under power of the legislative branch to do that?
Yes, it is. It is a delegated power that Congress is supposed to have because it is a tax. But I think a few decades ago they delegated that to the executive branch as a means of increasing in good faith
for national security,
the executive
right?
branch's ability to engage in foreign affairs.
Was it national security or for commerce? Like, was it for economic reasons or for national security purposes? Like
I think it's probably a little bit of both.
Okay.
So yes, they should absolutely take it away from him. That is not a toy that he should have access to. He shouldn't have access to scissors or his phone, or certainly not the nuclear codes. But if I don't think he should have access to scissors, I certainly don't think he should have access to the nukes. But no, I am uncomfortable. If you really want to talk about limiting the bureaucracy and limiting the power of the government to shrink the government, one of the best
I'm libertarian, so yeah, that's my MO.
Me too.
Learn to speak Chinese, buddy.
You can do that. One of the best ways you can do that is by taking away the ability for the president to unilaterally issue tariffs, taxes on the American people in any capacity. That should be reserved for Congress alone. And it should be and then they should pass a bill to limit their own power by saying it has to be an 80% majority that says yes.
So, I mean, it's a mess. I mean, any way you look at it, it's definitely a mess. But you made a key point, Jolah, that I think is, an important step towards moving in the right direction. I don't think Biden or Kamala were vindicative of the entire, Democratic Party, and I don't think Trump is vindicative of the entire GOP. I don't think Rand Paul agrees with everything Donald Trump says. I think we can agree on that statement alone. And I think that people need to put their heads on instead of focusing on what's on CNN or Fox.
That's probably true if I can cut in, but that doesn't mean shit the only person who's been willing to say I'm not going to vote for this is Thomas Massie, and I have a lot of respect for the guy for doing that. Not because I'm just anti-Trump, but I'm saying that he's actually sticking by his principles when so few others are actually doing that
Yeah.
on either side.
It's really just
On
sad
either
seeing
side.
a whole political party just like begging for attention from dear leader. Like at the press conference today, they were talking about Trump's body being attractive and him working out lately. Like it's really pathetic to see the level of worship of Trump. I've never seen that from any Democratic
Absolute
Party in any country
gooner
ever.
fucking
It's
behavior,
only
man.
conservative parties that ever fall to this kind of dictatorship and cult of personality or socialist. I mean, Trump is the closest thing to a communist U.S. president we've had, and I'm gonna strongly stick by that. He's closer to Mao than any president in American history. Way closer to Mao. Even at the point of he was saying how the other night he was saying Kyle's favorite quote. I see Kyle's in here listening in. But you know, the children yearn for the mines. He said that all these coal workers, oh, they don't want to make more money in a fancy job. You can give them an apartment in Manhattan. They love working with their hands in the coal mine. They love the feeling of they're too big and strong. It's like it's just yeah, the level of propaganda right now from the White House is insane. Republicans are way worse than Democrats for that reason. And the fact that like Trump is crashing the global economy and we have like 5 Republican senators and like 2 Republican House members, Bacon and Massey, saying anything, it is absolutely absolutely insane. Like they literally just say whatever dear leader thinks. Like all the cabinet members, like they're like, wow, President Trump, we are a family here. Your love and courageous kindness, you have really achieved the art of the deal. And freaking Caroline, leave it alone. Her face is pathetic. Look at her dumbass duck lips. And she's like,
have you said thank you once today to Trump?
well, you may have not read at all, but like Donald Trump,
do you even wear a suit?
He wrote The Art of the Deal. And Donald Trump, we trust in Trump. He wrote The Art of the Deal. If you haven't heard, yet another amazing deal made by President Trump. The stock market's only down 10% this year now. Let's go for it. We did it.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm just piling up cash and waiting for this thing to crash.
That's my favorite.
That's what I'm doing.
Stockpile ammunition.
If only I had money. If only I had money. Ammunition and water, bro. If you need ammunition and water, I'm just gonna be. I'll get myself out the game then. If we're resorting to that. If it's at that
Maybe
level.
I'll get some Jolah via Super PAC.
No,
What's
Joel, you come out here to the West Coast. If things go Mad Max, I'll take you in, man. We'll build a commune.
For those that didn't know, like Jolah hates Super PACs. It's actually one of the things I really like about him.
Would you rather move
Everybody
to
should hate
Caveman's
Super PACs.
commune or my commune?
Ooh, well,
think there's a
Caveman's
clear correct answer.
Caveman's
like
commune has guns.
DJ's commune would have like introspective analysis of like the philosophical conditions in which we would survive
I'd
mentally.
talk about that too. I like talking about philosophy.
Yeah,
and
but
shit.
listen to DJ's like soothing voice. You know. Talk, DJ.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, you can talk
I
about
can
that
get
all you want in
guns
my
if
commune.
that's
Yeah.
a big selling point.
Well, we could
for
just
you.
combine. We have to combine with each other. Free trade.
Yeah,
Free trade between the communes.
Hey.
Okay.
I said
Sounds
North America.
It's Oregon. I mean, you're both on the west coast.
Is
so.
this how we get communism?
Pretty sure.
I didn't think this
No,
was
okay.
how we
When I
got
said
communism.
commune, like like I don't know, like we can build a currency system if we want, but
Ooh, let's do
we're just-
acorns.
we're just like pure subsistence at that point.
The fact that we're even having
Yeah. Also, I was wondering how much wheat is your commune? Like, which commune is going to have more wheat?
Mine?
Okay, I hope honestly, I just hope Democrats pick someone that has good vibes because the voters that are going to be dragging their knuckles on the way to the polls, breathing all the flies in their mouths, like they need a decent vibes candidate to just vote for without having to think too much.
That I agree with.
Yeah,
John
they
Ossoff
need
would be
someone who
fire,
actually
bro.
has a fucking spine.
Bro, John
So,
Ossoff would go
yeah.
crazy. Not gonna lie.
John Ossoff would be great.
And he'd get the Palestine voters too, because he like voted against all the Israel funding packages, so he'd get all the activists as well. So like that'd be a good one. Not gonna lie.
That guy is charismatic. He'd probably
He's sexy
be
too.
a stronger candidate.
He's actually
Just
hot.
kinda-
Like I'm not gay, but he's hot. Like he's a hot guy.
Yeah, I mean, like I think we can all agree that the left needs better candidates than they did this last
Yo,
election.
Bashir is a pro and like a radically pro-trans governor of Kentucky, and he has a 68% approval rating, the highest approval rating of any governor in the country in Kentucky. being pro-trans and like vetoing all the anti-trans legislation. And I've been watching his interviews, and he really does have, just the way he talks is very soothing and very folksy, but also still like, I don't know. I know he's like a nepo baby, but still like the way he presents it, he's got to be doing something right to have those numbers in Kentucky.
Yeah, I actually think I read into this guy too. He ran a little while back, didn't he?
For sure, I think his election was
No, John Ossoff.
Oh, Ossoff. Oh, Ossoff is the one that's special election with Warnock in 2020.
Like that's honestly the thing is like if you just get someone who doesn't give off the greetings fellow youths vibe that so many fucking Democrats
Pokemon Go to the polls. Oh my god.
Hey,
that happened.
You know what? I'm out here walking on the streets of DC. I'm playing Pokemon Go. You guys like Pokemon Go? Well, you know what I also like? Progressive tax policy.
I don't see that wasn't that bad. It's really just Hillary saying that because I could say that and be stupid.
You know what I
mean?
keep
Like,
in my
say,
purse? Hot sauce.
Okay, that was kind of genuine from her, but the whole gun thing where she's like, if you walk in my house, you're getting shot. It's like, come on, Kamala, shut the hell up.
Oh god, that was so fucking like even for me, I was like, no, this is so cringe. I own a Glock.
I have a Red Ryder.
Yeah, she's gonna have to get rid of that Glock pretty soon if California passes this law where they said.
Oh my god! Imagine if she would have been like, yeah, well, naturally, as a former prosecutor, I own a judge. Like, it talking about freaking.
That would have been a bad fucking misspeak / Freudian slip.
Oh god.
Wild.
See, Trumpers, this is what you can do. You are allowed to make fun of the people who are in your party. You fucking.
Well,
ever since comedy became legal again.
I know that
true.
was
In fact, actually true. Yeah.
Thank God.
It's
comedy
so
was
true.
in fact banned.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love it. Did you guys see the SNL bit? It's the midday news. Shane Gillis was on it with
I love Shane Gillis.
And it was basically the joke where like a bunch of newscasters were reading a story, and based on how it sounded, they try to guess if the culprit was black or white. And someone commented, "Oh, I'm so glad we could finally joke about this again." And it's like they did the same shit 5 years ago. Like they literally would have been like right at the start of like it wasn't banned at any point, and they've done jokes like that since then. They've done like several Black Jeopardies.
Bro, do you see this story about a Russian woman who worked at Harvard Medical School to reverse the effects of aging is being detained in an ICE detention center in Louisiana? Her crime was failing to disclose samples of frog embryos at an airport. For that, they want to deport her back to Russia, where she's going to be prosecuted for opposing Putin because she protested the Ukrainian war. Bro, if they send her back to Russia, holy fuck, I hate this government. I didn't mean to curse, but fuck. God, that's so crazy, bro. Like, oh my God. That shit, like... If you're anyone in America who cares about freedom, you have to vote against this shit. Like, if you care about freedom and you don't vote against this, I don't care if it's the most corny suburban wine mom who has $1 million straight from George Soros' asshole. Like, if you don't vote against what's happening right now, then you're not a libertarian. You don't care about freedom. Like, I don't care about your past votes. I don't care about your past identification. We need to take power away from this because a dumb, dawdling liberal or whatever, like that's a million times better for everyone. A socialist, libertarian, conservative, whatever. It doesn't matter. Way better for everyone than what the hell is happening right now. Like it's beyond the pale.
You're forgetting something, Jolah, which is that this war never would have started.
If I were president, bro. If Trump were president,
so therefore we can do whatever we want because they started it.
Man, I saw him say that today. I just got annoyed. I don't even hate him anymore. He's just annoying, bro. It never would have started if I was like every time he talks, he's just annoying. Like I'm not even mad at him anymore. He's just like a dumbass.
You're forgetting that liberals drew first blood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I love that shit. I think JD Vance is gonna be our Hitler, to be honest.
I hope so.
He's not anywhere near charismatic enough.
I don't know how someone makes a turnaround like that, I think he's a fucking
Money.
Well, hold on. I don't think he made a turnaround. I think when he said that about Trump, he was saying it like it was a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know that he was quite saying.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never
He
Trump guy.
wasn't. No, it's obviously
He was either really hiding his power level, or the better option is he's a fucking sleeper agent.
You know
he
that-
is. Yeah, who was the
I
first
think
one to
it's
say
more
all
likely hidden power level, bro. I don't think it's a sleeper agent where he's like
know
an
that ethical,
establishment
like-
sleeper agent and he's
I don't think he's
actually
an-
secretly trying to save the American
I
democracy.
don't think he's an establishment sleeper agent. Like I could see him being like an X Factor, like he's not quite establishment, but he's not quite with Trump. But
he's a
get
Peter
into his good
Thiel
graces.
You know what?
so-
You know what? Hold on. I can kind of see that, Caveman, because in the Signal group chat, he was the only one who was like, I'm not exactly sure if this is what Trump really wants to do.
But then he was like, oh shit, like I need to like sell it better. And so he's like, oh, but also Europe, they suck, right, guys?
Yeah. Do you know the ethical test with the AI where it's like, well, if you tell the AI to get into the garage, and that's its only goal, and there's people standing in front of the garage, it will kill said human, or it'll kill said people to get into the garage or whatever. Like that big ethical thing with AI, making sure it's like it doesn't have I don't know, doesn't avoid ethical concerns when it's like accomplishing its task. I think that's how JD Vance is, where the goal is not like get in the garage, it's like get into power. And whatever avenue becomes open to get into power, whatever is the nearest way to get into power, he will do it ruthlessly without any care for anyone else. And that's similar to how people act with if they're a sociopath or if they have a narcissistic personality disorder, or both. All the whole ball of the combination of those things. Elon Musk too. They just do whatever they need to do to get into power. They don't care about the human collateral. They don't care about the damage caused. They'll do anything. They'll be a Trump guy. They'll be a little bit more liberal. They'll be a fascist. They'll do anything. That's what kind of guy JD Vance is. He's insane. He's a He's a serial killer, politically.
I don't know. Chuck Schumer kind of creeps me out.
Man, I wish Chuck Schumer was like that, bro. I wish.
That's just naturally being old. That's just because how old he is, bro. Old people are creepy.
He reminds me of like a Nixon-esque like era.
Sounds anti-Semitic. Sounds anti-Semitic to me.
How? Literally how?
You criticize a Jewish person.
You see, that's actually, I think that's what we need to drop from the Democratic Party, if anything. Like, we just need to get all of the old blood out. Like, all these old people are fucking ruining it.
I agree. You could really do that for both parties. I mean, it would be nice to see someone younger and more charismatic run. Like, I would rather see Asaf and Vivek run against each other than freaking Biden and Trump. Like, in all
Vivek is a scammer
actuality.
too, though. Thank you for $5, Bucky. He's into that technocratic fascism of
And you know
Elon's
what?
granddad.
I've
Bucky.
changed my mind
That's
a
true.
little bit on Vivek. He might be like actual like human scum for doing his fraud with the cancer treatment, but I think that he would at least be a sane person to be in a position of like leadership.
I don't know,
Well,
bro.
he actually cares about the Bill of Rights. I mean, that's really like.
He's in there. He's a Peter Thiel guy, though. They're both Peter Thiel. Him and JD Vance are best friends. Remember?
Right, but he got booted out from Doge. He did because of like his ethical questions. He thought what Doge was doing wasn't ethical, so he got fucking kicked out.
Did anyone else forget that Peter Thiel kicked Elon Musk out of PayPal? Like, did anyone like? I feel like a lot of people forget that too, and talk about like Elon Musk inventing PayPal. Crazy stuff.
We gotta go back in time. Be like, guys, I think we should stop the Nazis, and they could be like, oh, you're in favor of forever wars, aren't you? Freaking awesome. I'm gonna bring this guy in. I never saw him before.
Well, I am probably about to pop up, but it was a pleasure talking with you as always, Jolah.
Thank you for
Best of
joining.
luck to you. Hope you run one day.
I might see you around. I'll let you know if I do personally. Just you, no one else. But yeah, thanks for
That makes
hopping in.
me feel
I'm gonna
special.
bring these guys in the chat, Dova and Gen Z. Just see what they have to say. I'm gonna be getting off soon in like 15 minutes anyway, but let them hop in here. But yeah, thanks for hopping in, man.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
Joel,
Who are
if you
you?
do run, I'm gonna be your your head of PR.
Hello.
I'm gonna
How
be
are
your
ya?
head media guy.
Head
I'm
of
gonna be your,
yeah, dude, uncensored. That'd be a 1-day campaign.
Yeah, because you'd be like up in the polls 90%.
I would, yeah, I would win.
It'd be over.
They would cancel voting if yeah. Jen's hi Dova.
The question,
yeah.
the question is, if you run for president, what type of offensive memes will you post from the White House Twitter account?
Offensive.
Every day at 12 o'clock, he's going to be posting Goatsy on his Blue Sky.
Oh my god, dude.
That's perfect.
Oh
The
wait.
entire oval is gonna be decked out with AI generated images of Trump and Putin.
Oh crap! I had a question. I had a Dova question. Second.
Doing
dollar question?
Doing nasty.
Yeah. Okay. So what it means, because I saw that there was a trend for a decent amount of time where the yields and the dollar followed each other. But right now the yields and the dollar are like extremely divergent. I'm just curious like what that typically means, because like they're actually going like completely opposite directions right now.
I think it's because nobody really knows what's happening, right? Like, if you look at the, usually the dollar gets stronger in times of either like global economic instability or like strength and growth in the U.S. market, and then it gets weaker when the U.S. economy is alone, like doing poorly. But nobody really knows if tariffs and everything is a shock to global economies more than it would be the U.S. economies, so they don't know if they should enter the dollar or leave the dollar. Yields are increasing too because there's a lot of private funds overseas dumping treasuries, which is going to increase the supply and lower the price, thus increasing yields. Who knows? We're just gonna have to wait for some data to come out. I know like that sucks, but like dude, there's so many variables here that.
Well, aren't they just going to freeze up? Are the investments just going to freeze up if if these tariffs change another like 2 weeks in a row? I just feel like we're going to see a lot of pauses on new facilities being built and investments, and also like I think like Dell I think is pausing all shipments of laptops until they find like a supply chain, or until they have a freaking solid policy. Which even if it's a solid policy, it can still be taken away by anything, by a tweet. So yeah.
No, I think that's definitely true, right? Like we saw some of the largest promised private spending into the manufacturing sector in America from tech companies. It's like over like almost $1 trillion. And even though Apple promised $500 billion in U.S. investment to build out facilities for the next 4 years, you still see them get slapped in the dick by a tariff. And then also they make it in Vietnam too, huge tariff. Sure, it's 10% now. And then they said, okay, we'll go to India. Well, there's still a tariff there. So it's like, do you want them to bring private investment here? Well, if they're going to do that, if they're going to make that CapEx spending, like those capital expenditures, they're going to need to have revenues coming in. And if you're going to tariff the fuck out of them here, they have to raise prices then to be able to even sustain that level of CapEx. So if I was a business owner and I wanted to like invest money into build American build out, I would just sit on my hands and do nothing.
That's awesome. Well, all the input costs too for building for steel and batteries and whatever other items are necessary.
It's all going up. It's all going up.
Farming equipment and farming exports, like soybean farmers, we're gonna have to bail them out again, or they're gonna die probably because they ship to largely China. But yeah, what you said about Apple too going to India, that's a request we made. Other companies like Nike, and I mean they were in Vietnam for a while, but going to Vietnam instead of China. But I know China does route through Vietnam to avoid tariffs sometimes. But yeah, we're telling all of our partners and stakeholders and countries like screw you for no reason, and we're at like 25% with Canada and Mexico. which is also going to hinder our ability to expand manufacturing. So it's like, and if we have manufacturing and a boom at all with all this private investment, there's going to be a lot more demand on the system for all the resources we're going to need to do that here. I don't know. It's a whole thing.
Like, I half understand the Mexico one, right? Like that country does have its own problems that we shouldn't subsidize. I have zero understanding for the Canada one. Zero. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, I mean, we live in an interesting time. So I'm just gonna wait for the data to come out, and until then, I'm just gonna buy a lot of straddle contracts for options, and that's how I'm gonna play the market. Okay.
Gold and silver here.
I mean, what really baffles me is us putting tariffs on things that we have no hope of actually like producing, like Madagascar vanilla. It's bonkers that we're putting tariffs on things that we can't produce.
Yeah, it should be more nuanced.
Well, there's a chance
agree.
They might be trying to normalize it as a revenue base too, because they want to pay for more tax cuts.
Well,
So
what I
that'd be
put in
really
general chat
interesting.
about the amount of U.S. debt coming due this year, like that's crazy. That's
Well,
more
with our
cash.
oh god,
There's
our
more
debt.
there's more bonds coming due than we have cash on the U.S. balance sheet.
Well, yeah, and also like we cut half of the IRS, which is going to be probably lose us $250 billion in revenue collected. We're killing. We're spending more money through the tax cuts now. They're going to be re-implemented in a more drastic way. Our economy's shrinking now versus what we expected to be growing at this point. There was no like without Trump's policies, like before the new presidency took office, like we were expected to still be growing right now. Like this recession is actually huge for our year growth goals. It's like yeah, that's going to be kind of wild.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is I think there's a reason during the election you saw all like big business owners basically going out and saying, "I like Trump." You haven't seen one in you haven't seen one in a hot minute say that shit besides Elon, which even now he's pushing back against tariffs. It's like it's idiotic.
Well, I think
If you're free market in any way, it's idiotic.
I think the lip service that the company owners were playing before the election was literally just to try and keep Trump on their good side. Because, like, I mean, imagine if they had full-throatedly backed the opposition party. Trump would be targeting them specifically right now.
Maybe.
Don't
You
worry.
definitely see it with Google.
Well, I mean, we already have examples of him signing executive orders targeting law firms that brought lawsuits against his administration.
Well, that's bad for the economy too. If our administration is going to be like attacking law firms and cracking down on that kind of stuff, like I said before, if our administration is going to do like oppression of speech or oppression of the legal system or violating laws or a constitution or ignoring Supreme Court rulings, for example, that's going to make this a much more hostile environment for companies as well. Because it's like, okay, if you're not going to follow those laws, what are you going to do to our company? We'd rather just wait out, rather than make a 10-year investment. We'll just wait it out. Hopefully Congress regains some power, but maybe wait for the midterms to invest. So regardless, if the goal is like going against China or doing manufacturing, this is just paralyzing everyone. Like kind of like Dova said. But
I mean, if Congress has after the midterms, if they have any fucking sense of balls, like at all, this could be really good for the U.S. Like the Congress might actually take back some power from the presidency, from the
Well, I mean, that really
executive.
depends. I feel like that really depends on who takes the Congress. Because I feel like if the Republicans
That's right, baby girl.
maintain it, it's just gonna keep being this.
They did not get a particularly big majority in the House this time around.
That is true,
Surprising
but they could
considering the
still
major.
maintain it, though. I mean, it's still a possibility.
They could, but I think we underestimate how big the independent voter bloc is. Because the independent voter bloc gave.
So
Yeah.
I'm of the conspiracy opinion that Kamala won Georgia at the very least. There was a lot of like voter shenanigans in Georgia with them purging like voter rolls, and letting like individuals say
Yeah,
that
look what's going on in North Carolina
uh,
right now.
yeah, well, I mean, they were allowing individuals bring into question people's ability to vote and get them kicked off the voter rolls, which is wild. It's wild that someone could like call in to the to whoever controls the voting, be like, hey, this person actually doesn't live in Georgia,
The
and
SAVE Act, bro.
like completely be lying and just get him kicked off the voter roll.
The SAVE Act is so stupid. Imagine spending all that money on a problem that does not exist. Like, you could have very basic voter ID where it's like right now, most states that have like very basic voter ID, the one that people actually agree with would be like you could bring a utility bill, you could bring an ID, you could bring a military ID or documentation, you could bring a whole assortment of things to prove your identity to vote. But what they want to do with the whole birth certificate or passports is freaking nutty, and it's on purpose to try and hurt people's ability to vote, or discourage people from voting. But voting laws.
Give me a free passport, motherfuckers.
No, honestly, yeah, that's the thing about.
like
Then it's a poll tax.
mean,
It's a poll tax essentially if you make people get a passport or a birth because to change your certificate if you're a woman.
should be able to make, but
To change it to your actual last name if you're a woman you got married, then that is also another poll tax. Like this is against the Constitution because you should give no barriers to voting, unless if you have huge concern or huge cause for it. It's like putting laws on freedom of speech. It's a high bar to to make laws, especially for the freaking federal government. And they cannot prove more than like one case of immigrant voting in the past like 50 years.
It means absolutely nothing to a political
Yeah, bro.
movement.
The immigrants are going to risk voting out of federal election and get deported.
It means nothing to a political movement that thinks women voting is a punchline.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I believe if I remember
What
correctly,
did
when
you
they
say,
actually
bro?
when they audited the votes, they found more fraud in the favor of Trump than they did the Democrats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all economic woes. I mean, now there's an argument that Kamala was not a particularly strong candidate. I thought she was okay.
Oh yeah, she was very okay.
And just about voter
That's
fraud.
probably most people's sentiment is that she was a pretty okay candidate. She wasn't everyone's like dream candidate.
Nah, they did not like her laugh. Her laugh probably lost her like 5% of the vote.
The main issue that we have in America when it comes to voting and what people have issues with on the Republican side isn't having to deal with voting itself. It has to deal with the identification system. Social security numbers weren't supposed to be our ID on us being citizens. It was never meant to be that as a system. In fact, like our social security card back in time used to have, this is not for identification.
Yeah,
So if
I think the current ones for non-citizens said can't be used to,
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
be able to vote, and that
Yeah, it works fine.
That can be expanded simply beyond like no one can go to a voting booth and just have their social security card. Like it doesn't have any photo ID. Like it's not a photo ID, so it's not going to qualify for any voter ID laws anyways.
Well, see, that's a solution that worked already too. Like we don't need to make a new
You just
solution.
don't
to-
like have your
But
socials
basically what
memorized?
it means is it can't be expanded on unless you're claiming some real shenanigans that there should be evidence for, that they're utilizing social security
Wait, don't-
cards for non-citizens.
What
to
I would like
secure
to see,
an ID that would allow them to vote.
Don't you have
what
your
I would like to
social
see is
memorized?
a new. What I would like to see is a
If so,
new
tell me it.
identification system that's not tied to our social security number, especially when it comes
hold on.
to everyday. Yeah.
Why is the social security number not a sufficient enough identification system for you?
The fact that
it doesn't have a photo
1/3
ID.
of Americans' social security numbers are compromised. It doesn't have a photo ID, and you can just look it up in publicly available directories because of how many times that it's been exposed.
Yeah, if somebody wants your social, they have it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, just
Then
have
it was never
if you
meant
want-
to
if you wanna
be
have
that
If
type.
you want to have a national voter ID law, you got to make sure is that every single citizen is given at no cost either
Exactly.
the
In the
ID
mail.
them like from the government through the mail, or they can get it at no cost at like a particular
Every USPS.
and any
Yeah. We already
Actually,
have
every
a system in
post-
place.
Every post office is probably a good start, but also they could
Yeah.
get it people living
DMVs as well.
overseas, they can get it at a consulate or an embassy. DMVs would be a good one as well.
Yeah, but the issue is like,
real
you
ID
don't wanna...
works, but
they don't want that. The point is the Republicans don't want that. They want there to be voter ID. They want to make it as difficult to get the voter ID as possible, so that only the people who have expendable time and expendable income are going to be able to get the necessary ID to vote, because those individuals they've tracked are more likely to vote for them.
And from a legal
That's the whole
perspective,
game.
like in America, it's not fair that one person be given more barriers to vote. So, for example, like a citizen proof for no reason would be like, well, you know, women need to go longer ways. They have to pay for a birth certificate change, or they need to pay for a passport. And, you know, some people in cities or whatever might not have a place near them. They might have to walk 2 hours or 3 hours to get to a place. You know, people are busy, they're working, they don't have that much money. And, you know, it's funny to hear, you know, many of these Republicans talk about caring about American families, working class families. Then they're like, well, it's only $30. It's like, yeah, there's some people that don't have $30, but they should still be able to vote. And we should not bring back poll taxes. So like, and it's for no solution. It's not a problem.
Months.
There's no... Yeah,
if you want to expedite it to get it within like a month, it's like an extra
take away from their job,
way more.
Which they're not.
So if you want to vote, let's say you get involved in politics like 2 weeks or 2 months before the election, and you can still register to vote. You can't get your birth certificate to prove your identity. And this is also from a made-up problem. Like zero, you should have to prove some sort of, like, why are we spending taxpayer dollars on an expansive system for this shit? Because if every state needs to verify this, we need more workers, we need more funding for a problem that does not exist. It's just, yeah.
I just think that passports
Government working
should
socialism,
be
though, Jolah.
an
It's
entitlement.
communism.
Like, unless you break a federal law, you should be able to travel outside this country. Like, people should be able to just get passports like they get a driver's license. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Get a picture.
But that's my own hot take.
Just make it make sure everybody has a passport, national passport program.
Yeah.
And all you got to do is
why not just make every form of ID a passport then? Like,
well, it's not up to us. It's
That's
up
kind
to
of what
the
they
other,
did with Real
it's up
ID.
to the ports of entries to the other countries, right? Like, Real ID is for states. You'd have to change like the global standard.
I'd say that's
right,
kind
but
of
I
what they
mean,
did
why
with Real
couldn't
ID.
we?
It's for domestic travel, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, why couldn't we just have every form of identification issued be also a passport as well?
That would have to be an agreement you have to make with other countries. They'd have to be able to respect that particular form of identification.
I also wouldn't want to lose that ID. Then I'd be fucked, dude.
Let's get
Like,
chips in
your
our
identity
wrists.
stolen.
Let's get those chips that have the NFC connection. We could just scan it on things, have our cards on there and everything.
Yeah, the RFID.
Man.
I just walk through a port of entry and it says, "This is blah blah blah."
Well, they can scan your face
I
already.
just
Hey,
want-
Joel, thank you for $5. Let's see how these ideas flesh out in a couple of years. We'll debate it. Dude, you're gonna see how they flesh out in a week, bro. We're about to see it. All right, but yeah, thank you for $5.
Well, no,
Talk
90
to you again.
days, Joel. 90 days.
Yeah, the pump and dump.
I'm just very curious on what's going to happen with these China tariffs, dude. This is like the biggest dick swing contest I've ever seen in my life. And
200%.
in all reality, China, like in this war of attrition, they're not going to win if we got rid of all our other fucking tariffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think anyone's a winner in this, but if we were to say,
not at
no,
all.
hold on. If we were to say to try and like game this out, I think if we were to convince all of our allies to sanction China, we might be able to pull this off with very minimal damage. But again, that would involve getting rid of all of our other tariffs.
Trump could be king,
Nobody
bro.
wins the war of attrition. Nobody does. You're just waiting till the other person fails more than you fail. But you've also both failed in that amount of time. Like,
Yeah, no, that's why I said like if we were going to like do something to win this economic trade war, we would have to convince all of our allies to sanction China or something. Like we'd have to like really cripple the fuck out of their economy with everyone backing us.
Well, the EU is making new deals with China now because of us, so GG's.
Yep.
yes. And like some of the Japan and Korea with China.
Yeah, that is like 100 years of
That
bad
is
blood.
the
at
yeah, that's
least.
the most
like the-
wild thing ever.
that's the most
those people hate each
nationalistic
other so
country in
much.
the
They
world.
hate each other so
Each
much,
other.
and we brought them together. What do you mean?
You see China posted Reagan clips?
Wait,
China
we're
was posting
creating
about Ronald
world
Reagan.
peace.
True.
Yeah, by having everyone unite against
No,
us. I don't know
China
if
quoted
that's
Ronald
good
Reagan, bro.
Good for me.
China's going off though. Their propaganda is insane. When they quoted Reagan, bro, they put up Reagan clips and they're making fun of Trump being fat and stuff. It's like, whoa, that's not fair. That's not nice to call someone that. But like, still, it's yeah, they're going off.
True.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
sure,
we live
I
in
can't
this
say that.
weird upside down world where now even the Republicans think Reagan was bad.
Man, who did this free trade thing? I don't even know. Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan. I love how Bill Clinton gets all the heat, bro. Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan never get mentioned. It's all Bill Clinton.
Do you want more proof that Trump doesn't read? Then he takes the tax policies of a past president, doesn't read forward to the part where he rejected those tax policies. He just read the first chapter.
Yeah, no, him resurrecting the ghost of McKinley, but not even like McKinley as he died. Like
We were the richest ever. Who's okay? First off, who's we? I think it's very telling. Who's we were the richest ever between like 1850 and 1913. Yes,
the Rothschilds.
He's not talking about Americans. He's talking about robber
Rockefeller.
barons. He's talking about robber barons.
Yo, him in the Oval Office shooting the shit with his buddies on camera, bragging about how much money he's made them is wild.
He's too stupid to know that anyway.
And Republicans don't bat an eye.
George Soros.
No, because
Well,
they're going
because
to get primaried.
it's not
They're going to
being
get
about-
primaried if
it's
they
not
do.
about- It's not about being principled or actual policy anymore. It's literally just about owning the liberals. They just want to feel better about themselves and say they're better than the liberals because they won. It's horrid. It's just a horrid mentality. They don't care as long as they feel like they're the winners.
They don't have to worry. They'll never have to vote again.
Yo, honestly though, when Trump tried seizing the voting machines in 2020, you realize that they would actually do it now. We don't even think about that shit.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think he's going to take even wackier approaches to staying in power. My main one, definitely still totally conspiracy until he does it, is he's just going to say, like, he's just going to announce martial law and suspend elections.
April 20th.
And it's going to be
April 20th. It's coming up.
I don't know if it's going to happen on April 20th. If it happens, I think it'll happen way closer to his actual election.
420 is supposed to be a celebration, not a tragedy.
Bro, didn't he approve drone strikes into Mexico?
Yeah, he did. He did approve drone strikes into Mexico, without talking to Mexico first.
I want to be honest. I think that this may be a wild like conspiracy, but I think he's going to build a mega prison in Mexico.
Why would he have? Hold on. Yeah, no, hold on.
And when it was
Why would he
signed
have
part
to-
of CCOT as U.S. territory? To
No,
basically get around immigration laws.
Yeah.
I mean, why would they even need to build it in Mexico? We already have it in El Salvador, bro.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think there's talks with like Prince, like Eric Prince.
Bukele's
and
coming
others
tomorrow or
basically
whatever.
say, hey, we're gonna work with the El Salvadorans or the Salvadorans, and we're gonna like say part of CCOT is like official U.S. soil. And
The
so
president's
basically
coming
they can
here,
say,
right?
well, if we're transporting them to U.S. soil, then I guess we didn't deport them to another country.
Bukele's coming. Oh, by the way, they're gonna bomb Mexico and they're gonna say, pull the old Israel, and they're gonna say, oh, we bombed those civilians. Well, there were cartel members in there too, and the cartel's terrorists. So the civilians that died, we had no choice. Guarantee it. That's like the complete World War III version of the events that can happen. Like, oh god, like imagine Mexican citizens get caught up in the drone strikes. You know, other than the cartels.
Oh. I see
it will happen.
I see us doing something different. I see us arresting everyone and doing like a Unicore slave camp.
Well, yeah, they're doing the soft launch right now in El Salvador. Then they're gonna, yeah.
Yeah, it's the beta testing right now.
Like I see them using like the Federal Prison Industries corporation like Unicor, and it's just going to mass produce equipment for like either military or government.
The ICE director saying he wants deportations to act like Amazon Prime but with human beings. I'm like, oh, you nice.
That's that like how can you even how can you look in the mirror at yourself after saying something like that, bro? Like
We're gonna do trafficking. GG's.
that is the least human thing I've ever heard anyone say. Like that has no humanity behind it. That is absolutely fucked.
It's wild.
The one thing I'd like to see is that like this, like in a cynical way,
Oh,
this could be the
God.
catalyst that makes sure that the Second Amendment is never threatened again. Like all these actions by Trump, Democratic gun ownership just goes up to 90%. It'd be fucking great.
No way.
I am fully in agreement with you on that.
It's not gonna.
Yeah, well, tell Illinois to make that shit legal again, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Let's do it. Well, that's the thing. You know, I can tell every single fucking like pro 2A person listening or on the internet or just in existence. You want the Supreme Court to have time to take up Snope or Ocean State Tactical instead of just sending it down or kicking the can down the road again and again and again, week by week with conference. Well, they have to deal with the constitutionality of shit like the fucking El Salvador situation.
Oh,
with
yeah, the
Rodrigo
9-0
Garcia.
decision.
It's like,
The thing, like, you realize Trump's not that crazy, right? Like, Trump is not that insane. Like, he is, but like, they asked him about the Supreme Court. He's like, yeah, well, we're gonna return the guy if the Supreme Court ruled against it. But then, like Trump is a puppet. Like, it really is these people behind the scenes that are dangerous. Like, they are the Hitlers. It's not Trump.
Not listening, yeah.
Yeah, Trump doesn't care that much. Trump wants to be in power. He wants to golf. He wants to talk shit. But these guys are doing the slave trade. Like they want to do the slave trade. They want to deny the Supreme Court. Trump doesn't really want to. Like he doesn't really care that much. He doesn't really want to fight the Supreme Court on all this shit. Sure, he wants power. He wants corruption. Sure, but he's not like doing the whole Hitler shit. That's Stephen Miller. That's all those guys. Tom Homan, Kristi Noem. Well, she's not really thinking about it. But Pam Bondi. They're disgusting, bro. But yeah, it's not really Trump himself. So like, how do we even? Yeah, I don't even know.
Also, I'm surprised no one's put a side by side. What's her name? The press secretary. I keep forgetting her name. She's just fat. She's fat Kayleigh McEnany to me.
Someone said Trump saved women by
True.
Trump
Fucking
removed.
K-Man, true.
Trump saved women by removing men in women's bathrooms. I dare you to defend it, Jolah. Eric, Trump rapes women.
Women are getting harassed.
Trump
by
literally
these laws.
brags about raping women. He brags about
removing
it.
men in women's bathrooms, secretly based.
So I mean that's cool and all, but like women are being harassed because of these laws in the bathroom too.
Oh.
I don't know if that's really a win.
Yeah.
If people are just getting harassed in the bathroom.
No, but if you just have like private stalls everywhere instead of a like
Based,
bathroom
yeah,
hubs,
no,
yeah,
actually, no, Caveman, you know how I feel about this. I'm all about the trough meta. It should just be a long trough for everyone.
You just go to Wrigley Field everywhere, dude.
everybody just carries a shovel with them, and there's like in every major building.
We just go back to the 1800s. We're just throwing that shit on the street, dude. Fuck it.
There's just a room filled with dirt, and you have to bring your own shovel everywhere you go.
You know what?
Sorry, that took a turn.
No, I like doing this. I take an idea that's unhinged, or
Stop the trough method.
The only way to deal with an unhinged idea is to make it like 10 times more unhinged.
I disagree, actually. I mean, I don't know. You guys remember that one time there was a predator that was going to go into a bathroom, but then he saw that it was there was a woman only sign on the door, and he said, "Okay, not today. I'll try it. I'll try again."
No guns allowed.
By the way, probably the most vocal group of individuals who advocate for women's only bathrooms or women's only spaces are also the people that say that gun-free zone signs don't work, which they don't.
That's a new argument, bro.
The cognitive dissonance is actually fucking insane.
For every no trans sign, put up a no gun sign right next to it. Make sure you keep our bathrooms real safe, guys. Right, conservatives. Right.
True.
awesome.
That's what I like about being somewhere in the middle is that like I can be like, hey, you guys say gun-free zone signs don't work, which I agree with you, but women's only doesn't mean shit either. It's a fucking sign. There's no barrier that vaporizes anyone with a Y chromosome.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start investing into that.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, that'd be good. Let's do it. Oh wait, sorry. We ended the Chips and Science Act. We needed that to make that happen.
Well, that takes an act of Congress. It's still a thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
hammers
he
are.
still goes.
Yeah, but if the
It's just
Supreme
nice
Court
to
is
still
like the pussyfooting from the Supreme Court, like with the language they had, like I will agree the language was not hard enough. It was,
Well, I mean-
I would say, to any rational person, very clear. You have to help get this guy back. Like they're trying to argue that facilitate means, oh, facilitate means that we just have to help make it easier. Well, if we say we're not standing in the way of anybody getting him back, it's like, yeah, but you are the only ones who can get him back. So in this context, facilitate can only mean you are the ones who have to get him back.
And if you can't get
Plus
him
the
back, you shouldn't be
dicta
doing it.
Well, I mean, I feel like the ruling for the guy in El Salvador was really begrudgingly, because they immediately ruled that the deportation of that Khalil kid was kosher.
No, that was a separate court. That was a separate court. So there's
That was a
an
separate
appeal
court?
court after that.
That's a good one.
It wasn't the Supreme. It hasn't gone to the Supreme Court yet.
Oh, okay.
That was an appeals court or circuit court, I think.
It's crazy because they talk like he's deported already, but there's other appeals courts. But like Chrissy Noem's like, God, we got these dude. The way they lie about these innocent people about being gangbangers and shit, it's making me want to. It's radicalizing me. It really is. Like one of those things where if you get power again, like you're not letting these people have any credibility in modern society. Like it's so despicable and disgusting. And like the guy blaming freaking measles on immigrants,
being
like
directly sued because of it. Because he's calling a bunch of these people gang members when they're not. He's being directly sued.
Yeah. Let's see
We
how
got 'em
long
now,
RFK
boys.
lasts, by the way.
We
Let's
got 'em
see how
now.
long RFK lasts, by the way, saying that
RFK
vaccines
is-
are the best way to fight measles. Like
They're-
that's
Wait, did he actually say it?
Yeah,
Did he actually make
yeah.
him say it? That's wild. I never thought those words would
No,
come out of
dude.
his mouth.
Bro,
Someone
RFK had
made him say
They're
that.
pushing for defunding. It's like, what are you doing, you fucking moron?
Well, we're defunding our top research universities because of freaking pronouns and because of like Palestine protests, but they're like the top research universities in robotics and AI and medical research, which are like the pinnacles of the American economy too, and American success. And we're like killing it for pronouns. Like, oh man.
We also made devastating cuts to the research wing of NOAA. So our weather predictions are going to become severely less accurate going forward.
Yeah, weather's just a conspiracy though. It's all space lasers, didn't you hear?
That's what I heard.
Where can I
I
post
thought
images?
I thought it was the HARP system. I thought that's how they did the weather stuff.
In the general chat.
Yeah, the fires of the space lasers, guys. Come on.
Everything is the space lasers.
Controlled opposition.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, this hurricane season is going to be wild with them trying to pull off all of FEMA's funding too. But it's going to be really tragic when a bunch of people's houses get washed away.
Yeah, it will be tragic. But they don't have houses and they can't get voter IDs.
Bro.
And if it's a bunch of Republican voters, darn, just the luck.
No, I don't say that shit. That's fucked up.
You don't have to say it. The other guy will.
I don't mind being the guy that says it. I don't fucking care.
You do the same thing as them, then there's no better.
Norms only.
Norms
matter
don't. Yeah, are you?
I'm not talking about a normal.
No, not normal.
as in,
Norms.
like, conventions. Like,
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So
rules.
social mores. Yeah, those don't exist.
Yes. Social.
They only matter to the extent that all involved parties are.
Then what are you
being
fighting for? What do you want
active
then?
to Uphold them.
You want something better than you have right now? Then you should build something better than you have. That's why we're here, right?
Back better. Yeah, but I think
make
that
better
I think
again.
that- I think that what you need to do is get back to a situation where everybody actually values norms, checks, balances, other words that mean good government things, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I got nitro.
Yeah, mine does too.
I don't
I'm
know
a
if they
brokey, so I can't afford nitro.
$10 a month. I get to move when I talk. I get to have a custom profile background. Oh, it's perfect. Honestly, it's mostly so that I can send videos that have not been illegally pirated to people that want to watch them. And regular Discord has a limited file size.
So I want to post 5 photos in general chat for you, Jolin. One of these individuals were deported by DHS because of the gestures used in the photos. Can you guess which one is tied to a gang or terrorist group?
Okay.
There. Where'd you post them?
General
He
discussion.
posted in the general discussion. He can't. He's not a member, so he can't use this chat.
No.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's kind of hard. I can't really. They kind of all look like gang members to me.
Yeah,
Or
according to
at
the
the very least,
DHS, they would
criminals.
be. According to an affidavit that was submitted by the DHS, the last photo there is evidence of him being in a gang because of his hand gestures.
Yeah, the rock on, yeah.
Yep.
I'm not saying that I want to do gulags, but if there are people that deserve to go into gulags, I can think of.
Alright guys, I'm gonna hop off. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out super late. Hopefully you got some time to chat in the chat. Gonna go to bed. The algorithm will serve us again someday. It will help us someday. Not today. Tonight was not the night for the algorithm, but we did have some conversations. I was gonna get off, but I did not. So hopefully you guys had a good time hanging out. If you want to support the stream, again, Jolah Politics on Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Jolah Politics on Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Jolah Politics on Cash App, PayPal, or Venmo. Hit subscribe. Or you can donate on Coffee, become a channel member for $3 a month. I gotta go sleep, going climbing in the morning to the bouldering gym, and I'm bad at it, so I have to rest up so I don't do bad. Thank you guys for hanging out. I've been reading your messages and your chats and all that stuff. If you want to call in and debate something, I will take calls again tomorrow. I'll be streaming, maybe tomorrow. Most likely Sunday. Definitely Sunday. Let's just plan for Sunday. How about that? Plan for Sunday. I'll probably be off tomorrow. I have things to do. But yeah, all the support is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for everyone that supports and everyone that watches and likes and shares and whatever. Let's just plan for like Sunday at like 9. Oh, thank you so much. I think someone sent $5. Thank you, Sri. Sri, thank you for Sri gives a daily $5 on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, Sri. Every time I stream, I see $5 of Venmo from Sri. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great night, guys. Have a great night. See you guys tomorrow, or see you guys Sunday. See you guys Sunday. See you guys Sunday. Schedules are meaningless with Jolah. Okay, well I can't do tomorrow because my schedule got moved. My friend was supposed to come over tonight, but he's coming tomorrow. We're actually gonna go shoot some videos. Possibly political videos. He's decent with his phone on a camera, so we're gonna see if I can get some possible mock campaign videos. Possibly, just to try some concepts. A drag queen or trans woman over pastor. Oof, yeah. True. Kit. Please take more time off. Jolah is beta. Stop donating. Okay. See, you're allowed to be mean. You're allowed to be mean and taunt, but you gotta chill a little bit. Gotta chill, brother. Here, we'll just put him in a timeout. We'll put him in a timeout for now. You saw me on Pisco. Hi. I'm about to get offered tonight, but cool that you saw me on Pisco. Yeah, Pisco. Yeah, shout out to Pisco for reacting. Shout out to Pisco. Yeah, we're just gonna give that guy a timeout for a day. How do I time him out? Timeout for 24 hours. Who's that guy? Wow, Kev's getting blocked. Kev is nasty. What the hell? Pisco, why do you think Pisco sucks to listen to? Are you a Pisco fan, investor? Do you have any criticism for Pisco? Yeah, thank you for supporting independent media. Are you a fan or just mean? I'll be dreaming of you, friend. Shut up. What are you talking about? For Roderick the troll, thank you for $5, M. Thank you, thank you, thank you for $5. To spite Roderick. To spite Roderick. You're like, here. Thank you, Roderick. Thank you, Roderick. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for getting me $5, Roderick. Roderick says, no, in all caps. Here, Roderick, you get a 30-minute timeout. Pisco was glazing me. Pisco, or Crystal mentioned Pisco? Yeah, Pisco went on Breaking Points, and got connected with Kyle too. Probably because of his Twitter. Pisco's been hilarious on Twitter. He has been hilarious on Twitter, bro. I did good against Rob. See, I'm not used to doing internet type debates. I'm used to talking to people who are just like normal people, you know? So even politicians are easier than what Rob does, to be honest. Because Rob just gets you all fragmented. You have to hope that people know that Rob's just insane when he's talking. Because he's just going to do whatever he does. I don't know how you have that much energy. Like, I don't know if he's on Adderall too or whatever, but like, good combo? Yeah, thanks. You too. Like, he has so much energy, and it's just like, oh my god, bro. But once I got him back on tariffs, then he just said, well, Trump is the art of the deal, bro. Trump did the art of the deal, bro. He did the art of the deal. You gotta trust him. Trust in Trump. Keep your foot on the pedal. I'll try. I'm not far off. Maybe I'm not far off. I don't know. My biggest thing running for office would be I'm really not financially stable. I don't have the finances for my personal finances. I don't know what the rules are for if I can do a political YouTube channel while at the same time running for office. If I could still be like a YouTuber and take YouTube, like do some type of YouTube content or political calls and also run, or like where that crosses over. LOL. This dude is Destiny and Piker's love child. Guys, okay, let's do this now. Let them say that, okay? Let them say stuff like that. Only take away spam and obscenities, okay? Don't take away anyone that's just like making fun of Destiny or Hassan in the YouTube shorts. Because I want to make sure we keep them for the algorithm, because I feel like we're losing trolls. And us losing trolls, I'll time that person out. Like, just time them out. Ban them if they use, like, you know, bad slurs, or if they harass anyone, or if they insult the mods. If they insult me, or it depends what kind of insult, like, obviously. But be very lenient. Be very lenient on who we block for the streams. Because, like, that guy, see, he said, I was going to bring you up getting cooked last night, but I see the wound is still fresh from you getting cooked. So Ghazi said that, but next he said, are you butthurt because of the lack of lube? Now, the first one is alright. You could say I'm getting cooked or whatever, but when he says you're butthurt because of lack of lube, then you're gone. Then you're gone. then you're gone. Sorry. That's too far. That's too far. I could have gone harder. I don't care about going harder. That's the thing, though. Like, it's not going to convince anyone to go harder. The debaters that convince people are more, like... There's a difference between, like, going hard when debating. Going hard is not always going to be most convincing. And you have to think about, who do we need to convince? What kind of person? What kind of person do we need to convince on what opinions, you know? On what positions? Alright guys, have a good night. Thank you guys for the support again. Everyone that donated and liked and subscribed, all that kind of stuff. See you on Sunday. Thank you guys again. Thank you, thank you. You can join Discord. Here's the Discord link too. Here is the Discord link, everyone. Lack of lube, kind of funny. Okay, should I go back on the lack of lube comment? Because we need trolls. We need trolls. Okay, we're going to bring back the lack of lube guy. Okay? I'm going to unhide him and just put him in timeout. Okay, he's going to get a punishment for saying that. But we're not going to remove him because we need him for the algorithm. Okay? So we're not going to hide him completely. We want hate viewers, but... So that guy will be back. I timed him out for 30 minutes. He's timed out for 30 minutes. If you guys want to call in again, yeah, have a good weekend. Thank you, Kit, for saying that. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Vandred, Connor, Aaron, Kate. Thank you again, Kate. Thank you, Suri. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Suri. Thank you, Teresa, for watching. Lube comment not that bad in my opinion. Okay, we'll keep the lube comment. Okay. Joel, stop having breakdowns. Calm down. Take a chill pill. Go to bed. 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 We're gonna be super lenient for a little bit to see if it works. Make sure we can keep them having this channel. Either be kind or stop caring about people being mean. Shut up. We're talking about content. And also, spamming dumb comments is not the same as getting frustrated because someone is not based in reality. We care about reality and being real and having facts. So if you're just going to say, if you're going to spam dumb comments, is a little bit different. But still, we're going to keep them along. We're going to keep them here to help the algorithm, okay? We're going to help the algorithm and suffer through their comments. And time them out. Okay, guys, have a good weekend. Thank you again. Oh, wait, Discord link. Discord. Here. Copy, Discord, here you go. There is the Discord link, guys, here you go. Just stop responding to them? No, I want them to... See, that's the thing. I want them to keep on doing it and get mad. Because then they keep messaging and my algorithm gets better and my video gets shared more, right? My video gets shared a lot more. And plus, they like me, okay? They're here because they like me. And I'll shift their opinions because they find me to be attractive, okay? And I'll shift their opinions slowly as they find their sexuality, their true sexuality. If someone is ignoring basic fact, then I'll troll them. I'm not saying that insults are fact, obviously. I'm obviously not saying insults are fact. Okay, good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night. That's why we are here, debate show. Yeah, we're gonna debate on Sunday. If you want to debate, call in Sunday. Call in Sunday, guys. Call in Sunday. I am nice. I'm super nice. Good night, guys.